This is a very interesting and entertaining story about the Supreme Almighty Lord. Young man, named Xia Tian, suddenly gained X-ray vision, and from that moment on, a series of endless blessings began. Made friends with martial artists, befriended treasure experts, and won the affections of countless beautiful women. He continued to grow and step by step became the Supreme Almighty Master. The boy constantly dreamed the same dream, how his father, kneeling before him, spoke to him. Remember, this necklace is your mother's inheritance. Wear it when you have problems that you cannot solve, or when you feel some serious changes in your body. The boy picked up the necklace, on which hung a blue stone. "Dad, who is my mom?" the boy asked his father in a frightened, trembling voice. But literally a second later there was no one near the boy. He kept shouting and asking, "Dad, Dad, where are you?" But there was no one around him. A second later the young man woke up. He sat on the hospital bed, sweat dripping from his face. He was very scared. The young man did not understand where he was and what was happening to him. His body and arms were bandaged. "What happened to me?" the young man thought to himself in fear. He began to carefully examine his body and touch it with his hands. A nurse came into the hospital room and asked, "Thank God you are already awake." The young man got scared and began to pull the blanket over himself to cover his body. Out of surprise that a nurse girl came into the room, the young man screamed loudly in fear. He screamed loudly and pushed the nurse away from him with his feet. His eyes were very large from fear, and his nose even began to bleed. "Why are you shouting this loudly?" The girl began to be indignant. "You scared me to death with your scream. I suggest you calm down quickly." The girl continued talking. The guy calmed down and began scratching his head with his hand. "I must have been confused. I must have had a vision. Or was it just a bad dream? I don't know what to answer." The young man spoke. The nurse began to calm him down and stroke his shoulder with her hand. Lie down, don't worry. You are seriously injured." "It's actually a miracle that you woke up," the nurse said. "What happened to me?" the young man asked in a quiet, languid voice. He continued to look at his body and touch the bandages that were everywhere. "Do you really not remember anything? At least something? At least a little bit?" The nurse spoke in a very upset voice. "You saved a little girl from death and almost got hit by a car. If it weren't for you, the girl would have died. A real hero." The girl spoke to the guy. The young man thought about it and began to answer. "Yes, I remember something. I remember. Tell me, is everything okay with the child?" The door to the room opened, and the young man saw beautiful female legs. A woman's voice said, "Thank you, my daughter is fine." A very beautiful girl came into the room with a bouquet of flowers in her hands. She was good. She smiled and beamed with happiness. With slow steps she began to approach the bed on which the young man was lying. The young man immediately drew attention to her beautiful long slender legs. On her feet were beautiful high-heeled shoes. Our hero hid behind the nurse and awkwardly looked out and glanced at the girl. "Here we go again," the young man thought. A charming girl approached the very bed where our hero lay. They were wearing a white blouse, a short skirt, and she was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. "Is something wrong?" the girl asked. "Nothing. Perhaps these are the consequences of the accident. I will constantly see some visions," the boy answered. It was painful for him to sit and breathe after all these injuries. "I know that you saved my daughter's life. I am very grateful to you. When you have enough money to compensate, you need to justify yourself in order to blackmail her," the girl said. "Are you saying that I'm deceiving you? Just to ask you for money for your rehabilitation and compensation?" Indignantly, the young man said. The girl got a little angry, and she said it loudly. "Is 1 million enough?" Our hero looked at the girl carefully and did not know what to answer her. Then the girl sat down on a chair that stood near the bed. She looked at the guy carefully, smiling slightly, and began to ask again. "How about 2 million then?" After these words, the young man became very angry. He threw off the sheet and sat up on the bed. He placed his feet on the floor and tried to stand on them. "That's not why I saved her. I don't need your money," the boy screamed loudly. "You can't get out of bed, you haven't recovered yet." The nurse became indignant. The guy began to approach the door. At this moment the girl decided to up the ante. "Then maybe $5 million, she asked again. Our hero stopped at the door. He looked at the girl out of his peripheral vision. "I don't need anything from you, because a girl's life cannot be measured in money." the young man said in a quiet, calm voice. Sitting on her chair, the girl was very indignant. No one has ever refused such big money. She continued to look at the guy with an angry and incomprehensible look. Our hero opened the door, left the room and slammed it loudly, closing the door behind him. He left the room and walked down a long corridor, all bandaged and slightly limping. At the end of a long corridor, he saw the silhouette of a child. I didn't even know there were such parents. Which measures everything in money. This is terrible. The young man was indignant and spoke out loud. He walked up to the little girl in her pajamas. The girl looked at the guy with big eyes. "You are the big brother who saved me, right?" the girl asked in a quiet, excited voice. After carefully looking at the charming little girl, the young man answered, "Yes, it's me." The girl closed her eyes with happiness and screamed loudly, "Thank you." Then she laughed loudly, laughed and was very happy when she saw her savior. "Please, I don't regret at all that I saved you, baby," the young man said, and continued to look at the charming little girl. The girl was small and looked up at her hero and her savior with big eyes. At the end of the corridor, the nurse had already caught up with our hero. She saw how a girl and a guy communicate, and this is simply an amazing spectacle. It was so cute that the nurse began to smile with happiness. "Nice, nurse. Can I ask you to do a little favor for yourself?" our hero asked. The nurse looked at the young man with loving eyes and, of course, immediately answered, "Yes." The guy laughed and asked, "Can I borrow a few dollars from you? I don't have money for the trip home. Believe me, I will definitely return it." The nurse thought about it. He just turned down $5 million, so I thought he was someone rich and just didn't care about money. It turned out that he was just a poor student. The girl thought and began to take her wallet out of her pocket. "Thank you. My name is Xiatian. Believe me, I will find a way to thank you," the guy said. "Fine, my name is Bai. You can safely keep this money for yourself. You do not need to return it," the girl answered. The man took the money, raised it up and said it loudly. "Then I'm leaving, but I will definitely find a way to return the money to you." Our hero walked down the corridor. Behind him remained a nurse and a little charming girl. They waved their hand after him. "I wonder what kind of person he really is," the nurse thought at this moment. After some time, a young man named Xiatian reached his tall house where he lived. He walked up to his door, pressed the handle, and began to open it to enter. Looking sick and tired, covered in bandages, he opened the door and said, "I'm home." But the answer was complete silence. They had entered the apartment and began to look around. "Looks like no one is home right now," said the young man. Slowly he walked to another door and began to open it, carefully, quietly, slowly. The door revealed a secret. There was a small room, a room that has been empty for almost a week, except for a lonely closet. Our hero went to this closet and opened the bottom drawer. Among the bed linen lay a red box, which he immediately took into his own hands. "My father once said, when I have a crisis that cannot be resolved, or I feel a major change in my body." The young man spoke and opened the red box. "When I feel a major change in my body, I have to wear it." The boy spoke and held the necklace in front of him. "Now I'm seriously injured, and somehow gained the ability to see this. There must be a clue. Your son's father will wear it today," our hero said, and began to put the necklace on himself. As soon as the young man put the necklace on himself, he got tired of glowing sharply with blue and white light. Conditionally unearthly magic began to work completely throughout his body. He closed his eyes and only heard the beating of his heart and the strong wind around him. "We have a necklace hanging blue stone." It began to shine with a bright white light. The guy didn't understand what was happening now, but some kind of miracle clearly happened to him, and so far there has been no explanation for this. An inexplicable force lifted the young man. There was a blue and white glow around his body. It was magic from above. The stone on the necklace glowed and rose above the ground. After some time, our hero saw the silhouette of a blonde girl. Blonde, luxurious hair lay on her back. Everything was as if in a fog, and it was impossible to see. There was a very white, bright light around that hurt my eyes. But the match named Xia Tian struggled to open his eyes a little to see, and I was shocked by this beauty. After some time he found himself lying on the floor. The guy got up, sat down, and grabbed his head with his hand. "When did I fall asleep?" Xia Tian asked himself. Xia Tian took the stone that was hanging on the necklace in his hand. "The glow on the pendant is bad. What happens to it?" the young man asked himself. Xia Tian began to unwind the bandage from his hand. The necklace hung on his chest, the abrasions and scratches on his face disappeared, and in general he began to look like a healthy, strong person. After our hero removed all the screws from his body, he was very surprised. Everyone's screens also disappeared. The guy said, "I think I don't need these bandages anymore. I am healthy and feel a surge of strength and energy." There were scraps of human skin left on the medical bandages. This simply shocked our hero. "This is simply incredible. I'm shedding my skin," he thought admiringly. "It's probably all because of the pendant," Xia Tian said loudly. He stood in the middle of the room and looked at his hands. Then he carefully began to open the door to the bathroom. With his right hand, he grabbed the handle and began to open the door. And on the other side of the door was a charming blonde girl. Most likely, it is the one that our hero saw in his visions. At that moment, she also approached the door, took the handle with her hand, and began to open the door. The girl was in the bathroom. The girl and the guy opened the door at the same time. Our hero was already taking off his bandages. He stood practically bare-chested. Opposite him stood a charming blonde. The blonde girl looked in surprise at the young man who was standing in the doorway. She was shocked. Where did he come from here? At this moment they looked at each other in surprise. It was an awkward, shocking, confusing situation for the two of them. "What the hell is this? You! Who are you anyway? What are you doing here?" the girl screamed in a loud, frightened voice. She was indignant and covered her body with her hands. Xia Tian was also surprised to see this girl here. "Teddy bear," the young man said in surprise. He thought about it because he didn't understand what was happening now, and how is this even possible? After these loud screams, another girl ran into the door. She was very scared and screamed loudly, "What's going on here?" At this moment, Xia Tian had already received a slap in the face from the girl he scared in the bathroom. The guy just stood there, with his eyes downcast, and didn't know what to say. The frightened girl was simply furious, just some kind of pervert. She was loudly indignant. "Don't be afraid, this is my cousin Xia Tian." The second girl in clothes began to speak. "I already taught him a lesson for you. Tell me quickly, where have you been for the last 2 days? Sister was indignant. "You were nowhere to be found and your phone was off. I was worried and didn't know what to think." 2 days? Xia Tian asked in surprise. "What day is it today then?" The boy asked questions in fear. "It's already the 16th. What's happened?" Sister was indignant. "I was unconscious for 2 days, the boy thought. "My God, you were gone for 2 days, and as soon as we met, you insulted and scared my friend." Sister continued to be indignant. "I'm innocent. It was tightly covered, so I didn't see anything." Xia Tian made excuses. The girl was very angry and was all red with indignation. Listening to the young man, she thought, "True, I was tightly covered, but how did he know that? Your cousin is a very strange child." The blonde friend continued to be indignant. The sister looked at her friend in surprise. At this moment, our hero named Xia Tian was already in the courtyard of his house on the sports ground. He was hanging on the horizontal bar and tested his strength. He did so many pull-ups on the horizontal bar that it was impossible to count. The most important thing is that he really liked it all. He felt his strength, which was not there before. A man passing by noticed how our hero deftly pulled himself up. He sat down and began to watch him. He had never seen anything like this before. Xia Tian continued to pull himself up and thought, "I feel like after treating my necklaces, my body is much lighter and everything is effortless." The man approached our hero and addressed him. "Young man, your physical fitness is very good. Perhaps you were a soldier before." The guy looked at the man in surprise and smiled. "No, I'm only 19 years old." Then the man closed his eyes and asked, "Young man, do you have any interest in sparring with me?" "This is not necessary. You are an elderly person." He smiled and answered the Xia Tian man. The guy raised his hands up and began to refuse this offer. The elderly man placed his foot on the stone barrel. "What? Are you really afraid of hurting me?" the man asked, smiling. After which the elderly man poked his foot into the stone barrel, and the barrel flew to the side with very great force and speed. Our hero simply opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't know what to say. It was unexpected to see it performed by an elderly man. "Can you take a step forward?" the man asked our hero in a kind, quiet voice. "This must be a legendary martial artist. I can't miss this opportunity." I thought at that second, boy. Xia Tian folded his hands in front of him and said, "Then please enlighten me, senior." "Okay, not arrogant or impulsive is rare," an elderly man said in a loud voice. "Forgive me if anything," the boy said, and took a fighting stance to fight. Xia Tian felt the quick reaction of his hands and his entire body in general. He struck quickly, but they were all off target. After a while, another blow that Xia Tian delivered was quickly stopped by the man. With a deft movement of his hand, he grabbed the hand of the boy's opponent. The elderly man began to grab the boy's hand with his other hand and perform a force move. This was unexpected for our hero. After this capture, the man performed his fighting technique. He quickly turned around, and with a sharp movement of his hands, pushed the young man aside. He very deftly pushed the boy aside. Our hero flew several meters away from the elderly man. "What's happening? It was close. Fortunately, my body became lighter," the boy thought at that moment. The elderly man stood in a fighting stance and laughed. "Not bad. It was not bad. Good skills. Let's start again." A young man with surprised eyes, looking at everything that the martial arts teacher does. The elderly man moved very quickly and took different fighting stances to deliver blows. "Now this is interesting," the boy thought. "Do I see the trajectory of his attack? So maybe I can win this fight." Xia Tian waved his hand and began to quickly move towards the elderly man. The martial arts teacher was ready for this attack. The elderly man looked closely at everything the young man was doing. He controlled every movement and calculated one step ahead. Xia Tian struck with his right hand. This blow was very fast and strong. Well, the man very deftly stopped this blow with his palm. At some point the elderly man thought, "How did he suddenly find my flaw so quickly? It's simply unthinkable." The fight continued, and the young man endured one blow after another. The man had no choice but to dodge these blows. The blows that Xia Tian struck began to reach their goal. The man didn't understand how this young man could do it so cleverly. This kid has clearly never trained in martial arts, but every blow he hits is aimed at my weak points. The elderly man thought about the moment of the battle. After a while the elderly man simply screamed, "Stop! Stop!" He spread his arms to the sides and tried to stop this fight. "My younger brother's surname is Fan. What's your name?" an elderly man asked in a tired voice. He revived the hero. "Hello, Mr. Fan. My name is Xia Tian. Nice to meet you," the boy answered. "I'm wondering how little brother broke my tai chi?" the man asked. "I don't know. Maybe I was just lucky. I did it by accident," the boy answered quickly. It was clear from him that he was not tired at all. "You are very talented. If you ever have the opportunity to visit the Green Forest Villa, you are welcome to come and see me," the man said. "Thank you, Mr. Fan," the boy answered. "Then see you again, young man," the elderly man answered, turned around and began to walk away. After this, our hero went to his college, where he had not appeared for a long time. He entered the college and looked around. He put his hands behind his head and said, "There are still 12 days left until the college entrance exam. I need to run one last sprint." Suddenly a girl appeared in front of the young man. It was Wenjing. The girl was very embarrassed and worried, and her face turned red with excitement. "Xia Tian, are you here?" the girl asked in an excited voice. "You didn't show up for several days, and I thought something had happened to you." The girl began to be indignant. Xia Tian just stood aside and listened. "What could have happened?" the boy began to answer. "Commit suicide because you left me. Did you count on this?" "I didn't want to leave you. But who knew that you were so poor?" the girl answered. Another student appeared in the room. "Wenjing, look what I brought you." "This is a French breakfast," said the boy who was holding it in his arms. "A plate with reduced amounts of food." "Thank you, Xiaokun," the girl answered the student. On a large plate lay fresh croissants, scrambled eggs, sausages, and a small dessert. Everything looked very appetizing. "Oops! Isn't this Xia Tian standing in front of me now? I thought you were trapped in love and committed suicide," the guy said. "Zhao Kong, stop it immediately. It's not nice of you." "There is no point in discussing this topic," the girl said. "He's just a nerd who can't even keep his girlfriend. So what is the use of good studies?" The student continued to speak to our hero. Xia Tian became very angry. He could barely contain his emotions so as not to take revenge. I restrained myself so as not to hit this impudent person. At this time, a girl with red hair entered the class. She was wearing a white blouse, a short skirt, and black stockings. She immediately became loudly indignant. "Xiao Kong, what class are you from? How dare you come to my class to riot? Don't you want to live or what? Hot Pepper, you and I do not interfere with each other, so I advise you to mind your own business, and I will conduct my own business." The student began to make excuses. "Yes, I'm curious. What can you do?" The girl with red hair began to speak to the rest of her classmates. "Hot Pepper, that was unexpected," Xiatian said loudly. He sat down at his desk and put his hands on his notebook. "You don't have to thank me, although I look up to nerds like you, but you're in my class, so sister will have your back," said the girl with red hair. "That's not the point. I wanted to say that you stepped on my foot," our hero said, smiling. "Xiatian, I stood up for you. You dare to say that to me?" The girl with red hair became enraged and began to scream. "Don't come so close because your saliva will splash on me," the young man said. "What? What?" The girl screamed loudly. "Are you so impudent that you think I won't beat you?" The girl with red hair just screamed in rage. "Sister of Fire, let me take care of this guy." After which everyone calmed down and sat down at their desks. The teacher entered the class. "Okay, everyone calm down. It's time to start the lesson. Today we are conducting mock exams." The teacher spoke. "Wait until someone takes care of you." A girl with red hair said this phrase in a very angry voice. The girls began to leave the class. The teacher was simply beside himself with rage. "It's class time. Where are you all going?" the teacher shouted loudly. "You two can go back and take the exam. Don't take my last place," said the girl with red hair. "Yes, okay, Sister of Fire," the girls answered. The door to the classroom remained open. Only the girl with red hair left the class. The teacher was simply furious at such boorish behavior. Xiatian took his face with his hand and thought. He was shocked by the girl's behavior, but at that moment he needed to get ready to pass the exam. The teacher began handing out sheets of paper with questions to everyone. To pass the exam, you had to answer all the questions. Xiatian took his questions in his hands and began to carefully read everything that was written there. He understood that he had no time at all to prepare for this exam. When I look at these questions, now I don't need to calculate at all, because the answers automatically pop into my head. Looking at the questions, the boy thought. A few minutes later, Xiatian got up from his study seat and walked towards the teacher to the blackboard. "Teacher, this is my job, take it," said the young man. The teacher was surprised. "Xiatian, have you checked your answers? How come you've already finished your work? If you don't know, don't guess. The exam is approaching, and your teachers have high hopes for you." "Teacher," I answered them seriously. "Can I continue studying the next subject?" the boy said, smiling in a calm voice. Near the school in the park under a tree stood a girl with red hair. She was waiting for her friends. A few seconds later, two girls ran out of the college. "Sister of Fire, we have arrived," they shouted loudly. "What's wrong with this guy? Why is he faster than all of you?" A girl with red hair began to ask about her friends. "I don't know, maybe he also filled out the answers at random and then turned in his work," one of the friends answered. Several young people approached our hero. They kept their hands in their pockets and looked at Xiatian closely. The girls watched everything happening from the side. "Sister of Fire, can we help?" one of the friends asked. "Let him pee a little before we leave." The girl with red hair answered. "Xiatian, I heard that you were never able to touch Wen. It's a shame, it's so nice, but you won't understand this," one of the students said. "She has nothing to do with me anymore. You two can do whatever you want, you don't have to tell me," Xiatian explained. "Although you don't deserve to fight me for women. There you have already lost." This young man continued to speak to our hero. "But most of all, I hate it when people think about my toys. Today, I will give you an unforgettable experience. Believe me." The young man spoke in a terrifying voice. Xiatian was very focused. He wasn't scared at all. A blue light appeared in his eyes. This meant that he already sees everything ahead. Like an X-ray, he saw all the movements that his opponent would now make. Therefore, Xiatian stood calmly, waiting for the fight to start. He clenched his fists very tightly and was ready to take this fight. Our hero has already seen every move of his opponent. Therefore, it was very easy for him to fight this battle. Xiatian dodged all the blows, and then he quickly punched his opponent hard and straight into his opponent's beard. The blow was so strong that the head tilted back and drool began to fly out of the mouth. His opponent fell to the ground in front of him, right on his back. He screamed loudly in pain, and our guy didn't have a single scratch on his body. Very frightened and terrified, the young man screamed in an inhuman voice. The eyes were very big in surprise. Sweat ran down his face. A girl with red hair watched this fight from the side. She saw how cleverly Xia Tian defeated his opponent, and her mouth opened in surprise. The offender lay on the ground and did not move. Time seemed to stand still. Friends, students were shocked. They did not expect that Xia Tian could fight so well and deftly. In horror, they looked at their friend lying motionless. After some time, one bald young man became more courageous. "You bastard, how dare you hit one of us?" the bald guy said in an intimidating, loud voice, and he began to flex his fists. Xia Tian looked at this young man carefully. He understood that now in this paradise, he simply had no equal. He saw everything in advance, every movement. One of the guys ran up to our hero and wanted to hit him straight in the back. Xia Tian foresaw this blow and quickly delivered his elbow strike directly to the Adam's apple, after which the opponent flew to the side. Next, our hero was attacked by a big fat bald guy. He wanted to crush Xia Tian with all his weight. Well, this maniac was also figured out very quickly. With a strong blow to the stomach with his right hand, he simply knocked this bald guy off his feet. And after some time, Xia Tian stood absolutely alone near the college. All his offenders were lying on the ground. They moaned and writhed in pain. "Is this a fight?" our hero said. "I remember his name was Xia Tian. He was the best student in his class," said the teacher who went outside to look. "He dared to hit people too." "Xiao Kong, who is he?" the girl standing next to her asked. "This is so great. I always had a dream to become a heroine. If I can learn a few tricks from him, then my dream will come true." I thought at that moment there was a girl with red hair. Xia Tian Rust stood with his fists and looked around him. It was very quiet, and no one threatened him anymore. "What are you trying to do?" one young man said in a frightened voice. "Be careful about diarrhea when you get back," our hero said to his opponent, and clapped his hand on the shoulder. Xia Tian concentrated and closed his eyes. At this moment, his opponent continued to ask loudly behind his back. The young man asked loudly in a frightened voice, "Diarrhea. Xia Tian, what are you going to do?" "I warn you, I am not someone you can afford to offend. Don't let me see you again in the future, or I won't let you go," our hero said and went. "Xia Tian." A girl with red hair shouted loudly after him. "Xia Tian, please wait for me." The girl continued to scream loudly, and she tried to catch up with the young man. A girl with red hair ran up to the young man and didn't know how to start her conversation. Our hero didn't like this situation. "Why do you want from me?" Xia Tian asked indignantly. "Please teach me martial art," the girl began to ask. "What are you talking about here? I don't know any trick. I don't understand what you mean," the young man answered the girl. Well, the girl with red hair was a little offended by this answer. "I don't know what to do next," the girl with red hair screamed loudly throughout the street. "They rape!" And she clung her hands tightly to the young man. "Why are you shouting? It's you who cling to me." Xia Tian was indignant. "Don't lie to me, I saw everything. Pry used real martial arts when he knocked these guys down," the girl screamed. "I told you, I don't know any martial arts." Xia Tian continued to be indignant. "I just stole Mr. Fan's tricks," our hero thought. "This guy Xia Tian is simply amazing. He beat those Shaokong thugs. And now he teases the fiery pepper," one of the friends said. Xia Tian couldn't stand this scream and noise anymore. He closed his eyes and seemed to distance himself from everything that was happening. At this moment in Mr. Fan's house, there were 3 cups of tea on the table. The aroma wafted throughout the room. A man approached the table. He started talking. "Mr. Fan, everything has been checked. Xia Tian, male, 19 years old. His mother disappeared immediately after his birth. His father died unexpectedly when he was 14 years old. He is currently studying in high school, Shanghai, with excellent academic performance." The elderly man continued to drink his aromatic tea and listen to the report. "So here it is. Half a month ago, he saved the daughter of Zheng Ru, the chairman of the Zheng family of Zhanhai, and he left the hospital without demanding payment. He now lives with his cousin and earns money through part-time work." "What do you know about his parents?" Mr. Fan asked. I couldn't find anything. Everything is encrypted. His father has a level A cipher, and his mother has a level S. Our permissions are not enough. The assistant continued talking. Encrypted information. Out loud, Mr. Fan said. This is already very interesting, and it's not easy. I understand you, Mr. Fan answered. Is there anything new about quicksand? The assistant immediately began to answer. The quicksand seemed to have noticed him too, but it doesn't look like they want to kill him. They want what he has. After which Mr. Fan said the following. Recently, Jianhai City has not been calm. I have to leave. You guys stay and protect her. Kill anyone who tries to harm him. Jiatian is very sensitive to us. He senses us even if we try to watch him. The assistant continued talking. Then the gentleman slammed his fist on the table and said, Then you protect him from a distance. Report to me if quicksand takes any action. Apart from quicksand, no one will dare to break into my territory. Jianhai City's #1 assassin group, Quicksand. In one of the rooms a young man stood and spoke. Lord, when are you going to strike? Now is not the time, guys. Keep an eye on him. As soon as you find the secret scroll, you can strike, said a man wearing black clothes and a hood on his head. As you wish, Lord? The young man answered and bowed to the floor. We're not the only ones who want the scroll. Watch out for the other guys too. Don't let them get the scroll before us. The man in black continued to speak. The Lord touched a large green leaf, and it immediately withered. And we are transported to the market street of Jianhai City. The girl with red hair was again catching up with our hero. When will you teach me martial art? She asked. Jiatian stopped. I told you I'm not a master. I only know a few techniques that I will pass on to my future wife and children. Then, master, take me. The girl with red hair said loudly and laughed with happiness. What does it mean to take yourself? Xiatian responded indignantly. I don't want an adopted child. Not this, not that at all. I meant marry me and pass on your martial arts to me. The girl with red hair continued talking. Our hero didn't like this idea at all. He was outraged by such a proposal. I don't want to marry a girl who has neither face nor body. Our hero answered in a calm voice. After this phrase, the girl with red hair began to touch her body with her hands. She didn't understand what he was missing. Xiatian continued to walk down the street. The girl continued to run after him and negotiate. Master, you don't need to have such high expectations, just get used to it. No, I said it will never happen. The young man answered. Suddenly the girl grabbed the young man's shirt with her hand and pulled him towards her. Look, they sell scratch lottery. Let's go try it. Your family is rich, isn't it? Why buy lottery tickets? The young man was indignant and straightened his shirt. It's a test of luck for his thrills, not just his money. The girl with red hair spoke with admiration. This is an attempt to catch luck. The girl quickly walked towards the tent where lottery tickets were sold. Xiatian just stood there and watched what was happening. Boss, give us some lotteries? The girl with red hair shouted loudly and raised her hand up. The man turned his attention to her. The man closed his eyes and began to smile. You're just wasting your money, as a small child knows about lotteries. These words made the girl very angry. How dare you talk to me like that? She screamed loudly. Our hero quickly approached the girl, after which she, frightened, immediately fell silent. She looked with big eyes at the young man. Aren't you here for the lottery? When should you focus on this? Calms the girl down, our hero said. The man placed several lottery tickets on the table. Now all that remained was for luck to smile on our heroes. The satisfied man was holding a bill in his right hand with the number 50 on it. See, that's 50 yuan, the man said. Jiatian put his hands on the lottery tickets. His ability to look like an X-ray immediately manifested itself. He began to look for the right ticket. And then the young man proudly raised the bill up and said 800. The man who sold win tickets did not expect this. He was shocked. Renew 700, and give me other tickets for the remaining ones, the young man said. Master, I heard that if you win once, then your luck is over. You should stop now. The girl began to beg. Well, here you go, the man answered. And he handed over more lottery tickets. Lottery ticket sellers love buyers like you who send back the money they win, the man said, smiling into our hero's eyes. It's not a concern when I use my discerning eyes, Xiatian thought. He began to open the tickets, and each of them contained large sums of money. Everyone was simply shocked by what was happening. Such luck was simply impossible. This is simply impossible, everyone shouted. You are just super teacher. You have just won several lotteries over $5,000. Could you teach me a few tricks? I want that too, the girl asked. If you didn't want to learn martial arts before, why do you want to learn it now? The young man spoke and pressed something on his phone. No, I want to study martial arts, she answered loudly. Girl. Xiatian continued to dial the phone number. Hello, cousin. My phone broke recently, so I just bought a new one. At night, do I need to go? Okay, I get it, the young man said. Xiatian walked to the road and quickly hailed a taxi. Where are you going, master? What about me? What's wrong with me? Take me with you. The girl with red hair spoke. Don't follow me. I have important things to do. Our hero answered the girl in an angry voice while standing near the taxi. The girl with red hair stood and was silent, and the young man clenched his fingers into a fist out of anger. A few seconds later, the guy got into a taxi and drove away. The upset girl stood and watched the master leave. And now in front of you is an antique street. There are a lot of interesting and rare things here. The most important thing is that there are even more people here. Walking past along the shopping row, our hero thinks, today is my cousin's birthday. She asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. She really thinks about it. But it's my fault that I forgot about my birthday, and I can't refuse. So let's first choose a gift for her. The young man continued to think. A short man was walking down the street behind him, were tall men who were clearly his guard. Make room for Master Shu. Speak guards. See Master Shu de Chuan, master of treasure hunting here. Strangers spoke. Hello, Mr. Shu, said the man in the brown jacket. Master Shu, you are here, said the boy standing aside. Okay. Business is good, Master Shu said, looking at the goods. All the things here look so good. If only I could see it with my own eyes. I thought at that moment, our hero was looking at the goods on the counter. Master Shu moved behind him. I can tell what is real and what is fake, the young man thought. Just miracles. Then his gaze settled on one glowing thing. What is this, our hero thought? This is interesting. On the table, among all the other goods, the seller had something that glowed in his hands. This stopped the young man's gaze. This attracted me. And at that very second, Xiatian very quickly ran to this seller. He ran so fast in front of Master Shu's face that he almost knocked him down along with his guards. Impudent boy, now you will get it. One of the guards shouted. Wait, take your time, Master Shu said. How much is this piece of jade worth? The young man asked in a hurry. I see that your heart is sincere, so I will give it to you for 8,000, said the seller to the boy. Xiatian was holding the green stone in his hand at this moment and looking at it. 8,000 is too much. I'm just a student, and I don't have that much money. The young man answered the seller with disappointment. This impolite child has really bad eyesight. I will come to your aid when you have to pay. Looking at the boy, Master Shu thought. Oh no, not that. Master Shu watches. He won't come and expose me, right? The seller thought in fear. Then Xiatian covered his mouth with his palm, so that he could not hear what he was saying, and slowly said to the seller in a quiet voice, How about finishing it? I know it's fake. Junior brother, you really have a sharp eye. But this jade does not sell for less than 500. He laughed and said, The seller is to the boy. Here's the thing. I take a few more of these worthless stones, and it's done. Xiatian Yi said, and began pointing his finger at the other colored stones. Fine. Let me put him to rest for you. The seller answered and began to fold the colored stone. Are you good at bargaining? You know how to use your words, said at that moment Master Shu, who was standing behind the boy. It's a shame you still believe this, the seller said in a loud voice. Xiatian, of course he heard all this. Well, satisfied, he continued to look at the green stone. A man approached the young man. This piece of jade is only worth 20 or 50 at the most, and only inexperienced, cunning types will pay 500 for it, the man said in a quiet voice. Yes, that's right, the young man answered, smiling at the man. He looked at his green stone and was very pleased with himself at that moment. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the stone fell out of our hero's hand. He began to rapidly fall down to the ground. The man froze and just stood there, watching the boy. He understood how upset this young man would be now. The green jade stone fell to the ground and broke into many smaller pieces, as if it was not a stone, but a porcelain coffee cup. Green fragments lay right next to our hero's feet, and they could no longer be glued together. But the guy wasn't upset at all. Master Shu was shocked. "Did you know it was fake? But how?" the man asked the boy in surprise with big eyes. Jiatian stood happy and smiled. "You can just say that I have very good eyesight, that's all. This is my whole secret." The boy spoke. "This is what I really wanted," the young man thought at that moment, and he began to look at the heavy small stone that lay in his red bag. "This relic is made from the bones of a deceased Buddhist. I heard about it not only in books, and never thought that I would be able to see it." The young man thought, looking at the yellow stone. "All the assets of my Shu family are in the hands of my nephew Shu Qing. I've been trying for a long time to hire talented people to take back what belonged to me." Looking at the boy, the man thought, "Perhaps this boy is one of those rare talents that I so need now." The man thought and looked at the boy carefully. "Young man, wait a minute." The man stopped our hero with a loud voice. The boy was slightly embarrassed. It was an unexpected stop. "Why don't you have a little competition with me?" The man made his unexpected proposal to our hero. "Competition? Competition against you? But why? For what? I don't quite understand you." The young man began to speak. People in the crowd began to discuss. "This guy is so ignorant that he doesn't even know what Master Shu does. If Master Shu wants to compete, then of course it is about antique appraisal. Like they said, I'm an antique street connoisseur, take my challenge," the man said. "Fine. If I lose, I'll give you my life. If you lose, buy me what I have my eye on," the young man said. The man laughed loudly. "What are you saying? What will I do with your life?" "Oh, I can't. You certainly made me laugh." But then the man became very serious. "However, if you lose, how about you serve me from now on?" Jiatian smiled and replied, "Then we agreed. This guy actually has the courage to compete with Master Shu's treasure assessment." People around began to talk. Together they approached a large table where there were many antiques. "Tell me, which of these 5 antiques are real? You win if you answer 3 correctly." The man made such an offer to our hero. On the table there was a small vase, a plate, a transparent luminous stone bracelet, and a large box in the form of a traveling bag. "In fact, I will only accept my loss if I make at least one mistake," the young man said in a confident voice. Weed began to look at the antique objects. This was an unexpected answer for the man. With a very serious face, he answered the young man, "Since you are so confident in yourself, so be it." People began to whisper behind their backs. "Is this guy just crazy?" "No, he's crazy. He probably just doesn't understand who he's dealing with." Jiatian took a small brown box in his hands and looked at it carefully. "This is real," the young man said in a confident voice. "Jiatian, this is a toilet box that was used by the Empress during the Qing dynasty," the man added on his own behalf. "Master Shu, is it possible to break a fake once to prove that you are right?" the boy suddenly asked the man. Jiatian began to stretch his hand towards the small base that stood on the table. "It's okay. I can afford to pay for all this," the master answered. "That's good," the young man said, and pushed the vase from the table to the ground with his hand, and he did it without the slightest doubt. The vase fell to the ground and broke into many pieces. The fragments scattered all over the street. The people who were standing in the crowd were simply shocked. "It's a nightmare. This kid ruined everything." A man from the crowd spoke. "Look at the porcelain vase, it looks real. What has he done?" The woman was indignant. After which our hero bent down and took one of the fragments. He picked up this fragment from the vase and the ground. Then he showed the inside of the fragment, on which red hieroglyphs were written. There was no doubt on our hero's face that he was right. "This is a company seal," someone shouted from the crowd. "Yes, indeed, this seal." People continued to talk. "Was this print made by a machine? This is simply incredible." "Answer me one question. How did you know that the seal was inside the vase?" the master asked our hero in surprise. "It's very simple. The power of the eyes, that's it." "Briefly and clearly," answered Jiatian. He answered and smiled. Then Jiatian took a plate with a blue pattern in his hand and said, "This is also a fake, pure fake." After which the boy took the plate and threw it with all his might onto the ground, which broke into small pieces. Then the young man took a blue stone and threw it from the table down to the ground. "And this is also fake," the boy said. Master Shu stood attentively. and looked at the boy as he deftly recognized antiques. "Well, young man, you can say what you want," the man said. Xia Tian looked carefully at the table and made sure that there were still a few items left that he should recognize. "Is it fake or not?" It was easy for him. The young man picked up the bracelet and said, "This is a good bracelet. I'll probably take it." And after this phrase, our hero carefully watched the reaction of the elderly man. "I put the bracelet there to confuse him. How did he do it? I can't imagine. I don't understand. This is simply impossible." Looking at the boy, the man thought. Xia Tian understood perfectly well that this was not a simple bracelet made of red round stones. He held this bracelet in his hands and thought. Then the boy squeezed the bracelet tightly in his fist, and with the finger of his second hand, he touched one of the red stones. After this, the bracelet began to glow red, and blood began to drip from his finger onto the stone. It was a bloody jade stone. Our hero thought at that moment. The people who stood aside and watched what was happening also began to whisper and say that this is bloody jade, this is bloody jade. People from the crowd began shouting phrases. "I will buy this bracelet for 1 million. No, I'll give 2 million for this bracelet." Another person shouted. "Sorry, but it is not for sale," Xia Tian replied. What a confident young man, and most importantly, with a very rare gift of instinct. This is rare. Looking at the boy, the man thought. It was beautiful summer weather outside, so our hero quickly took the bracelet and stone and moved on. Xia Tian walked quickly along the shopping street. Strangers walked towards him and turned to look at him, because rumors have already spread about a young man who is well versed in antiques. "Please don't go, brother," a voice was heard from behind. The young man stopped and turned back. Behind him stood a man with his guards. "I don't know if you consider me, Master Shu, a friend," the elderly man asked the boy. "With my new abilities, a whole new world opens up before me. Maybe I can finally learn my parents' secrets, but before that happens, I need to expand my connections and make a name for myself," the boy thought. "Of course it's nice to be a friend of such a master," our hero said out loud. "What is your name, my younger brother?" the elderly man asked the boy. "My name is Xia Tian," the young man answered. He stood very confidently, with his hands in his pockets and smiling. He was in a great mood today. Suddenly, a black business-class passenger car drove up to them. The car windows were tinted. Several guards wearing black suits came out of a black car, and a man in black clothes and very tall came out of the back door. He was heading towards our hero. "Are you Xia Tian, isn't it?" a man who had tattoos on his face asked in a loud voice. "A few minutes ago. Zhanghai City Hospital. Down the hall is this man in a brown suit. A woman meets him in a gray dress and with a purse on her shoulder. We see how the almost blue face writhes and strains in pain in the toilet. Sweat runs down his face like rain. The man is sitting on the toilet, and it is clear that he simply cannot get off it. It is clear that he has an upset stomach at the very least. This causes him great pain and discomfort. Several men are standing near the toilet stall. One of them is a boss in a brown suit, and the second is clearly a doctor because he is in a white coat. "What are the results of the examination, Director Li?" the man in the brown suit asked. "It is impossible to examine a patient who cannot hold out for half a minute simply by dragging him into the examination room," the doctor answered. "We took a stool test to rule out drugs. Everything needs to be double-checked. I can't say anything for sure yet." The doctor continued talking. "Master, we just asked the young master about the conflict he had with a student named Xia Tian outside of school today. He also told him to beware of diarrhea," one of the guards said. "It must have been a boy?" "Have you sent someone to find him?" the man asked. "Zan went there with his 2 men to bring him here to us. These were exactly the people who came to take our hero away to punish him." "You should come with me," the man said loudly, gritting his teeth. Then he pointed his finger at the boy. "Shall I go with you? Why suddenly? Who the hell is this anyway? And who gave you the right to order me?" Xia Tian began asking questions. "Be careful. He is Xu Xiaohua's personal guard. This San is very strong. How did you even get into trouble with him?" the old man said to the boy. "I will let you off the hook because you are Mr. Shu's uncle, and everything will be fine if you don't just interfere." A tall man with a tattoo on his face threatened the master. "Now this is interesting. It turned out that he was their relative. I see the name Shu around. Looking at the men, the boy thought. The elderly man furrowed his eyebrows, and his entire face was covered with wrinkles. It was clear that he did not like this situation. "This younger guy is my friend. You won't touch him while I'm here," the man said loudly. The guards on one side and the other began to get nervous. Look closely at each other and try to guess the next step so that there is no conflict. Xiatian carefully looked at the face of the man who stood opposite him. With his gaze, he read all the information. Our hero has already seen how the conflict begins, and everyone begins to fight with each other. He saw every move of the guards. "Do you think you can do something because Zhu Xiaohua supports you?" Stretching his hand forward, the master shouted loudly. The man with the tattoo on his face looked casually at the old man, after which he gave his order to the guards. "Take it, fast." Several guards headed towards the young man. Xiatian just stood there, as if nothing had happened, and looked at those guards. Then our hero put his hands on the shoulders of the guards. This was done so instantly that the men did not even understand anything. After this, with a sharp movement of his hands, our hero pushed the man back behind his back. He did it so hard that the men flew several meters away and fell on their backs. The man with a tattoo on his face and a nose ring was surprised. His mouth even opened in surprise. He did not expect such a rebuff from the boy. The elderly man, Master Shu, was also extremely surprised. Opening his mouth, he watched as the young man easily dealt with two healthy, strong men. "So now you want to pick me up too?" The young man smiled and asked the man with a tattoo on his face. "I think it's better to intimidate him because this guy looks strong," the boy thought at this moment. "You are a good fighter, but you are still too young," the man answered. Xiatian stood opposite the men with his hands in his pockets. He showed with all his appearance that he was absolutely not afraid of his opponent. "What is your relationship with Zhang Chufeng?" the man asked the boy in a calm voice. "What kind of nonsense are you asking me? I don't even know what to answer. What kind of nonsense is this? Come over if you want to fight." The boy answered. "I would like to have a friendly relationship with him. I could learn some skills from him," Xiatian thought at that moment. The man with the tattoo on his face laughed and grabbed his head with his hand. "In that case, boy, don't accuse me of being ruthless," the man said. It was clear that there was going to be a fight. "It looks like I'll have to fight, but I'm not sure if I can defeat this man." I thought at that moment it was a boy. Soldiers in camouflage began to approach the man from behind. They had masks on their faces. "This is the legendary bodyguard San that I have heard so much about," said one of the warriors. The man with a tattoo on his face quickly turned back. His face changed with fear. "Quicksand?" the man said out loud. "Now that you know who we are, get out of here. We have something important to do for this match named Xiatian," said one of the representatives of Quicksand. "The owner ordered me to take this boy. I have to get him back, and I won't let you do it that easy. Offer a price." A man with a tattoo on his face began to speak in an excited voice. "Sorry, that's not possible. This guy is the one the group leader needs to get something from. Get out of here," one of the Quicksands answered. "They tortured the Sands, an organization of murderers. Even if I win the fight now, this will be a permanent insult between me and I cannot offend them." Looking at the soldiers, the man thought. "Agreed. I named San yield today," said the man with the tattoo on his face. "What's going on? This man named San didn't even dare to mess with these guys. And why did they come to my aid? Thought about it, boy." The guards began kicking each other, namely those who were still lying on the ground after the fight with our hero. "Get up and go, get up," they shouted. 3 soldiers in the Quicksand organization began to approach our hero. Each of them had their hands clenched into fists and were in a very serious mood. The boy got a little scared and took a few steps back. "Who the hell are they?" "Guys, what's going on?" the guy asked in a frightened voice. The masked man began to answer. "We just need something from you. Give us the relic your father left behind. That's it." The boy's surprise knew no bounds. His eyes nearly popped out of his head at what he heard. "A relic that my father left me," the boy explained out loud. "That's right." One of the Quicksands began to continue talking. "There is a scroll in your father's belongings, and you have 7 days to find it and give it to us. Or then just don't be offended that it will be bad for you." "I don't remember what I think. My father left me some kind of sweater. How can I find it?" The boy began to make excuses to the soldiers. This has nothing to do with us. It's your business. Just find it, or you'll die hundreds of times, said Quicksand. I don't know where to find it. Why don't you give me a little more information? Like tell me exactly what it is. Perhaps then it will be easier for me to find him. A boy shouted after the departing soldiers. What's happening? What do these people want from you? This is not the best category of people for dating and friendship. The master said, patting the boy on the shoulder with his hand. Don't worry, everything is fine. They could have mistaken me for someone else. Yes, 100% it happened. They confused me with someone, the boy said smiling. Forget. I still have 7 days. I will return to my old house and look for it until tomorrow. Oh, let's deal with today first, they discussed. That evening, there was a birthday party in this tall, beautiful building. In the middle of the room, there was a charming blonde girl with a glass in her hand and in a luxurious dress with a deep slit. All the men and women shouted and congratulated her on her birthday. A handsome man appeared in the room with a gorgeous bouquet of blue flowers. Madam Qingshui, let me give you a birthday gift, the man said. This is one of the 4 sons of the Wang family in Zhanhai City, Wang Nianlin himself. People in the room began to talk. We all just can't compete with him. It seemed like he wanted to ask Qingshui out on a date. The girl pretended that she was very happy and satisfied, so she laughed and laughed defiantly. And I myself thought only one thing. Damn it. This bastard has already appeared? Where the hell is this Xia Tian? Also, after some time, another charming girl appeared in the room. She immediately drew everyone's attention to herself and said, Sorry, I'm late. The tall girl began to approach the birthday girl, and in her hands she was holding a small box. It was immediately clear that this was some kind of ancient value. Hurry up, look what I brought you, the girl with red hair said, and she handed the birthday girl the box she was holding in her hands. The girl opened the box and saw several old sheets of paper, an inkwell, and a brush. That's all for me, right? The girl asked with admiration. A man with a bouquet of blue flowers stood and watched how happy the birthday girl was with this gift. People started talking behind him. This is a very valuable gift. It is an antique. Other people spoke. Today, no one can surpass her gift. A man with blonde hair and a blue suit thought about it. I didn't expect to give up my seat to a woman, but it doesn't matter. Women are not my competitors. I just have to outshine all the men today. And then the man in a blue suit with flowers got down on one knee and extended his bouquet forward to the girl. The bouquet contained a small box with a ring. Mrs. Qingshu, on this special day, accept my love for you and be my girlfriend. What? Did I hear right? The birthday girl asked the young man in surprise. And the man continued to stand on one knee and offer this beautiful girl his flowers, which contained the ring. My God, how romantic this is, said one of the girls in the crowd. Accept it, said the other girl. Yes, agree, the other girls said. The young man with blonde hair began to smile. It's all about the atmosphere. I'm always good at confusing everyone. While everyone is late, I'm winning now. I think, young man. Suddenly, Xiatian came through the door. Sorry, Qingshui, I'm late, the boy said in a loud voice to the whole room. The girl saw him in the room, crossed her arms in front of her, as if she was praying to God, and said, Finally you are here. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were just sparkling. The girl grabbed the young man's hand and led him to the center of the room to introduce him to everyone else. I introduce you all to my boyfriend, Xia Tian, the girl said proudly. A cheap shirt. His shoes are covered in mud, which means he doesn't even have a car. Just a poor man, or a beggar. Looking at the young man, the guy in the blue suit thought, Madam Qingshu, it looks like your boyfriend came here empty-handed. God, what a ridiculous situation. I'm smiling, said a man in a blue suit with flowers in his hands. No, you're wrong. I'm just happy that he's here. I'm happy that he's just nearby. With delight, the girl said, Do you really think that I will come here without a gift? The young man said, smiling in surprise. He looked carefully into the girl's eyes. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a red necklace, bracelet. Look what I brought you, Xiatian said loudly. Is this a bloody jade stone? This is a priceless treasure. Where did you get it from? The girl began to ask in surprise. This is not some cheap crap you can buy in a store, Xiatian said, while looking at the man in the blue suit. Xiatian, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? Where did you get the money to buy this? The girl began to quietly ask the young man. Quiet, cousin, don't spoil the mood. The boy answered. I'm actually not done with the gift yet. Come here, Ching Shui, the young man said loudly. Xiatian took his cousin by the hand and led her to one large door. They stopped in front of her for just a second. Let me open it, cousin, and see for yourself, the young man said in a satisfied voice. Isn't there just a hall behind the door? The cousin asked, looking surprised into the young man's eyes. Xiatian opened the door to the next room and his cousin walked in. Red rose petals were flying around. The girl was happy. In this large hall, red, bright rose petals fell directly from the ceiling. It was a wonderful sight. And then 3 men in suits came out and began clapping their hands and shouting happy birthday to Miss Ching Shui. I let them live here because we didn't have room at home, the young man said to his cousin. The girl stood with big eyes, her mouth open in surprise, and looked at everything that was happening. But there is something else out there, Xiatian said. And outside on the street there was the most beautiful large-scale fireworks display, and on the building itself the name of his cousin and a declaration of love shone. God, this is so beautiful, said the girl, who had tears of joy in her eyes. If only you were my real boyfriend, cousin thought at that moment. Oh my God, what am I thinking? He's my cousin. I began to think in horror. The girl, she felt a little ashamed of her thoughts. It's really thanks to Brother Shu. I didn't expect him to do so much. And this man really helped the young man organize such a gift. Night has fallen. A beautiful business-class car drove up to the building. Xiatian, his cousin, got into the car and drove at very high speed through the city streets at night. So it was all of you who helped Master Shu? I was really shocked when he took out this expensive bloody jade. The cousin spoke, and the master was driving at that moment. You misunderstood. Miss Bloody Jade really belongs to Brother Xiatian. He bought it from an active store using his own skills. The man spoke. This is simply amazing. But since when does my brother Xiatian know how to value treasures? Looking at her bracelet, the cousin thought. Come on, I was just lucky. Sitting in the first seat, the young man smiled and spoke. The car was racing down the road at great speed. At the meeting, a dark minibus passed her. Xiatian immediately noticed this dark minibus. Looking out his window, he thought, This is her. With his X-ray vision, he saw through the car. That inside sits that beautiful girl on her lap, who has the little girl whose life he just recently saved. When our hero said loudly in the car, Brother S, follow this van. Hurry up, we mustn't miss out. I don't know what's going on, but since he said that, something is wrong. The man sitting behind the wheel thought at that second, and he quickly began to turn his car around. Instantly, the passenger car turned around in the middle of the road and began to move forward and catch up with the van. The girls in the back seat were a little scared. Excitement was visible on their faces. What happened, Xiatian? The cousin asked anxiously. After you catch up with the car, you will go to a safe place and call the police anonymously and say that Zheng Ru and her daughter have been kidnapped, the young man said in an alarming voice. What? The man behind the wheel asked indignantly. How is this even possible in our time? And he began to press the gas pedal to the floor even more. After some time, the gray van stopped near a rusty old gate that hung on an abandoned building. Several men in dark clothes took the girl and her daughter out of the minibus and escorted them forward. When they entered this room, one of the men, he pushed the girl hard in the back with his hand. After such a strong push, the girl could not stand on her feet and fell heavily on her side straight to the ground. She hit her shoulder and back hard. Then the woman crawled up to her daughter and quickly hugged her with both arms, pressing her to her chest. It was clear that the girl was very afraid. Bastards, I know who sent you. People who want to take my share of the company, the woman said. If you know that, shut up. We'll make a short film with you and leave. Brother B must have leverage over you, the bald man said, laughed and began filming on his phone. The men grabbed the little girl and held her hands. They didn't miss any commercials. The child cried, was capricious, and screamed loudly. Mommy! Mommy! The woman was grabbed by the blouse and pulled to the side. Don't touch my daughter, the woman screamed loudly. But I still continued to be pulled to the side. The woman was very scared and crying. Tears streamed down her face. There was practically no strength left to scream loudly for help. Therefore, with the last of her strength, the woman said, Save us. Suddenly our hero named Xia Tian appeared in the room. He stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. "I advise you all to surrender. The police will be here soon," the young man said. "I don't understand. What kind of idiot wants to die here?" the bald man shouted in an angry voice. "Are you looking for death, you bastard?" The men screamed loudly and ran towards the young man to beat him. But our hero, with his X-ray vision, calculated all the combinations of this fight. He knew in advance who would swing, how, and who would strike first. Therefore, ahead of events, he began to deliver his blows to these offenders. The men, screaming and groaning, flew off in different directions. I saw a bald man and walked away from the woman with the child. "Wait for me, I'm not finished yet," the bald man said and walked away. "Forget it. Since the mission failed, let's just get it over with," the bald man said, took out a gun and began aiming straight at the woman's head. After thinking for a long time, the man pulled the trigger and fired a shot from his pistol. Everything happened in an instant. This small period of time was enough for a woman's whole life to fly before her eyes. She understood that it was the end of her daughter. We suddenly unexpectedly appeared in the path of a flying bullet. Our hero named Xia Tian. He caught this bullet right in his chest, thereby protecting the girl and her mother. The horrified woman hugged her daughter tightly and closed her eyes so that she would not see all this horror. The cousin entered the open gate of the abandoned building and saw this horror. She saw her brother shot dead right in front of her, and tears immediately began to roll. The girl screamed loudly with all her might, "No!" But before her eyes there was a picture of a tall, bald man shooting his cousin right in the chest with his pistol. She sees that he, like a real hero, shielded the woman and child with his body and took this bullet upon himself. "I need to scream here, it's his fault. Who told him to be a hero? He came up with this for himself." The bald man spoke and laughed. "So let's get back to where we left off here," said a bald man with a gun and began again to come closer to the woman with the child. The dead Xia Tian lay at his feet. But after a few seconds, a young man named Xia Tian magically began to stand on his own 2 feet. He held his head and shook the dust off his trousers. Just as the bald man was about to fire another shot from a pistol, our hero quickly flew up to him. With one movement of his hand, he began to grab Bandit by the body. The young man's movements were so fast that the man did not have time to realize what was happening around him. But at this moment, our hero was already doing his power move. And just a second later, he threw the bald man over his hip and threw him away from him. The bandit flew several meters on his back and hit his head against the wall. "Jiatin, I can't believe my eyes. Are you alive?" The cousin spoke, barely breathing. She cried and could not stop her tears. Jiatin grabbed his side with his right hand, where the bullet hit. "There was blood all over my shirt." The young man leaned over and began spitting blood from his mouth. "Let's get out of here quickly," the young man said to the girl with her little daughter. The woman took her daughter in her arms and carried her out. At this moment, our hero could barely walk on his feet and constantly held his hand on the place where the bullet hit. "You need to call an ambulance. You were shot." The woman with the child began to worry. "I can't go to the hospital. My house is nearby. Let's go there." The young man proposed to a woman with a child. A quiet, starry night arrived. They approached a house in which the lights in the windows were turned on. Leighton took off his shirt, which was completely covered in blood, and it was lying on the floor. There were scissors on the table, a real first aid kit, bandages, and on a metal tray lay a bloody bullet that had just been pulled out of our hero's body. "Why don't you go to the hospital? It's hard for me to stop bleeding here," the girl spoke, bandaging our hero with bandages. The young man raised his head up, looked at the ceiling and began to think. "My body became somehow different. If I go to the hospital, I might be treated like a lab rat." Jaitin was sitting on a chair, and his strength was leaving him. Blood oozed through the bandages. It was clear that the bleeding had not been stopped. Then the young man put his hand into his trouser pocket and began to take out a stone that glowed with a bright yellow light. The girl took this yellow stone in her hands, began to look at it and talk. "What is this strange light? I've never seen anything like this before." "My God, it's so hot!" Kampa shouted the girl and dropped the yellow stone from her hand. This stone magically stuck to the place where the wound was bleeding. Everyone froze. Incredibly, at this moment a real miracle was happening. The yellow luminous stone which lay on the bleeding wound began to heal this wound. It stopped bleeding sooner. She, our hero, came to his senses and gained strength. After some time, the girl decided to remove the bandages from the place where the bullet hit her chest. And it turned out that there was no wound, no hole, or even a small scratch on our hero's body. It was as if she had bandaged a healthy person. Disappeared early, the girl thought to herself in surprise. How the hell is this possible? What kind of miracles? After a while, a sleepy girl came out of the room, rubbing her eyes, and asked, "Mommy, please tell me how the older brother who saved me?" "Don't worry, big brother is fine, my dear." "Yes, he should rest a little," the woman said to her daughter. In an instant, our hero felt warm and comfortable. He began to gradually close his eyes and fall asleep. He saw himself bandaged and wearing bright yellow. Around his neck hung a necklace with a blue stone, and in front of him was the silhouette of Buddha. Suddenly our hero opened his eyes. He began to look around the countries at everything that was around him, thereby assessing the situation. It turned out that he was sitting on a chair, and his daughter and her mother were sleeping on the sofa nearby. It turned out that it was a dream. Then he immediately looked at his body and saw that the wound had disappeared, and where the bullet hole was, there was a yellow stone. Is it really because of this stone? The young man thought, looking at this yellow stone in his hands. A lot has happened lately. What used to be my normal life has now completely changed. Our hero was thinking at this moment. Xiaotian began to pick up his white shirt to get dressed. First the necklace, and then the Tai Chi master, and the ancient antiques. The young man set this goal for himself and continued to get dressed. Now even the association stands behind me. Our hero continued to think about the situation. Representatives of the quicksand appeared at the door. 7 days should have passed, but you didn't even start looking. Boy, do you really want to die? They spoke. Do you only have it today? Find him today or die. The choice is yours, said the masked man. His voice, intonation, and words were very intimidating and convincing. I don't know about any scroll. How will I find it? Our hero began to smile and make excuses in front of the quicksand. It seems you are determined to go against the shifting sands, one of the soldiers said in a dissatisfied voice. What to do? Now I have eyes that see through everything, but I still can't see them moving. Looking at the warriors, our hero reasoned. Lord, am I really going to die today? The boy thought at that second. Representatives of the quicksands prepared to beat our hero. Each of them clenched their hands into fists. One of the warriors jumped on our hero and began to deliver his blows, but the guy very deftly dodged them. So far, not a single blow has hit our Xiaotian's torso. The guy seemed to guess every blow and knew which way he needed to dodge. After some time, our hero had to dodge all the blows of the soldiers, who were representatives of quicksand. One of the warriors shook his hand tightly into a fist and was already swinging his hand to hit straight at the target, right at our hero. Xiaotian's eyes glowed yellow. He was more focused than ever, and at that second he constantly repeated one word to himself. Get your act together, get your act together, get your act together. And then the young man quickly grabbed with his hand the fist of the enemy, who wanted to strike him directly in the head. Xiaotian, make a quick circular rotation with your hands, and now he was already fighting back this blow. And he held his opponent's fist tightly with his hands. And a second later, with a quick spin and signature move, he pushed his opponent aside. As it fell, it rotated 360 degrees around its axis. Having slightly recovered from the fall, the representative of the quicksand squatted down on one knee. This was the technique of Tai Chi, Mr. Fan. I thought it was war. When did he learn Mr. Fan's techniques? The war of quicksand was at a loss. I think it would be problematic to drag this out too long. Let's end this now, the masked man said. Suddenly, a girl holding an iron in her hands came out into the courtyard of the house. She made a very angry expression on her face, screamed loudly, and began to swing this iron, trying to strike her opponent. You, get out of here, I told you. This made our hero very angry. He even shouted at the girl, What are you doing? Come back to the house now. No, you saved our lives. I can't let anything happen to you. The girl spoke, continuing to wave the iron. Alas, I really hated you when you offered me a large amount of money, but my opinion has changed, thought Xiaotian Yi exhaled happily. But I didn't expect you to show such courage. Then I can't retreat either, the young man said to the charming woman. Damn it, what are you doing? Why flirt with this beauty if you know you're going to die soon? The representative of the quicksand spoke. All the wars began to move and advance on our hero to attack him. Suddenly, from somewhere above, as if from the sky, a man in white clothes jumped down. He jumped down right in front of the quicksand representatives. Slowly, like a feather, he landed on his feet and stood in front of the warriors. It was Jian Yuanhuan. Long white hair, white pants, a long white robe, and a sword hung behind his belt. All representatives of the quicksand organization stopped abruptly. They were confused. They realized that standing in front of them was the #1 swordmaster in the world. The master made several instant blows with his sword and stopped. It was clear that several corpses were lying on the ground. Take their bodies with you, the swordmaster said in a calm voice. The remaining representatives of the quicksand were in shock and simply terrified. Is it you, Xia Tian? The swordmaster asked the young man. That's right. My name is Xia Tian. Opening his mouth in surprise, our hero began to think. This man was so fast that I didn't even notice his movement. You look like him, and you have the same courage. In a kind, calm voice, the man said to the boy. Do you mean my father? Did you really know my father? The young man began to ask again, in an alarming voice. Crush the stone in the necklace, the man said, and pointed with his finger. Why? Is this my mother's inheritance? The young man began to be indignant and held the stone tightly in his hand. Don't worry, boy. This stone was added by your father later. What's inside is your mother's legacy, the swordmaster said. Even so, how can I crush a stone with my bare hands? The young man began to ask the man in an alarming voice. Sweat appeared on his face from excitement. Xia Tian then tightly clenched his fist, which contained the blue stone, and it really began to crumble into small pieces. This simply horrified our hero. He didn't know what would happen next, but he saw a small scroll on his palm. In 1 second he became scared. He held his palm in front of him and saw that among the blue fragments of the stone lay a small scroll of yellow gold color. This is the scroll. That's what those people asked me, and it really is here. Xia Tianyi spoke and continued to look at the small scroll in his hands. Your father would want you to take good care of it. That's why it was hidden in your most important pendant, the swordmaster told the boy. My father? Tell me, who was he? Please, I'm very interested, the young man asked with excitement in his voice. He would like you to live an ordinary life in peace and tranquility. So all I can tell you, boy, is that he was a great man, the swordmaster said. The life of an ordinary person? Do you think I'm living it now? The young man asked in surprise, clutching the scroll in his hand. That's why you're here to be my student, the swordmaster said in a calm voice. Be your student? The young man was very surprised. Xia Tian quickly fell to one knee, clasped his hands in front of him and said, I salute the master. Less than 6 days left for college exam access. It is your father's wish that you pass the exam, so don't miss it. Just come to me every day after school to study, the swordmaster said. Yes, master, the boy answered. A girl ran up to the young man and began to lift him up and hold him with her hands. Xia Tian, are you okay? Answer without being silent. The girl spoke. It's good that now I'm not a loser who can only do nothing, our hero thought at that moment. And we, dear friends, are transported to the very college where our hero should go. Xia Tian walked slowly down the street, and a girl with red hair caught up with him from behind and screamed, Master, wait for me. When will you teach me martial arts? The young man stopped and looked back. Here again, don't pester me. I have to learn martial arts myself from my master. Didn't we agree that if I became your wife, you would teach me martial arts? Said the girl with red hair, and was constantly indignant and spoke loudly and loudly. Who told you the answer is yes? You're not my type at all. The young man answered loudly and covered his ears with his hands. I wonder what type of girls my master likes then. The girl with red hair asked indignantly, folding her hands in front of her. At least not in such a non-standard form as you. Irritably, the young man answered, and pointed his hand at the appearance of this girl. Sister Huo, don't become like him. One friend spoke. Yes, don't become. Another friend spoke. It's just makeup. The girl with red hair answered proudly. I'll change it. You two the same, let's change it. What? The friends asked indignantly. And at this time our Xia Tian went to a fast food restaurant. When our hero entered a fast food restaurant at a table, two charming girls were already sitting there, one of whom was his cousin. The cousin raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Xiatian, come here and join us." Xiatian walked over to the girls at the table and pulled out the red chair to sit down and talk next to them. "Did you scare me to death yesterday? Are you okay after this?" All subsequent problems were resolved by Master Shu. The cousin spoke. "Would you like to call and thank him?" "Everything is fine now, don't worry. I spoke to Senior Shu on the phone." The young man answered his sister, and then I thought, but it was not I who thanked him, but he himself, because I agreed to take part in the tournament for his sake, to settle the differences between him and his nephew. But looking at his influence, his strength is quite significant, so it's not a loss that he owes me a favor. The boy continued to think and drink his drink through a straw. "Pervert, this is my Coca-Cola." The cousin's friend screamed loudly, indignant. "Oh, sorry, please," the boy said. "Okay, are you okay? Can I ask you something?" Sister became interested. "Oh, when did my cousin start begging me?" the boy said, smiling. "But I'm not begging you, I'm asking you to do something for me." The cousin smiled. "What is the true essence of the cousin?" the boy laughed. "Are you making fun of me?" Sister began to get angry. "This afternoon you will play basketball for the art department," the cousin said to her brother. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the girl fell silent and looked as if through her brother. A young man with blonde hair and a white t-shirt appeared in a fast food restaurant. Next to him stood a beautiful girl, who leaned her hand on his shoulder. "What is this search for external help?" this girl said mockingly. Near the table with our heroes stood three young men, one of whom was holding a basketball. It was clear from the look that our heroes did not like such a meeting. The girl continued to mock and talk. "I heard that your art department is full of women and bitches, and that you can't even recruit enough people to play basketball." Xiatian looked at the girl who stood opposite him wearing short shorts and a blue t-shirt. He grabbed his head and said, "Height is 175 centimeters, leg length is 114 centimeters. This body is perfect. Come to me to become my little wife." The girl in short tats and a blue t-shirt was very angry and beside herself. She screamed loudly, "Scum! What are you talking about? You simply add to the number of people with such scoundrels. You better admit defeat right now," the girl in shorts said in a satisfied voice and pointed her finger at our hero. The cousin could not stand it and began to speak. "You shouldn't care who I find. Better remember our bet. If you lose, you must call me Sister Shu when you see me in the future. Of course, if you lose, call me Sister Yan when you see me in the future." The girl in shorts answered quickly. "Just according to Arena it is. These two haven't even been together for 3 years. If you look at them from the outside, they just behave like children." Our hero smiled and thought about this. "You know, I also want to make a bet with you." "Fine," Xiatian Wu asked the charming stranger. "And what's your bet, boy?" the stranger asked our hero sharply. "Bet on this basketball match. If you lose, then from now on you are my little wife. When you see me, you should call me Big Husband." "I see you're just looking for your death," the girl screamed loudly, indignantly, and kicked her foot. The young man quickly grabbed this leg with his hand, so she didn't even have time to hit either the table with her foot or his body. "What the hell are you doing?" the cousin shouted indignantly and slapped her brother in the face with a strong blow. "I'll make a bet with you, and if you lose, you'll run around the school naked." "This is my desire," said the stranger in shorts. After which the beautiful stranger in shorts turned around and told her guys who came with her, "Let's get out of here, boys. There's nothing to catch here. You have a lot of sass. Do you still want my nemesis to become your wife?" The cousin was indignant. Little wife. Only a little wife. Our hero was justified. He understood that there was only one fist, that of his cousin, from which he was unable to dodge. So the day of the basketball game arrived. The action takes place on the school sports ground. This time, I'll only send one level 1 player and use all the other level 2 players. Don't tell me I'm making fun of you. The beautiful stranger spoke to our cousin. "Are these all the players we have?" Xiatian Wu asked his cousin. Behind them were 2 very thin boys in sportswear. "Just wait," the cousin answered. 2 guys walked towards them. They said loudly, "We are here," and stopped. "These are my third-party assistants, Hu Peng and Yan Shu," cousin said. Well, at least we already have a basic number of players, our hero said, smiling. All the fans started shouting different slogans and calls. Go basketball team, go ahead fan. Fan Lee, the cousin asked in surprise, and looked at the fans. I love flowers, I love applause. I know that I am beautiful, but I just want to be a handsome guy in peace and quiet. The young man with blonde hair spoke. Fan Lee is their main player. He is tall, good on the ball, and very popular at school. The girl thought. You are a narcissist. I'll let you go and drink my special drink if all you care about is being pretty and ruining my affairs. The girl said indignantly, and pulled this guy along with her. Yes, I'll play well. Tell me, do you want 50 points or 100 points? The young man made excuses. Unfortunately, there is no one to even cheer for the art department, our hero said indignantly, looking at the crowd of people who came to watch this match. I'm on the support team here. A charming blonde in a luxurious, see-through dress said in a loud voice. No. I turned on the through-view mode, our hero thought, because he saw this girl practically naked. You guys can play any position. Don't forget to pass the ball to me when you have it, our hero said confidently to the rest of the players. It would be better if the two of them could win the game alone. I don't want to show my strength on the basketball court yet, Xiatian thought. The referee of this game put the source in his mouth and whistled loudly. This meant the start of the game. Just a few seconds later, the players in a white uniform with blonde hair were already scoring a basketball into the basket with a beautiful throw from above. Everyone who was rooting for this team raised their hands in the air and cheered in anticipation of their team's victory. It looks like things are not that simple, our hero thought, looking at what was happening on the basketball court. The game continued, and the team our player was playing on was wielding a sword and trying to attack the opponent's basket. The player in blue uniform was holding the ball in his hands. The best player of the opponent stood in front of him in a white t-shirt and with blonde hair. Who should you pass to? This player thought. It is possible to give pass who pen. Although not a fact, there are already two players near him. Yes, everything that is true has already been blocked. The players moved quickly around the basketball court, confusing their moves. Our hero found himself under the hoop, raised his hand up, and asked for a pass to be given to him faster. It took just a few seconds to receive the pass and score the ball in the basket. His player noticed that Xiatian was asking him to give him his ball. He was just about to do this, when suddenly, with a strong blow to the ball, a player in a white t-shirt knocked it out of our player's hands. The player in the blue t-shirt was upset and disappointed. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. He was left without the ball, and the player in a white t-shirt with blonde hair was simply moving towards their basket at a furious speed. I wonder why he didn't pass to someone during all this time. Looking at what was happening, Xiatian began to think. Then our hero looked at the scoreboard, which showed the score of this game. His team lost by as much as 40 points. Then the whistle blew, and the teams went to break. The two players in blue were very indignant towards the rest of their players. We are two professionals. How can we manage these three amateurs? One player said. Quiet, said the player with glasses. After all, you were told about the situation when you came to play. Why scold us if you can't beat them now? Another player added. Besides, it's not that we can't help at all. It's just that you didn't give us the ball. I don't care, the player with purple hair answered. I don't play anymore. Play with whoever you want. Anyway, this score can no longer be corrected. What should we do, Ching Shui? If they both leave, we won't have enough players to continue the match. This is some kind of dead end, the girl said. The player with purple hair drank water from his bottle and glanced at the two beautiful girls. He drank water and thought, if these two beauties had come and begged me, then perhaps I might have changed my mind. At this moment, Xiatian decided to ask, guys from the art department, two more, come over, anyone? And several people immediately raised their hands. Since you can't fight back, I'll show you the difference in ability, our hero said quietly. He looked at the playing court and began to evaluate each opponent. The player with purple hair began to loudly indignant and scream, you are mediocrity, you are an amateur. Are you crazy? If you can get back at me, I'll be here barking like a dog. So the second half of this basketball game begins. The art department team enters the playground. At the head is Xiatian himself. Let's see what other tricks he can do, said the player with purple hair. Basketball is a real man's sport, and he thinks he can win with a bunch of weaklings. Idiot, added a second player to the entire t-shirt line. Great, they quarreled among themselves. And this time we have very little time left to play. Slyly smiled and said out loud, rival in a white t-shirt. Just keep making three-pointers. A girl with long red hair supported him. The whistle blew, and this basketball battle began. Our hero was in possession of the ball at that moment. The players in white uniforms were distributed throughout the court and overlapped the players in blue uniforms. After making sure that all his teammates were blocked by his opponent, our hero made one right decision. Almost from his score, he swung across the entire field and made a throw into the opponent's basket. The fans who watched this match were simply shocked. What is he doing? He jumps from under his own basket. One fan shouted, "Is he really going to throw the ball?" Another fan shouted. Xiatian hit the ball on the floor several times. Then he jumped high and made a beautiful throw into the far basket. The ball seemed to fly for so long that time stopped. Each player and all fans watched the trajectory of the basketball into the opponent's basket. A few seconds later, the ball fell clearly and evenly into the opponent's hoop. In the stands, the fans began to rejoice, applaud, and whistle. Wow! What kind of throw was that? The fans rejoiced. The first 3 points for the team in blue appeared on the scoreboard. Xiatian raised his finger up and said loudly, "This is just the beginning." They continued to shout from the stands about him such phrases as, "He is simply a basketball genius." The cousin's sister and her friend were shocked. "This is crazy," a friend said. "I don't even understand how this is possible." Sister admired. After scoring a 3-point shot, our hero took over the game. With deft and quick movements, he moved around the basketball court, dribbling one opponent after another. None of the opponents had time to stop our hero because the speed of reaction exceeded each of them. Therefore, each of his passes along the court to someone else's hoop ended in success and a goal scored. So it continued over and over again. Each attack was crowned with victory. It only took a few seconds for the young man to beat each player in a light uniform and be already under the opponent's ring. There was only a moment and a few steps left to make the final throw. And literally a second later, our hero pushed off strongly from the playing court, jumped up, and scored a basketball into the basket with a beautiful blow from above. The whistle blew, and the match was over. 111 points were scored by the team in blue uniform, which was captained by Xiatian himself. All the guys stood near our hero and discussed the game, but especially the individual qualities of the main player of this team. It was cool. It was amazing, the guys spoke. And 2 professional players in the blue forum stood aside and watched what was happening. Again to the head, and they were overcome with envy. "This bastard is very lucky," said the player with purple hair. "Forget it, ignore him, and that's it. Let's get out of here." Another player said, "Don't leave. Wait a second, I remember someone said that he would bark like a dog. I think that time has come. It's very interesting to see this." The young man said, "You're just all in cahoots. This doesn't count. Let's compete again. If you win, I will bark like a dog," said the player with purple hair. "So that you understand, I'm not afraid of you either," the player in blue answered loudly. "This boy is truly a basketball genius. If I can get him on the basketball team, I don't know how strong he will be in the future." Looking at our hero, the girl with red hair thought. But once he told me, the girl continued to remember, "If you lose, call me a big man." How can I call him that? I thought about it all the time. The girl was angry, nervous, and did not know what to do. Xiatian said as he walked past a beautiful stranger with red hair, "How about that thing you said earlier, about the bet?" The cousin stood up. "Brother, forget it. Leave it alone. I don't think she will keep her promise. Or do you think that I am one of those people for whom words are just an empty phrase?" The stranger with red hair shouted loudly and indignantly. Her honor and pride were hurt. The beautiful stranger gathered her thoughts and shouted loudly, "Sister Zhu, great husband." Xiatian was a little indignant. "Did that sound normal?" Cousin added. "No, it sounded like she was shouting to my husband." But the beautiful stranger with red hair quickly turned around and ran away from them. After this basketball game, our hero named Xiatian went to the house where the swordmaster lived. Xiatian stopped in the courtyard, closed his eyes, raised his head up to the sky and thought, "These little things in everyday life are completely unimportant." Approaching footsteps were heard to the side. The young man noticed that the sword master himself was coming towards him. "Good afternoon, master, you are here," our hero said, and began to worship his teacher. "Your father never said anything about martial arts because he didn't want you to follow in his footsteps. But you entered this world, and I will fulfill my promise to your father," the master said. "Today I will teach you the immortal steps of wandering clouds and a sharp finger." The master also added, "Sharp fingers?" the young man asked the master. There was a sea of curiosity in his eyes, and he began to remember. "I have only seen this martial art technique in the TV series. It seems that it was Lu Xiaofeng. Does such a martial art really exist?" The swordmaster continued to speak. "Yes, my boy, this is your father's most famous technique back then. So my father must have been a master in the past." After these words, the teacher began to think, and our hero began to burst with curiosity. "Let's see if I can find out something about my father. Personally, I have never practiced these two martial arts techniques. I confess honestly, therefore I will teach you only by the method of inner strength," the teacher said. "The immortal steps of the wandering clouds come from the Jing and the 8 trigrams. The sharp fingers focus on the acupuncture points on the human body and the accuracy of the attack." The teacher spoke slowly and monotonously. Our hero listened carefully. "Speaking about this since childhood, my father asked me to study 100 schools of thought, and Jing, and 8 trigrams, and acupuncture points of the human body. All this was taught to me by my father. At the time I thought it was my father's hobby, but I had no idea or understanding that this was the foundation that had been laid for me since then. You have the best talent I've ever seen," the teacher began to speak, "and you can take your father's martial arts to the next level." Meanwhile, in one of the bars in this city, 2 guys began to pester a beautiful girl. A young man with purple hair is there talking. "Beauty, how about you have a drink with us?" His friend kept adding and talking. "Come on, don't be afraid." Then one of the guys grabbed the girl's hand and began to pull her towards him. This obsessively began to flow into obvious rudeness. "Put me down," the girl screamed. Then the girl saw a guy with purple hair and screamed loudly, "Yin Shu." The guy looked at her but did not do anything. "Yin Shu, let's keep screaming, girl. Help me, please. They pester me." The girl was a little scared. When the young man with purple hair said, "Buy things, become my girlfriend, and then I will help you. How can you take advantage of the fact that a person is in danger?" The girl answered. Soon our cousin's friend appeared. "Qing Shui, what happened?" "Thanks, friend, what are you doing?" "Release your sister immediately," a young man with glasses shouted. "Wait!" A man with a bottle in his hands answered with a loud squeal. "You won't be able to avoid these troubles. Our sports department will be very close. If you agree to be my girlfriend, then I will send someone here," said the young man with purple hair. "I was daydreaming. Don't even think about it." Very angry, the cousin shouted back. "Well, let's leave this aside. Last time I talked about betting." The young man with purple hair continued talking. Suddenly the young man heard loud footsteps behind him. He fell silent abruptly. A huge, muscular, big man appeared behind him. The man asked in a quiet but rough voice, "Are you her boyfriend?" The young man immediately became frightened and began to answer in a trembling voice, No, I don't know her at all." A healthy, pumped-up man got angry and said, "No, it's you. Girl, let's go have a drink with me. We'll have a good time," the man said. The young people who stood nearby began to be indignant. The guy with the glasses said, "Stop pestering our girl. What do you even want from her?" another young man asked. "And you youngsters better get out of sight and take care that I don't break your neck," the healthy bald man said, smiling. The girl was nervous and worried. He had a look of panic and fear on his face. She picked up the phone and began pressing buttons. At this moment our hero was in the house. Xiatian's phone suddenly rang. An unknown number was written on the screen. Xiatian was currently training and working out with dumbbells. He maintained his physical fitness. The young man picked up the phone and heard the alarming voice of his sister cousin. "What? Okay, I'll come now," the boy answered. Our hero quickly began to get ready and put on his shirt. "It's time to practice the skills the master taught me," the young man thought. He quickly got dressed and ran out of the door straight into the street as fast as he could. First of all, these are the immortal steps of wandering clouds, our hero thought at that second. Xiatian jumped out onto the road and began to run with all his might. He ran so fast that his speed even overtook cars driving along the road. One of the drivers sitting behind the wheel saw a young man overtaking his moving car. He was simply in shock. What is it? How is this possible? The driver was surprised. Literally a few minutes later, our hero was already near this hot establishment where his sister cousin got into trouble. Big, very bald. The man stood and was indignant to the whole room. What are you looking at? It's none of your business, you know. Go home. The bald man spoke. And after a few seconds, the young people were lying on the floor and writhing in pain. They got it from this healthy bald guy. They don't even know what they're made of, the man said. The bald healthy man laughed throughout the room and spoke. The soundproofing in this room is very good, right? Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one here will hear you. Suddenly a voice came from behind the bald man. Not only will no one hear, the man suddenly froze and fell silent. Not only will no one hear, but no one will see. It was the voice of our hero named Xiatian. He was holding some wires in his left and right hand. The bald healthy man was shocked and screamed indignantly. Where did this kid come from? The rest of his friends began to answer. I didn't notice him. I didn't see him either. Jaden took a fighting stance and began to spin his body with his arms and legs. These movements were so fast that it seemed like a hurricane wind was appearing around him. It's time to put your sharp fingers to the test, our hero thought. This made the big strong bald man very angry. Beat him to death, I order, he told his friends. At the same instant, several young people rushed to attack our hero. Each of them tried to strike the strongest blow and give the young man a good beating. Xiatian stood calmly and controlled the situation. With his X-ray gaze, he had already calculated the movement of each participant in this brawl. He was just waiting for the right opportunity. And as soon as this occasion came, the young man began to use his signature techniques, which the master taught him. He quickly moved near these people and inflicted his insidious blows with his hands and feet on each of them. The offenders flew in different directions and groaned in pain. Less than a minute passed, and now all the participants in this fight were lying on the floor, and our hero put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at them. Xiatian, you're just great, said sister cousin. You did such a great job of dealing with each of them. After these words, our hero turned around and saw that the main boss of this company remained, the same healthy bald man. The healthy bald man was filled with fear. In rage and fear he screamed loudly, "Who the hell are you?" Then the young man walked up to the big bald man and grabbed his shirt with his hand. You recently said that this room is very well soundproofed, right? Not immediately after these words, Xiatian pushed the offender forward with a strong kick of his foot. A tall, healthy, pumped-up bald man, screaming in pain, flew several meters to the side. The blow was so strong that his back crashed into the wall. A pumped-up bald man was lying on the floor and begging for mercy. No one will come, even if you scream at the top of your lungs. The young man answered him. Xiatian closed the door to this private room behind him. Now in this room, there was only him and this big, healthy offender. Girls and boys stood near this door and listened to what was happening there. The sounds of fighting and fighting were heard from behind the closed door. The guys continued to stand near the door and listen. They continued to hear sounds of help, cries of breaking bones. After a few minutes, everything calmed down and became quiet. And after a few seconds, the door of this room began to slowly open. Our hero named Xiatian began to leave the room. There was not a single bruise or scratch on him. He was in full bloom and pleased with himself. And then he said, "It's all over." Then the door to the room opened completely, and immediately the girls and boys saw the following picture. A healthy, pumped-up man was lying on the floor, completely beaten. His body was covered in cuts and bruises. An ambulance and police arrived at the building of this drinking establishment. Several police officers quickly ran into the building. People on the street began to talk. "What's happening?" one girl asked. "I heard that there was a fight between bandits." Another girl answered. The police entered the building and began questioning everyone. "Wait, why are you taking him away? He is the one who saved us all." The cousin was indignant. The policeman answered, "We just took him in to help us with our investigation." Girl, please don't interfere in our business. Xia Tian was in a good mood and smiling. Don't worry, sister. My case should not be considered as an attack, but as self-defense. Nothing will happen to me. Trust me. But the cousin was very worried, and worried about her beloved brother. She understood that some injustice was happening now. The pumped-up big bald man was placed on a stretcher and taken away in an ambulance. Find the best lawyer, the man shouted loudly. Find Mr. Liu. This story can't end like this. My cousin watched all this and heard everything. I don't know what other trump cards he has, so I will have to deal with this knowledge, the cousin said, and began to call her mother. Mom, something happened to Xia Tian. I already know, Mom answered. I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry, my girl. After talking with my mother's daughter, she immediately began dialing the number on the phone. Help was needed urgently. Hello, Mr. Zhu, Mom said. I have a favor to ask of you. I want you to help out a good guy, the gentleman answered. Save someone? You know, whether there is or not is not very important. I can't do anything. But my mother still continued to insist on her opinion. The person I want you to save is Long's son. What? Mr. answered. Is this Mr. Long's son? Wait, I'll take care of it. And at that moment they asked my mother, Miss, is something wrong? After this question, my mother put the phone on the table. A girl and a man were sitting in front of the woman. They sat in armchairs and looked attentively at the woman. Mom answered, It's okay, let's continue talking about Bing Bing. After some time, our hero named Xia Tian was already leaving the police station building. He came out in a good mood with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. The young man looked back at the police station and thought, It's strange. They said that they would at least sue me for assault and bodily harm. Why did they let me go after one phone call? The young man walked slowly down the street and admired the good weather, although he was constantly spinning different thoughts about what was happening in his head. There was a lot he didn't understand. A second later, our hero's phone rang. He picked up the phone and answered, Hello. A voice came from the phone. You're a capable guy. You suddenly became good at fighting. You met Yin, right? So it was my aunt? You helped me, right? Do you know Yin? He is now my master, the boy said. That's what I thought. Come over tomorrow, I want to talk to you, Aunt said. I wonder what my aunt wants to tell me, our boy thought. It was a very beautiful warm evening. Bright white stars have already begun to appear in the sky. There were bright and beautiful advertising signs on the houses. Walking around the city, our hero approached the street cafe. There were many cozy tables on different sides of the street, and the young man thought that he could have dinner here. As soon as the young man sat down at his table and began to look at the menu, beautiful girls approached him. He began to understand long ago that he had become popular with girls and women. And you are beautiful, said the girl in the red dress. Next to our hero stood two charming girls. One was in a red luxurious short dress, and the second had a sporty style. Handsome brother, can we share this table with you? Asked the beauty in a red dress. Our hero at that moment was simply pleased with himself. He felt like a star. It is an honor for me to have dinner at the same table with such two beautiful girls, said the young man. Just say yes. You don't have to flirt with anyone, the girl answered in sportswear. It won't be like that. This guy is just very kind and well-mannered. This is rare now, the girl in the red dress said, and began to calm her friend down a little. Our hero sat and admired these beauties. He didn't understand why these girls sat down at his table. After all, there were a lot of empty tables nearby. Xia Tian looked closely and very carefully at the inappropriate behavior of the girl in sportswear. And then he said, Miss, you are sick. This greatly angered the girl in blue sportswear. She slammed her fist on the table and spoke loudly. You're the one who's sick. You're just a terrible scoundrel. I'll put you in jail for harassment. A friend in a red dress tried to calm her down. No, you're wrong. I'm not harassing you. I'm just saying that you're very sick. Our hero continued to look at the girl and talk. Tell me, have you been suffering from insomnia or dry mouth and bad mood lately? If I'm not mistaken, you won't live to see 30, the boy said in a calm voice. The girl was shocked and even changed her face. How do you know? Who are you? She asked the guy. Xia Tian continued to look closely at the girl in the blue sports suit. At this moment, his senses and vision were working, and then he issued a phrase. To be precise, you only live until you are 27. Isn't it next year? the girl in the tracksuit asked in a calm but upset voice. The girl in the red dress was simply shocked by this information. Sister Bean don't believe his stupidity. The girl spoke. She spoke and reassured. "Let's go. I don't want to eat anymore," the beauty in a blue tracksuit said, got up from the table and began to leave this establishment. "Hey, wait. What if there is a cure for this disease?" the girl in the red dress asked our hero in an alarming voice. The young man laughed. "Now she is so angry that if I told her about the treatment, she would attack me and beat me." The beautiful girl in the red dress was heartbroken. She began to understand that everything said was true. "What is the treatment?" the girl asked. And then quietly and absolutely calmly our hero answered, "Just become my wife." The girl in the red dress simply did not expect such a daring answer. Her eyes widened in surprise. She expected anything, but not such an answer. And a second later, the girl in the red dress laughed loudly at the top of her voice. "You're so funny," the girl said. After which, the girl handed our hero her business card with a phone number and said, "I'm going to convince her, and don't forget to call me later." And then a charming girl in a red dress leaned towards our hero's head, kissed him, and said in a quiet, languid voice, "Agreed?" Xiatian was simply beaming with happiness. The girl in the red dress got up and went to catch up with her friend. "Bing Bing, wait for me, don't rush." Our hero watched these beauties with a greedy gaze. "She just came up and kissed my forehead, but she asked absolutely nothing about the price." The young man was fascinated by these girls. He sat at the table for a long time, did not eat anything, and constantly remembered every movement and every word of these beautiful girls. The next morning came. The weather was great. Our young man ran to a large building where his aunt was. Of course he was late and understood that now he could get into trouble for this. Therefore, every minute counted, and he was in a hurry. "Oh no, I'm late. How embarrassing. Now I will definitely get it from my aunt." Our hero thought about this and ran even faster down the corridor. Within a moment, the young man was pressing the doorknob of his aunt's office. Xiatian entered the office and immediately began to apologize. "Sorry, Aunt, I'm late." His aunt was sitting in a chair opposite her. A girl and a man were sitting with her. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. It was a woman's voice. "It's you?" A question was asked to our hero. Xiatian froze in surprise. Opposite his aunt was the same girl. The girl he liked and the girl he talked about dying to. Our hero's aunt was surprised. "Do you know each other?" she asked her nephew. "How could I know such a scoundrel?" A beautiful girl in a blue sports jacket began to be indignant. The girl sitting next to her said, "Bing Bing, what are you talking about?" Xiatian sat down on the sofa next to his aunt. "What did you do to the girl?" she asked her nephew indignantly. "Believe me, nothing." Our hero was justified. "Anyway, this is the groom I found for you," the aunt said about her nephew, pointed at him with her hand and smiled. The girl's face immediately changed. Her eyes became wide in surprise and her mouth opened. She didn't expect this at all. Xiatian was also shocked by his aunt's words. His face changed, and they practically shouted in unison, only one question. What? A charming girl in a blue sports jacket jumped up from her chair and began to be indignant. Tall and majestic, handsome, attractive, suave and elegant. "This is not the same as what I asked." She spoke, pointing her finger at the young man. "It's not like I'm asking you to marry him. I just want to help your father get through this difficult time." Aunt spoke and smiled. The young man smiled and thought at that moment, "Auntie, you are so brave that I can't even argue with you." A charming girl in a blue sports jacket just stood there and was silent. She didn't know what to say in this situation. Then everyone began to bow and talk. "Thank you very much for your help." Walking along a long corridor with his aunt, our hero began to find out. "What does this all mean? Do you want me to pretend to be her fiancé?" "Yes, this Mayor Lin is a good person, but he has no background. And his daughter is persecuting Yu Wenhao from the Yu Wen family. So I suggest you be a shield to help them," Aunt said. "Does my aunt trust me that much? Do you really want me to fight such a powerful family?" Kazal Xiatian. "Because I know that tigers don't have children with dogs," Aunt answered. "For you say, but I don't even know what my parents are like." "You don't tell me anything about them," the young man said. "Okay, in exchange for your help I'll give you some information." "Is your mom still alive?" Aunt continued. After these words, our hero suddenly stopped and froze. His eyes widened in surprise. He was filled with joy. They went outside to the car. The aunt walked ahead, and our hero caught up with her. "That's it? So what next? Where is my mom now?" The boy asked a question. "It will be better if you know," Auntie quickly answered. "If one day I disappear too, then please take care of Ching Shui. She is the only cousin. Fine?" the aunt said and got into her company car. The young man stood and did not know what to say. In just a few minutes, he received so much information about his mother that now I didn't know how to live with it. The next day came. It was a beautiful sunny summer day. Our hero was walking down the street and constantly turning thoughts in his head. After Auntie said it, I didn't want to ask any more questions. He probably had a reason for not telling me. But I didn't expect that she would take the opportunity to give me a challenge. And I took it and agreed to it. I'm such a wimp. The boy continued to think. "Xiaotian, could you do me a favor?" Auntie spoke then, and I immediately answered, "Okay." The young man constantly recalled this scene. Suddenly a loud female scream was heard. "Thief! Thief!" Xiaotian abruptly stopped and turned back to see what was happening there. Behind him, a motorcyclist on an orange motorcycle snatched the girl's purse and tried to escape from the crime scene. A motorcyclist passed a young man at high speed, and in the chapter of our hero, a plan has already matured. The motorcycle was traveling at very high speed, and every second was moving further and further away from our hero. Xiaotian tightly clenched his hand into a fist and said, "You showed up just in time, boy. I was just looking for a way to vent my anger now." And the young man continued to clench his hand into a fist with even greater force. So it seemed that his tendon ligaments were already crunching. "Immortal steps," the young man said loudly. And after this phrase, he quickly began to move after the motorcycle. Immortal steps of wandering clouds. The young man continued to talk and picked up his running speed even more. Every second he runs faster and faster. He knew that his ability was enough to catch up with this motorcycle. The motorcyclist changed gears and began to pick up speed. He moved even faster. He rode and laughed out loud. "Who can catch up with me? Who? My horse has so much horsepower." But in fact, the young man was already approaching the motorcycle. There was just a little time left, and he would catch up with him. The motorcyclist saw in the mirror that a guy was catching up with him. He was so surprised that he opened his helmet. "Who are you? Where do you have so much strength to catch up with my motorcycle?" he asked the young man. At this time, Xiaotian was already running next to the motorcycle. Then the guy pushed off strongly from the ground and jumped right on top of the Nazi. Xiaotian grabbed the motorcyclist with his hands. He performed his signature techniques that the master taught him. Then, with a strong throw, he pulled him out of the motorcycle and threw it to the side. The motorcycle continued to move quickly, but its driver was already flying to the side. The motorcycle immediately fell to the side of the road and started smoking, but the wheels continued to spin quickly. And on the other side of the road, covered in dust and screaming in pain, lay the motorcycle driver. He lay there and could not get up. "You deserve it," the young man said loudly and confidently to the motorcyclist. Then he lifted the woman's purse up and went to meet the girl. At that second, our hero heard some steps behind him. These steps were coming faster and faster towards him. The boy stopped. I looked around. Behind our hero stood a girl in a blue tracksuit and was already striking the young man in the head with her left foot. Xiaotian quickly and easily grabbed that leg with his left hand and stopped it. It was easy for him. The charming girl was surprised how it was so easy and simple that he guessed the trajectory of the blow of her foot, as if he knew what she would do now. "Bing Bing, is it you again?" Carefully, the young man asked the girl. At the moment he didn't understand what else she could do to him. Last time she screamed, accused him of harassment, and now she just decided to sneakily kick him. "You're a scumbag. Don't call me that. My name is Lin Bing Bing. Only this way and no other way," the girl said indignantly and again began to swing her arms and legs towards the guy. "I'm a police officer," the pretty girl said and showed her ID with a photo. "You are suspected of robbery, and you are caught with a stolen bag. Come with me." "I?" the young man asked in surprise and laughing. "It's not me. On the contrary, I helped. If it weren't for me, this bag would have gone very far with that motorcyclist." After some time, the same woman in a dress from whom the motorcyclist had snatched her bag from her hands ran up to the young man, or girl. "It's not him. This is a misunderstanding." A woman screamed. "Look, he wasn't the one who stole my bag. He was the one who helped me get it back. He's just a hero." The woman continued talking. "This all sounds a little confusing," the girl in the blue tracksuit said, and grabbed her head. "Basically, he's a bag thief." The young man named Xia Tianyi said, and pointed his finger to the side. "Take this, here's your bag," our hero said in a satisfied and calm voice, and began to give away the woman's handbag. The woman smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you. And here's another," the guy said and handed the money to the girl. "What is this? I don't understand at all why you give me your money. My money is still there in my purse," the girl answered. At this moment the young man laughed. "Have you forgotten? It was I who borrowed money from you at the hospital. I should have returned it a long time ago, but I forgot. Sorry." "Oh, you're the same guy from last time." The girl began to speak in surprise. "Of course I remember you. Yes, it's me," the guy answered. "3 under the very guy who didn't take 5 million. I began to remember and laugh. Girl, is that really all you remember? My name is Xia Tian," he said. The young man also laughed. "Thank you for today, and for saving my bag. Will you have time? I'd like to invite you to lunch," the girl said. "Sorry, but another time. I have things to do today," the young man said, waved his hand at her and began to leave. "Wait, I need to take a statement from you," a girl in a blue tracksuit screamed loudly after her. Our hero went about his business, and the girl continued to look at his back and think, "I wonder why this guy runs so fast. Where does this gift come from?" After what was happening on the street, the young, beautiful girl went to the very tall building where she had recently been practically married off. A girl in a blue tracksuit opened the door to the room and said, "Sorry for being late. I encountered one case right on the street, and I just brought the thieves to the police station." And after the girl said this, she was simply shocked. She fell silent abruptly, and her eyes began to widen. Surprise knew no bounds. In the room, at the table next to his aunt, was the same young man who had just recently caught up with the motorcycle and taken her purse. It was the same Xia Tian. He sat calmly at the table and drank a drink. "Why is it you again? Why is it always you? Are you stalking me?" There was loud indignation. Girl in a blue tracksuit. "Over the past few days, you have come into my life too much. I don't understand what's going on at all." The girl was indignant, and our hero just sat silently and smiled. "Why don't you ask how I'm doing? What kind of bad manners are these? Where does this ignorance come from?" The young man spread his arms to the sides and smiled. "This time you will need to work with him," the aunt said to the girl in a stern voice. "What? Work with him?" the girl asked indignantly. "Maybe. This mission involves tracking down the location where the level 3 killer, Dark Knight, is hiding. Once you complete this task, you will be able to join the Special Operations Division." The aunt continued to talk, and the girl listened attentively. "But I wanted to object, girl." "None but," Auntie answered harshly. "Remember, the rules of the Special Operations Department is not to ask questions about people or things that you have nothing to do with." The woman continued talking. "Xia Tian, here is information about this person. You have to find him before he finds out about it," the aunt said and handed her nephew a blue folder with documents. Xia Tian took the documents in his hands and began to look at them. Aunt continued talking. "Have you always wanted to know about your father's past? When do what you're told." It was late evening, and the stars scattered all over the sky. Our heroes left the building, and the girl in a blue sports suit immediately began to talk. "I'm warning you, this is the only chance to get into the Special Operations Department. If you fail, I will make you suffer. I was asked to help you, and you didn't even thank me," the guy answered calmly. "I don't need your help. Is this clear? I don't see how you can help me." Looking into the eyes, the girl spoke. "Let's do a test," the young man said. "Do you know what this man does?" our hero said, and pointed his finger to the side at the man. An unknown young man stood near the bar. He had dark trousers, a light jacket, a light shirt. Basically nothing special. "He looks like a white-collar office worker, right? Or is he a bank employee?" The girl began to throw out her options. "Although I could be wrong. No, it's unlikely. My intuition does not let me down. He's definitely an office worker. The girl continued to reason. No, for example, I think he is a security guard. The young man began to speak. Are you kidding me? Do security guards dress like that? The girl asked indignantly. I said he was a security guard. I didn't say he was at work. Aren't you in regular clothes now? The guy asked the girl. At that moment, near the bar, the men began to communicate. Why are you here in these clothes? One man asked. I worked your shift and didn't have time to change clothes. Another man answered. Our heroes heard this, and the girl was simply surprised. I can't believe it. How did you know this? She asked in surprise. His suit and shoes were clean and well-groomed. This means he doesn't usually wear a suit like this. And every time a car appears in the parking lot, he can't help but appreciate the width of the parking space. The girl in the blue tracksuit was pleasantly shocked and surprised. Now I'll ask you again. Do you think I'm worthy of helping you now? The young man asked in a confident and calm voice. Then you can continue to help me in my search for purpose, she said. The girl quickly grabbed our hero's hand with her hand, and she began to pull him along with her. The two of them began to head towards the bar. We approached the doors to get inside and scout out the situation there. A girl DJ performed on stage and played catchy music. Young people danced around the stage and raised their hands in delight. Friends, show me your hands. Repeat after me. Swing with me. The DJ girl was screaming. Our hero looked at each other. Tell me how we will find him in this crowd now, the police girl asked. Just dance with me, the young man answered. What? The girl asked in surprise. Your search methods are very interesting. Our heroes began to dance. Can you find him? The girl asked. Keep your voice down so they don't hear us. I'll make sure I find him, but there's no need to move so unnaturally. Xia Tian answered. I don't think at all that he will be able to find someone in this dark room, where the lights and music are blinking, and almost no one is visible. Did the girl think at that moment? As long as I have these eyes, I can find you even if you are in the dark or disguised. This is exactly what our hero was thinking about now, looking at all the people in the dark room. Now he relied on his X-ray vision. All the people at this disco continued to jump and dance. They raised their hands up and sang along to the songs that were played in this club. He is not in this room. The young man answered clearly and confidently. I can say this with complete confidence. The girl was indignant. How? But intelligence reported that he was here. The intelligence may be correct. Let's wait, Xia Tian said, hugged his friend by the shoulder, and they began to look at all the people in this club in the rhythm of the dance. Don't touch me, please. The girl began to be indignant. She quickly tried to remove the young man's hand from her shoulder. Okay. I may not even touch you. The young man spoke and smiled about the current situation. The girl at that moment was simply an impregnable fortress. Bartender! Our hero shouted loudly to the entire room. And at that second, Xia Tian noticed something. His gaze stopped. A yellow light appeared in the eyes, began to work in the X-ray view. A man stood near the slightly open door and lit his cigarette. This is him, the young man thought. The bartender broke the silence. Take the wine you ordered, the bartender said. Thanks, I completely forgot about him, the guy answered. Holding the glass in his hand, our hero continued to watch the man. The target has appeared, the guy said. The man continued to smoke near the door. But he doesn't look anything like himself from the profile. The girl expressed her opinion. He just had facial plastic surgery, the guy answered. How do you know this? The girl's curiosity was bursting. Please don't look back. He's standing right behind you, the young man said to the girl in a quiet voice. The beauty froze in place. The man our guys were watching approached the bar and began talking to the bartender. Our heroes had an anxious pause. Xia Tian understood that this man could notice that he was being followed. Or perhaps his partner had already revealed herself long ago. Something had to be done urgently. Then our hero quickly extended his hand forward. At that second he was very determined. With one deft movement of his hand, he grabbed the girl by the head and pressed her to him. Then he immediately kissed me. It was a very passionate kiss, passionate and unexpected. What are you doing right now? The charming girl asked in fear. And she continued to look into the young man's eyes. Don't move. Just don't move, Xia Tian whispered faintly. After that, our hero gently took the girl's chin with his hand and began to move her face towards his lips. Your behavior is too unnatural and will probably be noticed by him. the young man said in a quiet voice. The man they were watching turned around and looked at them. He saw a couple loving each other, kissing passionately. Our friends continued to follow this man. What's next? The girl asked. Let's contact our superiors? How does this idea sound? Our mission was only to find him. Each member of the Quicksand has an assassination task. If we do not intervene in time, then most likely someone will be killed while awaiting orders from above. Xia Tian answered the girl. Do you want to make an immediate arrest? The girl clarified. We should at least try, the young man said, and again passionately kissed the charming girl. The man himself turned around and looked at the couple. Are you still kissing me? This is my first kiss, the girl said. Actually, we came here on missions, not just to kiss. The men continued to sit quietly and wait for something on the bar counter. He didn't drink or eat anything. The bartender approached the man and brought something in his hands. Sir, this is the package that was given to you, the bartender said, and handed this package to the man. The bartender carefully placed the parcel next to the man on the table. Our heroes continued to monitor everything that was happening on the bar counter. Suddenly the man stood up from his seat and spoke loudly to the bartender. Bring me 2 glasses of red bat for the 2 people behind me. Forget everything. Stop pretending. He seems to have noticed, the young man said, lowering his eyes in a frustrated voice. Then why are you kissing me just like that? The girl began to be indignant. Let's go get him. The man began to leave the bar, and the young man named Xia Tian, satisfied, smiled. The girl quickly began to try to catch up with the man leaving the bar. Our hero stayed behind and tried to stop her. Behind the young man, several people appeared, who looked more like security guards than like people relaxing in this bar. Is someone trying to stop us from pursuing him? The boy thought. Xia Tian understood that there would be a brawl and a fight. Therefore he quickly and sharply turned around on his feet in the center of the hall, to be ready to take this fight. Our hero folded 2 fingers on his palm and began to attack these scoundrels. He did everything he was taught, a recent master. Xia Tian moved so fast that the man did not have time to follow him. In a split second, he found himself in one place, then in another. And of course, he delivered his insidious blows. He hit his opponent with 2 fingers directly at the head, and they immediately fell, as if dead. After these blows, they could not even get up. There were only a few people left to eliminate. Therefore, a few more signature blows, and these opponents were already lying on the floor. The men who had just been beaten by one young man did not understand how it happened. They lay on the floor and did not have the strength to get up. What's happening? I don't feel my body. One man spoke. Damn, we missed it, the girl said as she left the bar. This is the man from the Quicksand. It would be strange if you managed to catch up with him. The young man answered calmly. How dare you talk about me like that? Why didn't you leave the bar for so long? The girl began to be loudly indignant. I just left my phone at the bar and went back to get it. Smiling, the young man continued to speak. What the hell? What should we do now? Let me surprise you one more time. You already know us all and can do everything. Confused? The girl said. Don't worry. Wear this one and you'll see, the young man said and handed the glasses to the charming girl. What is this? The girl asked curiously. She held her glasses with both hands and with big eyes looked at everything she saw. I don't believe my eyes. I've never seen anything like this before. The girl spoke in surprise. This is just fantastic. This is night vision powder. My aunt gave it to me. I just took the opportunity to sprinkle some on, the young man spoke. And on the street along the road, there was a white-blue trail. All this was clearly visible through special glasses. The girl was simply delighted. Well then, let's quickly continue the chase. We need to catch up with this scoundrel and quickly deal with him, or at least arrest him. Enthusiastically, the girl said. So are you going to chase him? The young man asked and laughed. Are you serious now? What's wrong? She proudly asked the girl to the young man. You have been discovered. You were discovered because you were unnatural, and now you wear such flashy glasses that it would be strange not to come under suspicion. That's the whole secret. Xia Tian continued to smile and speak. Our hero looked around, saw something and went in that direction. Wait, his girlfriend shouted loudly. Xia Tian saw a girl with vulgar behavior on the side of the road. She was brightly dressed and smoking a cigarette. Our hero caught her attention and called out to her. Listen, here's 500 yuan for you. Please sell me your wig and clothes. Believe me, this is needed for a good cause. About yourself, you will buy more. The young man said to the woman of easy virtue. What are you talking about, crazy? This is my real hair, the woman answered indignantly. Don't pretend you're a man, your stubble is visible. The young man said in a serious voice. After this truth, the women even dropped the cigarette from their hands. You are truly crazy. What are you talking about? The woman continued to be indignant. You won't be able to get more than 100 yuan for your cheap items. So tell me, will you sell them to me, or do you want me to call the police? The young man said in a serious voice and picked up his phone. Frightened, the man, dressed as a woman, quickly began to undress and give his things to our hero. After a few minutes, he was left in only his shorts, and in his left hand he gave away a pink bra. Xia Tian. Even in this situation, thanks to his X-ray vision, he determined that this was not a woman, but a man in disguise. Having taken the things from this transvestite, he took them to his girlfriend. Here, put this on, the young man said and handed the wig to the beautiful girl. If you change your clothes and put on a wig, you can continue your surveillance, the guy said. This is terrible, too disgusting, I don't want it. The girl in the blue tracksuit objected. I don't understand you. Do you still want to be on the special operations team? If so, why can't you even do such a small thing? The young man began to be indignant. The girl picked up the clothes and didn't know what to answer. Because Xia Tian was indeed right now. A few minutes passed, the girl changed clothes and called her friend named Xia Tian. I'm ready. Take a look, what do you think? Thanks, girl. She looked gorgeous, sexy, and simply stunning. She was practically unrecognizable. I made a fool of myself today, knowing that if the mission fails, then you will see what I will do to you. You're definitely not going to get well. I promise you this. The girl was indignant. Our heroes approached another entertaining night establishment. It was a late-night karaoke bar. I think he walked into this karaoke bar. I suggest we come in and have a look around too, the young man said. I wonder if I'm not the only one who can see with night vision jump? How do you know he went there? I began to wonder, girl. This is a professional instinct. I knew when I saw which direction you were looking. Our hero began to come up with excuses so as not to tell the truth. Okay, let's say I believed you, the girl answered. Even now I cannot say that I can see without these glasses. I can't admit to her and tell her that I have some peculiarity and gift. Looking at the girl, the young man thought. Young people entered a karaoke bar. Approaching the reception, they began to ask the girl and the guy. While our hero stood near the reception, he thought, I still can't see through walls with my eyes, but through glass and doors, I can see much more than the average person. Looking around, our hero understood. He's here. His gaze became serious and concentrated. Passing by near one of the doors, he stopped and said to himself again, that he's here. Xia Tian began to carefully look at the door, including his own vision. He saw a girl with green hair standing next to the man. Listen, you dropped the photo, is that your girlfriend? The girl asked at that moment. Xia Tian concentrated, and with his X-ray gaze, saw and examined the photograph in that girl's hands. It was a photograph of Zheng Ru. Give it to me, the man in the suit said loudly, and snatched the photograph from the hands of the girl with green hair. So she's the target of the murder? Our hero thought. An employee of the karaoke bar approached Xia Tian and said, Sir, your room for the two of you is here, and he pointed with his hand to the next door. They're going well, answered the young man. Just be quiet. I found it, Xia Tian said. What? The girl asked in surprise. How did you find it when the night vision powder became almost invisible when you came here? This is impossible. Anyway, I just found it. Listen to me carefully. I'll stay here and you go and report. He shouldn't leave here for a while. The young man spoke. I understand you. I'll do it. The girl agreed. They stopped in the lobby of a karaoke bar and began to discuss the current situation in a quiet voice. The girl took the phone, dialed the number, and began calling to report the current situation. Xia Tian decided to open one of the doors and see what was there. Very quietly, he pressed the doorknob and opened the door. Behind the door was a corridor. He went both to the left and to the right, but most importantly, along the entire perimeter, there were CCTV cameras hanging on the walls closer to the ceiling. There were cameras everywhere. Every 10 meters, there was a video camera hanging on the wall near the ceiling. There was no hiding from this observation. Xiatian just stood near the door for a while and counted the number of video cameras. With his vision, he assessed the situation. I calculated all my moves in advance. An interesting idea came to our hero's mind. He found a coin in his trouser pocket. He carefully pulled it out, and he started fiddling with his fingers. After that, Xiatian pretended that his sneaker laces were untied. He crouched down to tie them while he watched the security camera. And then absolutely imperceptibly, and with a very deft movement of his fingers, he threw this coin to break the video camera. The coin hit the glass. As soon as the video surveillance camera broke, a girl came out of the next door in this corridor. She was waving her hand and saying goodbye to someone at that moment. "Thank you, sir. Please contact me next time." The girl is speaking. Xiatian sat and walked along tying the laces on his sneakers, but he saw everything himself, and most importantly, heard everything. Our hero immediately walked into this open door from which the girl had just come out. He saw a man sitting there, lighting a cigarette. Same hairstyle and same hair color. Xiatian walked through the open door and began to look at the man who seemed already familiar to him. "It's great we met again," our hero said, smiling. The man screamed loudly from surprise and fear. "Who let you in?" He was so overcome with emotion that his hands shook and he dropped his cigarette. Looking at the boy, the man remembered that this was the same one from the bar, and he definitely had to break away from it. The man who was smoking quickly stood up from behind his back and hid the pistol. "I don't understand, or know what you're talking about. Turn around, boy. I'll call the police if you don't leave here now." The man spoke. Our hero immediately decided in 1 second that he needed to quickly run towards this man in order to disarm him. Immortal steps of wandering clouds. He said this phrase out loud, and he ran quickly. The man didn't even have time to think of anything before he received a punch right in the Adam's apple. The blow was so strong that it took his breath away, and he stopped breathing. A few seconds later, having come to his senses, the man began to look around, but there was no one nearby. He didn't even understand who he was aiming his pistol at. She, our hero, was already behind him. With super strength, super speed made him invisible. Hiding behind his back, the man with the gun, our hero grabbed him with his forearm and began to choke him. The man began to sweat from fear and began to scream and call for help. Xiatian did not stop applying the chokehold and squeezed her hands on this scoundrel's throat more and more tightly. This scoundrel's complexion began to turn blue. A few more seconds passed, and the man closed his eyes and passed out. Our hero exhaled heavily and thought, "Not long ago I had to hide from the people of the quicksand, but now I can handle one without much effort. All this, of course, is thanks to the skills that my master taught me." Without signs of life, the man fell to the floor. He was defeated. Xiatian looked at the table on which there was a bottle of liquor and several glasses. On the table he saw an interesting package. "What's inside?" Our hero asked himself a question. Xiatian walked up to the table, unwrapped the package, and saw there an interesting green dagger with a handle on which hieroglyphs were written. "Is this a dagger?" the boy asked himself. "I think that this dagger will be useful to me in the future. Such things are not thrown around," our hero thought. He took it in his hands and tried to wave it in front of him. Then he touched the blade of the dagger with his finger and said, "I have never seen such sharp knives before. This dagger is clearly not for opening cans," our hero thought. "It's a good blade. I'll take it with me." "Don't let the goodness go to waste. Good thing," the young man said and put it under the elastic band of his socks. After some time our heroes met. Xiatian stood quietly and calmly, leaning his back against the wall. He was confident and absolutely calm. The girl approached Xiatian and said, "Your aunt will arrive soon. She asked us to leave as soon as possible, so as not to scare him away." "No problem." "Okay, let's do that," the young man answered. "Today I am truly grateful to you more than ever. You know, when I join the Special Operations Department, I will definitely thank you properly." The girl shared her impressions. Xiatian tried to understand what she meant, And how exactly is she going to thank him? The girl who our hero liked so much waved her hand, shouted goodbye to him, and began to leave. As soon as his girlfriend left, the young man took out his mobile phone and began dialing a number. "Hello, Zheng-ru." A young man started talking on the phone. "In our turbulent times, we need to be much more careful. I just dealt with a murderer who tried to kill himself." "What? Murderer? Where is Xiatian now?" The girl began to worry. "I'll pick you up now, we can talk." She continued to answer the phone to our hero. At that moment, while our hero was talking on the phone, a fight was taking place next to him. A fight broke out, and it was not clear who was beating whom, but they were even kicking. "Okay, see you later. I'll call you back later," Xiatian quickly said and hung up. He saw two young men beating a third man. Why did this happen, and how did this fight arise? Of course he didn't know. I don't want to get into a street fight, but I also can't just stand by and watch a passerby be beaten. Our hero began to think about this constantly. All sorts of different thoughts visited his head. He grabbed his head and his hair with his hands and began to think about what was the right thing to do in this situation. Looking again at these passers-by, they continued to beat the guy lying on the ground. Xiatian couldn't stand it. "I don't think it should be like this. This is wrong. If I am endowed with such a gift, then I should help ordinary people. I'm an ordinary person," the young man said to himself. He came closer to the guys who started the fight. "Hey, it's a little overkill when several people beat up one. Don't you think so?" our hero said loudly. The bald guy turned around and said in a menacing voice, "Who is this? Mind your own business. Go where you were going." The second man also looked at our hero behind his eyes. Taking advantage of the pause, the guy who was beaten quickly rose to his feet and attacked the offender standing next to him. He grabbed the bald man's arm and bit him hard on the arm. It was very unexpected and painful. The boy bit so hard that blood flowed from the offender's fingers. There was even a slight crunch, as if he had bitten a tendon. A man in a white shirt ran up to his friend and poked the boy in the back with a strong kick. "Let him go quickly," said the man in the white shirt. "You little bastard, quickly let go of my hand," the bald man shouted loudly. "Not bad, you have a lot of energy, I like it." Looking at the struggling boy, our hero said out loud. The two men began to kick the poor boy lying on the ground. At this moment our hero stood up to me and shouted loudly to them, "Let me help you." This was very unexpected for the bandits who beat the boy. Xiatian quickly ran up to these scoundrels, and jumping with his feet, began to deliver his signature blows, which the master taught him. It was so fast, impressive and beautiful that the men didn't even have time to understand anything. The villains flew in different directions, writhed and screamed in pain. Xiatian walked closer to the men who were lying on the ground and writhing in pain. "Next time, don't mock the weak if you consider yourself strong," the boy said. A young boy was kneeling in front of our hero. His arms and entire face were covered in bruises and abrasions. He was covered in blood. "Good afternoon." He looked at our hero with his eyes and said, "Wait. Please wait. Thank you for saving me. My name is Gao Fei. You are so cool. Can you accept me as your student?" the boy said and ran to hug his savior. Of course our hero was pleased to hear this, but he still asked the most important thing. "Please tell me, first of all, why did these guys beat you up?" "They didn't hit me. I hit them first because they stole my girlfriend." The boy spoke in an angry and offended voice. Tears appeared in his eyes, and there was a lot of hatred and anger on his face. "They stole it. Or did she go with them herself?" the young man asked again. After thinking a little, the boy answered, "She went voluntarily." "That's it. Then it is also useless to beat them. If you want girls not to leave you, you must have the capital and strength so that they don't even think about leaving you," our hero said to the boy. The boy fell sharply to his knees, put his hands on the ground and began to beg. "Moreover, if you accept me, I will become stronger for a start." "It's too dangerous to be with me, aren't you afraid?" the young man asked the boy. "No, I have neither father nor mother. I have nothing to lose in this life," the boy answered quickly. "Then call this number and ask him to receive you, and tell him that you are my student," our hero said, and handed the business card to the boy. Xiatian turned around and began to leave. He waved his left hand at the boy and said, "Remember when you meet him that they called him Elder Shu." The boy, in turn, continued to look at his hero with a wide open mouth in surprise. Our hero was already walking around the corner of the house, and at that moment the boy shouted loudly after him, "Thank you very much, master. I'm very glad I met you." Xiatian walked slowly down the street and suddenly stood near him. The red car stopped. They shouted his name from the car. "Xiatian!" Behind the wheel of a red car was a luxurious, beautiful girl whom our hero already knew. "Xiatian, how are you?" asked the charming girl. The young man began to get into this red car and spoke. "Actually, I'm fine, but you have big problems." The girl looked at the guy carefully. "These old people are so full of crap that they always want me dead." The girl answered. "Understand they even hired a killer in quicksand. What are you going to do? If they can handle it, you can give your share and stay safe." "Right?" Xiatian said. "Do you really think they'll let me go if I give up my shares?" "No, they are afraid. They are afraid of me, that I will live. They are afraid that I will be resurrected." The girl spoke in a serious voice. Our hero thought for a second, found the right words and said, "Then we will have to find a way to get rid of these people." "Actually, I don't want you to do anything illegal." The girl continued talking. "If you give me 3 days, I can destroy the power of these old men." 3 days? Our hero was surprised. "How are you going to do this? After what happened last time, I already started taking action. They must be completely destroyed financially so that they no longer have free money to create problems," the girl said. The charming girl began to shift into a higher gear, and she continued, "But if we talk about the business war, then believe me, my boy, I am an expert in this," the girl said and pressed the gas pedal hard, and the car went even faster forward. After some time, a red sports car drove up to a luxurious mansion. The house was several floors with beautiful white columns. There was lighting all around and, most importantly, large forged gates. Our hero and the girl, whose daughter's life he had recently saved, entered the house. "Please come in, don't worry, there's no one there," said the charming girl. Xiatian went into the house and was pleasantly surprised by the size of this house. "Do you like my house? And this will be your home in the future. Here are all the keys to this villa, keep them for yourself," the girl said and handed a bunch of keys to our hero. "To be honest, I don't quite understand what's the point of giving them to me. Why do I need all these keys?" the young man asked in surprise. "If the bad guys come and you want to enter the room, then it will be a problem. It will be a big problem if you don't have my keys," the girl said and gave the keys to the house to our hero. Suddenly, a child's voice was heard in the room. The same little girl whom our hero had recently saved from death ran into the room. "My big brother!" The girl screamed loudly and joyfully and ran towards the young man. "Let's hug soon," the girl said, laughed loudly and began to hug her savior. "Tian, did you miss me, baby?" Smiling, the young man asked. "Yes, my hero, I missed you," she answered. The girl jumped into our hero's arms and began to laugh loudly and hug him. "Wangma, you have nothing else to do today, so you can go home," the girl said to her servant. "Yes, madam, okay," the servant answered. Some time ago, this charming girl came into the open door. She was wearing a very beautiful and revealing black peignoir. This lingerie only decorated her body. "Xiatian, your room is ready, so go to bed early," said the charming hostess of the house. Xiatian was pleasantly shocked and surprised by this beauty. All he could say was the following: "You also go to bed early." Then a little girl came into the room. She hugged the pillow tightly with her arms. "To be honest, I want to sleep with my older brother today," the little girl whispered in a quiet voice. The young man laughed a little. It was so sweet. Tian, our brother is tired, don't bother him to rest," said the girl's mother. "Yes, big brother really wants to sleep, so you better not come," Xiatian replied. "These are surprises and surprises." The girl's eyes became very large. Tears began to well up in the little girl's eyes. "No, not this." The little girl began to be capricious and cry loudly. "Today I want to sleep with my older brother." She screamed and acted up so loudly that Xiatian but at the end of her ears. "I can't help it. You can sleep with your big brother if you want," her mother said and smiled. She did everything to prevent her daughter from being capricious. The little girl raised her head up, wiped her tears and said, "Mom, sleep with us too if you want." Mom laughed again in response. The girl sat down and began to explain that if she wants to sleep today with her savior, her older brother, then this is her right, and she strongly allows it. Our hero watched all this. As a result, the little girl persuaded her mother to also go to bed with them, and the three of them escaped together, sleeping with your older brother. Xia Tian lay on the edge of the bed and admired these beauties, a mother and her daughter. It was very nice. A charming, beautiful girl lay next to our hero and fell asleep. The blanket covered her slightly, and it was very beautiful and sexy. As a result, the little girl and her mother had already fallen asleep, and our young man was lying on his back, with his eyes open, looking at the ceiling and thinking. I originally wanted to cultivate while sleeping, but I couldn't even fall asleep. Sometime later at night, the young man heard some noise outside the doors. He sat up on the bed and listened. At that moment, the girl, the owner of this house, woke up and through her sleep, rubbing her eyes, asked, "Xia Tian, what happened?" "Quiet, shut up, don't say a word," the young man said and raised his hand to take the dagger. "Sit quietly on the bed and don't move. Don't be afraid of anything. I'll go and check what's there," the young man said, holding a dagger in his hands. Xia Tian left the bedroom and started walking around the house. He listened to every rustle and noise. He understood for sure that there were strangers in the house. A young man walked near the door that led to the room of the mistress of the house. "The sound comes from here, from Zheng Ru's room. If she hadn't brought her daughter to sleep with me today." He slowly put his hand on the doorknob and began to open it little by little, so quietly that it was inaudible and unnoticeable. Then Xia Tian sharply and quickly opened the door to this room completely. With one hand, he held the door, and in the other hand, he held a sharp dagger tightly. "Stop hiding and come out here. I already know where you are," said loudly. Our hero did not press his hand on his seal to turn on the light. Xia Tian turned on the light in the living room, and it becomes completely bright. He took a few steps forward and began to look around. So far, he hasn't noticed anyone. The young man looked around carefully. "Think you're good at hiding? You're hiding behind a curtain with a gun in your left hand and wearing brown socks." Our hero revealed the whole truth. Her jaw dropped for a second. A bald man in a jacket and trousers came out from behind the curtain with a pistol in his hands and wearing brown socks. "I only blame myself for not hiding well and being discovered by you. But today you are the one who is unlucky," said the bald man. Xia Tian once again looked at this man and realized that he had a truly unique gift and X-ray vision. "With my eyesight, there is no use hiding anywhere," the young man reasoned. Suddenly we see a man, but he left his gun right at our hero. "Do you want to tell me your name before you die?" Aiming straight at the young man's head, the bald man asked. "Of course I want to say," the boy answered in a calm voice and held his sharp dagger tightly in front of him with your hands. "My name is Xia Tian." "Are you Xia Tian, Long's son?" the big man asked, surprised and in fear and horror. "Did you really know my father?" the young man quickly asked. The egg changed. Notes of hope appeared on it. "I read your profile in quicksand. An obedient and good student, uneven to your father. When your father was 20 years old, his reputation had already spread throughout China." The man began to talk. And our young man had never heard this information about his father from anyone. Moreover, from a stranger who stood in front of him with a pistol in his hands and a few seconds ago wanted to kill him. "What else do you know about my father? Tell the truth." "Maria, if you tell me everything, I will try not to kill you," the young man said in a quiet, calm voice. The bald man laughed loudly throughout the room. "Do you really want to kill me? If you give the firmament of heaven to your father, then I will think about it," he said. The man continued to laugh. "No problem. Non-local scroll here continue," the young man said, holding a certain package in his left hand. "Are you serious now?" the bald man asked with a change in his face. The bald man looked carefully at our hero. He frowned and looked piercingly at the boy. "Then I will tell you that there are 4 great masters in China. This is Dong Wen, Shi Yin, Nansha, and Bei Jin. Your father Xianglong was Shi Yin." The bald man continued talking. This information simply amazed our hero. Xia Tian Strong squeezed a scroll of some kind of materials in his hand and asked loudly, "Then why did he die?" Our hero continued to stand opposite the bald man in his hands, who had a gun. He was holding in his hands something that resembled a scroll. "Unfortunately, I don't know this. Pass me the heavenly scroll, which you hold in your hands. I fulfilled my agreement and said what you want," the man said. Xia Tian understood that he was bluffing in front of this man, but it was necessary to go to the end. The young man thought a little, looked carefully at the man, and made his choice. With a sharp movement of his hand, he threw the ingot that was in his hand directly at the bald man. The bandit deftly caught it with his hand. "Well, since you gave me this treasure, I will be generous and let you go today. Live long, boy," the man said joyfully. "Okay, but you didn't stop coming today, did you?" the young man asked the bald man. "My mission today is to finish off Beauty Zhengru. I can let you go, but unfortunately not her." The bald man smiled and reloaded his pistol. "I got you, okay? Then I'll give you a chance. If you can convince me not to kill you in 3 sentences, then I will let you go," the young man said, scratching the back of his head and smiling straight into his opponent's face. "Kill me? Only you? What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh, boy. Go to bed and don't bother your uncle to do his job," the bald man with the gun said, smiling. "One sentence was not what I want to hear." The young man got angry and said to the man, "Our hero realized that he needed to attack him and prepared for battle." Just a few seconds later, Xia Tian launched several signature, fast, and powerful moves. He hit the hand in which the man was holding his pistol, and the pistol flew to the side. A few more seconds passed, and now our hero was holding his enemy by the neck with his right hand. He was ready to rip out his Adam's apple. "What are you doing, boy? Who is this?" the man asked in a hoarse voice, breathless. "Keep talking," the boy said. This villain's face began to turn blue. He was choking and almost lost consciousness. With the last of his strength, the man began to whisper in a quiet voice, "I can tell you more about your father if you want. This sentence is also incorrect." The match answered loudly and began to squeeze his offender's throat even more tightly. "I'll tell you something else. This is very important information. There are 8 scrolls in total," the man began to answer in a hoarse voice. "This is not one of the 3 sentences I wanted to hear from you. I understand that you don't have them," the boy said. And he continued to strangle this bandit. While our hero was strangling this man who wanted to kill the girl he liked so much, he thought, "Killing this scoundrel here is not a good idea. I'll leave it to the police." Xia Tian squeezed this scoundrel's throat even tighter and lifted him slightly. The young man's anger simply overwhelmed him completely. But he understood that he could not kill this scoundrel in the house. When he pushed this bald man aside with all his strength, the bandit flew several meters to the side and hit his head against the wall. "You are a very stupid man. All you had to do was say that you would let my beauty Zhengru go, and I would forgive you," the guy said. Suddenly, the beauty Zhengru herself walked into the room. Anna, as always, looked gorgeous in her black lingerie. "Xia Tian, are you okay?" the girl asked in a frightened and anxious voice. At that second, our hero realized that this girl probably saw everything he did to these people. He was afraid of what she would think of him now. "Yes, I'm fine. If I can't beat one guy, then how can I protect you and your beautiful little daughter?" our hero said, embarrassed. After these words, the girl rushed into the arms of our young man. She hugged him tightly with both arms and pressed her face to his chest. "Lord, you scared me to death," the girl said in a sensitive voice. The young man put his hand on the girl's head, began to stroke and calm her. "Don't be afraid. Get dressed. We will have friends at home." The girl began to wipe tears from her face and speak. "Yes, I know. The key forecast is now preparing tea for the guests." Leaving for the kitchen, the beauty asked, "Xia Tian, tell me, will you always protect me now?" the girl asked and looked at the young man with some special look. "Yes, I will. I won't let anything happen to you or your beautiful little daughter," our hero answered the girl in a calm voice. Tears were still welling up in the eyes of the beautiful girl, the mistress of this house. "This is very good." Relieved, the girl said. The beautifully charming lady of the house went into the kitchen to put on the kettle and pour out fresh tea for the guests. She slammed the door behind her, and the young man thought it was time to act. Xia Tian quickly took out his phone from his pants pocket and began to play a number. "Now it's time to call someone to come and clean this place," he said out loud. Some time after the mistress of the house got dressed, our heroes went out onto the porch of this house to greet the guests. In the darkness, it was still impossible to make out who had come to her. When the guests took a few steps forward and the light began to fall on their faces, our hero saw a boy, who raised his hand and screamed loudly, "Master, we are here!" Next to him stood the master and teacher. The man and the boy began to enter the house. "Brother Shu, little Fei, you have come a long way," said the young man on the threshold of this house. "Please come into the house and sit down," the girl said friendly. "Zhetian, the boy you recommended to me is indeed a very good candidate for martial arts master," the master said. "I think very highly of you, so try your best," Zhetian replied, smiling. "Friends, this is a murderer from the Peskov fence organization. Therefore, I will ask you to take him to the police station and leave a note for them," our hero said. On the floor of this room lay a man who wanted to kill everyone. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," the master answered. And at that moment the boy was already tying the bandit's hands with a rope. "Zhetian, in a while, there will be a competition at Lulin Villa. It depends on whether I can take an advantage, so—" an elderly man with a beard said, and was immediately interrupted by our hero. "Leave it to me," the young man said. The guests began to leave this house. It was deep night outside. Zhetian stood on the porch of this house and said in a calm voice, "See you later, friends." Our hero picked up that paper scroll that he passed off as the truth. He held both in his hand and decided to see what was there. "If he told me there were 8, I wonder what will happen if you take them all together and put them together." The young man began to ask himself this question. In the room where our hero was, the door opened. The mistress of the house appeared there. She saw a young man and called for her. "Tell me, how is your little daughter?" She was scared. Smiling, the guy said to the hostess of the house, "No, not at all. My daughter has been sleeping soundly for a long time and hasn't even woken up," the girl said and looked at this young man with a languid gaze. Zhetian walked closer to the girl. "You know, I'm very glad that you are here today." The mistress of the house began to speak, and her eyes shone with joy. "Today, here with you, I feel completely safe." The girl spoke and looked straight into the eyes of our hero. The girl came closer to the young man, hugged him and put her head on his chest. "It was so hard for me to be alone all these years, and only now do I feel like I have a home and someone I can rely on." The girl spoke in a quiet, calm voice. "Thank you very much," the young man replied and hugged the girl. There was a silent pause for several seconds. The young man and the girl began to passionately look into each other's eyes and bring their lips closer to each other. "Zhetian," the girl whispered in a quiet voice. And at that second, the sweetest and most passionate kiss happened. A kiss that our hero could only dream of. He kissed this beautiful girl and looked at her constantly every second. She closed her eyes and simply enjoyed this moment. They began to hug each other very scary and very tightly. It was as if they had not seen each other for 1,000 years. These were real feelings. It was real passion. Myron, with a movement of his hands, our hero took off the dress from this charming girl. It fell lightly and carelessly to the floor near her feet, and they continued kissing. The passion was just off the charts. It was the best night in our hero's life. The morning and the next day came. The action takes place near the business center, where our hero's aunt worked. Our hero and his beloved girl appeared near this building. Today she looked even more impressive in a beautiful red sexy suit. People who were standing aside began to discuss them. "Look, Miss Zheng is here. Who is this guy? Judging by his clothes, he must be her personal guard." People spoke. The guy and the girl went up into the building and walked along long corridors. Our hero walked behind and reasoned. "After tonight, I have already broken through to the next level of heavenly awakening. I didn't expect that I would have such an effect." A beautiful girl in a red suit opened the doors to the meeting room. Zhetian stood behind her. The girl carefully assessed the situation and looked at everyone who was in this room. Men were sitting at a large, long conference table. There were 7 of them, and all of them were in formal suits. Our heroes began to enter the meeting room. One of the men began to talk and ask, "Mrs. Zheng, who is this young man behind you? It is unacceptable to bring a white-faced boy with you to a company shareholder meeting." The lady in the red suit was indignant and answered confidently, "If he's a boy with a snow-white face, you won't even be able to reach his toes." The man was indignant. He slammed his palm on the table and said loudly, "Yes, how dare you? I won't let you talk to me. We are holding an internal company meeting here. Please tell me who will be responsible if something happens when an outsider enters," the man asked, very indignant and in a loud voice. "He's my man. This is the main thing. Who do you think will be held responsible if something goes wrong?" the girl asked in a calm, monotonous voice. All the men immediately closed their mouths. The girl leaned over the table and began to look each of the men in the eyes. "You are so shameless that you can say all these things so easily." Someone from the table began to be indignant. "You are really very shameless. You simply have no conscience." Another man spoke up. "Who is the shameless one here?" the woman asked indignantly in a loud voice. "The car accident, kidnapping, and attempted murder were all set up by you. Isn't that right?" The girl asked her question even louder. "Don't talk nonsense." The men were indignant. "Do you have proof?" Did they continue to ask questions? "How dare you deny your actions? Are you even men or what?" the girl asked harshly and rudely. She carefully examined everyone who was sitting at this negotiating table. "Then look at this," the girl said confidently and threw a few on the table. "I have papers and documents." These papers, documents, and evidence were scattered all over the negotiating table. For a second, there was silence in the hall. "See for yourself, boys. Remember, you are not men, but just a pitiful semblance of them," the girl said loudly and pointed her finger at everyone. The men nervously began to sort through documents and papers. Each of them looked at what was written, but no one wanted his name to be indicated in these documents. Each of the men took the documents in their hands and carefully began to read every word. Fright and fear was visible on their faces. "This is exactly the evidence you wanted," the girl in the red suit said, in a menacing voice. "I have everything for you." The men began to discuss something among themselves. They spoke very quietly and indistinctly, so that she would not hear. "This is a lie. This is all falsification," he shouted one of the men. "Why are you slandering us?" another man shouted. There was panic and fear in the eyes of these shareholders. "Do we want to remove you from your position? You went to clothes for the role of CEO of the Tseng Group company," one man said loudly. "Eventually, their ultimate goal was revealed to remove me. Then I'll ask other shareholders what they think." Looking at these shareholders, the girl thought, "It seems to me that now you should sell us your shares at a low price." Looking at the documents, one of the shareholders responded sharply, "I'll use the evidence to put them in jail." And then he divided their shares with steel-talented specialists. The girl in the red suit threatened. The men closed their mouths for a while and became silent. They began to quietly glance at each other, but they were silent. "Gentlemen, we need to do something. We definitely need to come to one decision. This decision should be generally beneficial for everyone." "Madam, the general director is very smart. It is already clear to everyone that this solution is more beneficial for everyone," our hero thought at that moment. "I understand. This is all the work of this boy." The man shouted loudly and stood up from his seat. He was indignant and pointed his finger at the young man. "This white-faced boy is trying to slander us to spite the Zheng family." The man continued to scream loudly. "It's none of his business," the girl replied. Jia Tian couldn't stand how to talk to his beloved girl, and began to approach the man who allowed himself too much. The young man approached the angry man and began to talk to him. "Is it true that if we get rid of these 5 old people, there will be no more problems?" "My name is Eyes," the boy asked the man. "Jia Tian, calm down. Won't be impulsive. 2 more days until these old people are finished forever." The girl began to reassure her boyfriend. 2 days? You can wait, but the quicksand killers won't wait, the guy said. "What are you going to do now?" the man asked in an alarming voice. And without thinking for a long time, our hero struck this scoundrel in the face, who was insulting his beloved girl. The man grabbed his face. Tears appeared in his eyes. "Did you hit me? What do you allow yourself?" the man said. "Do you want me to hit you again?" "I have never heard such a strange request," the young man said, and once again hit this scoundrel in the face with his hand. At that second, there was a knock on the door, and the door began to open. The door opened, and a man in a suit and tie appeared in the room. He turned to Miss Zheng. "Manager Wang asked me to bring you materials, madam," said the man in the suit, and then I watched the picture of a young man beating one of the shareholders. "Materials? Please bring them to me," Miss said in a calm voice. Our hero continued to hold the offender by the clothes, and the man in the suit carried a folder with documents for Miss. Jia Tian continued to firmly hold this scoundrel's shirt with his hand. I completely let him go, because I wanted to punch him in the face one more time. Suddenly our hero froze. He focused his vision on the man who walked past him. Xiatian listened to every step and the click of heels on the parquet floor. He didn't like it and began to suspect something. When a man in a suit with documents is near our hero, Xiatian froze and began to slowly turn in his direction. "Stop," said the boy. "Do all your employees wear leather combat boots to work?" Our hero asked a man passing by in surprise. After this question, the man in a suit and with documents in his hands stopped. There was a slight pause in the room. And a second later, this man in a suit threw a folder with documents to the side, papers scattered all over the room. The man in the suit took a knife out of his pocket and held it tightly in his hand. It was clear that this was all for a reason, that he has his own plan. A man in a suit and with a knife in his hands quickly ran to attack the girl in a red suit. His goal was to kill her. Another moment, and disaster will happen. A lonely, defenseless girl stood at the end of the room, and a fanatic with a knife ran towards her. Damn it! I should have predicted this earlier. This is a difficult messenger with documents. These guys don't wear military boots. The boy thought quickly at that second. The man got as close as possible to the CEO. At arm's length, he quickly waved his sharp knife in front of the girl's face. Xiatian ran up to the bandit, and with a deft movement of his hand, hit him hard on the hand, which contained the knife. Thank God the knife immediately fell out of the bandit's hands. The guy hit the bandit's hand and body several more times to neutralize him completely. The man who had been stabbed by the CEO looked carefully at the young man. It was clear that he was planning something else. A second later, the man took a few leaps back and squatted down on one knee. He was ready to attack again. "You are a very fast boy," the man began to speak. "I didn't expect such a reaction from you. Commendable. Well, let's check whether you're faster than a bullet or not," the bandit said, and pointed his gun at our hero named Xiatian. "Did you just say bullets? I guess that's what you mean?" I smile, "Thank you." The young man opened his palm on which lay all the bullets from his pistol. "What did you say? What the hell is going on here? What kind of tricks are these?" The bandit became even more indignant and aimed his pistol at the young man. After these words, our hero simply unclenched his fist and poured all the bullets onto the floor. "Immortal steps of wandering clouds," our hero said, and quickly ran to meet the bandit. "Sharp fingers, index finger." Our hero said the phrase again, and now he is already in the jump to deal crushing blows to this assassin. Xiatian jumped hard with 2 fingers directly at the killer's throat. He practically drove his Adam's apple down his throat. After this, the young man with a sharp movement of his hand removed his fingers from the killer's neck. After this, the man fell dead to the floor. The remaining reactionary men rose from their chairs and surrounded our young man. Xiatian stood calmly in the center of the hall and kept his hands in his pockets. He carefully examined the face of every man who was in this meeting room. Who hired this killer? Do I need to say it? The young man was thinking at that second. "I give you one last chance to save your life. Give up your shares and then give up," our hero said in a menacing voice. The male shareholders in this room were very scared. Their mouths opened in surprise and fear. Suddenly a policeman entered the open door of the meeting room. "Who called the police here?" he asked the people. "It was me who called the police." "That man had a gun," one shareholder shouted in a loud, frightened voice, and he pointed his finger to the side. Everyone in this room was confused. No one knew how to react or behave in front of the police. "Answer me one question. Who is ultimately responsible for everything that happens here?" the policeman asked the man. The man lowered his eyes to the floor and did not even look at the policeman. In fact, he had nothing to answer. "Me," the general director answered loudly and clearly. The girl in the red suit stood absolutely calm and without nerves and looked at the policeman. "You will come with me. I will need to take all your statements," the policeman said to the girl in the red suit and invited her to go with him to the station. The girl listened carefully to the policeman and practically agreed with everything he told her. "Very interesting. What about this killer? Do you really care?" the young man asked the policeman in surprise and with a smile. "Did I call my colleagues? Reinforcements will arrive soon. Stay here and await further investigation," the policeman said. A very strange and interesting procedure, the young man thought, looking at this policeman. The policeman began to leave, followed by a girl in a red suit, and asked, "Mr. Policeman, This is the back entrance to the office. Yes, my car is parked there. Follow me, the policeman answered. The girl in the red suit followed the policeman, but some suspicions and inconsistencies had already crept into her head. At this time, our hero was tightly tying all the men who were in this room with ropes. Each of them was under suspicion. The doors to the meeting room opened again, and 3 police officers entered. In front of everyone was a police girl who shouted loudly, "Nobody believes it!" The police girl glanced at our hero named Xia Tian, and I recognized him immediately. She had very surprised eyes and an open mouth. "You again?" the girl asked the policeman. "Of course, who else am I? Is it you again?" Our hero answered loudly with a smile. "So you are the very reinforcement your colleague was talking about." "What a coincidence," the young man said. "What do you mean me again? I'm a police officer." "Of course she must come." The girl in uniform began to make excuses. "Wait, did you say reinforcements? What other reinforcements?" "We are the first to come here to the crime scene," the police girl said. "Who was that guy in uniform then? Who was that policeman?" Our hero asked the girl in fear and excitement. At this time, the policeman had already opened the door of the police car and invited the general director to climb into it. "Didn't understand. Isn't this a car for criminals? I'm going to cooperate with the investigation. I can't drive a car like this for criminals," said the girl in the red suit. I said, "Quickly get into the car." The policeman ordered the girl in a rude and loud voice. "Who the hell are you?" They began to become indignant and respond loudly. "Girl in a red suit." She understood that this was definitely not a policeman. So that policeman wasn't real. Our hero screamed and quickly ran into the street. "What? I don't understand what you're saying." The girl asked the policeman loudly and ran after the guy. Running out into the street, the young man saw a policeman trying to force his girlfriend into his van. At that second, our hero immediately screamed, "No! Miss Zheng! Be careful, it's an ambush, it's a trap." The young man screamed loudly and ran with all his might to help the girl. At that moment, one of the men in black took out a rifle, took aim and fired a shot. Xia Tian, jumping, managed to push the girl away and shield her from the bullet with his body. And the shot hit this policeman right in the hand. "Be careful, there is a sniper there. All coverage." The police girl began to give orders. Xia Tian tightly and tenderly hugged his girlfriend in a red suit, pressed her as tightly as possible to him, and began to calm her down. Following the trajectory, he disappeared. This means that this sniper also left. What other trajectory? The police girl began to ask our hero in surprise. Xia Tian remained silent and continued to reassure his girlfriend. "In the lower eye, it's on the head," and he asked me to calm down. "The activities of the shifting sands have not stopped, and now they have sent 2 assassins. The danger for Zheng Ru was not over yet," the young man thought at that moment. The police girl stood aside and watched as the young man she liked gently hugged another beauty. The next day in the village, the children went to the school basketball court, because there was another basketball game ahead of them. This time, our hero took everything into his own hands. He was the leader of his team in blue. His team constantly attacked the opponent's ring. Each time, Xia Tian was doing a beautiful job, making dribbling feints and abruptly escaping his opponents. No one from the opposing team could stop him. This time he did not expect help from anyone, but did everything himself. "Did you do everything for your team to win?" He scored balls into someone else's basket every time he approached it. Of course it was a success. The girls stood near the sports ground and cheered for their own. Everyone was worried in their own way and supported our hero. Only the cousin stood and was jealous. "I'll have to keep an eye on this beautiful girl named Zheng Ru until I deal with the killers." Looking at his girlfriend, our hero thought. But suddenly a young man in the fans' stands noticed a silhouette. He began to look intently in this direction. This guy in a black can with a hood haunted our hero. Something is clearly not right here. Looking at him, our hero thought. The girl with red hair became very indignant. She really didn't like what her friend was doing on the playground. "What are you saying? Have you finished playing with our team yet?" The girl continued to be indignant. "What's happened? Did you break my leg jumping too high? Do you want to leave the competition?" The player in a white uniform with white hair spoke. Our hero at that moment decided to leave the game. He saw that guy in black clothes with a hood on his head and understood that he urgently needed to run to the fan stand. "Hey, where are you running?" the girl with red hair shouted. A man in black clothes with a hood on his head realized that he had been noticed. He abruptly jumped out of his chair and began to quickly move around the stands to escape. The young man accelerated and jumped strongly over the fence of the tribune. Tell me through her that he constantly controlled the man in black clothes with his vision. The girl who was rooting for the opposing team began to scream out loud in surprise. Who are you? How do you get it? Where are you going? The game isn't over yet. My cousin's sister was very surprised. She didn't understand why her brother reacted the way he did. Why did he suddenly break up and run away from the basketball court? Why did he leave so suddenly? Thank you, sister is with her friend. To be honest, I don't know what's going on at all. The friend answered, continue to monitor what is happening on the sports ground. The girl looked at the young man at everything that he was doing at this moment and thought only one thing. Xiaotian, just please be careful. Xiaotian began to catch up with the man in black clothes already in the park, where there were bushes and many trees around. He practically flew over the ground, catching up with his villain. The man in black clothes realized that they were catching up with him and stopped abruptly. Xiaotian landed with his feet on the ground and began to assess the situation. A man in black clothes and with a hood on his head became indignant and began to ask in a calm voice, do you really believe in following me? What is immortal and not afraid of ambush? Our hero stood in a blue sports basketball uniform with his arms crossed. He answered very calmly, Organization Shifting Sands. Is this a charitable organization? You are persecuting Zheng Ru. They want your employers to be in prison. The man in black relaxed a little, smiled and said the following phrase. Did you really think that I was really pursuing this girl named Zheng Ru? Don't make me laugh. My goal is you. This answer surprised our hero very much. Why have you been following me all this time? For what? Comfortable, thank you, your hero. Because it was you, the son of that man, who stood in our way, said a man in black clothes with a hood on his head and sharply pulled out his sharp dagger and held it tightly in his hands in front of his face. It was clear from his movements and gaze that he was very serious. He began to wave his dagger and attack our hero. You must die today. A group of people in black clothes. Are you serious now? Our hero asked. He quickly grabbed the sword from his pocket and swung it. He raised his hand to meet his attacker. And literally a second later, the men began to attack each other. They ran towards each other and held their daggers tightly in their hands. Each of them wanted to win. The man in black clothes was very surprised. He really didn't expect that this guy, who was not trained in any martial arts, would be able to resist him. But this guy ran towards the meeting and brandished a dagger. When their daggers met together, sparks flew in different directions. Is this really the Green Cloud's dagger? The man in black clothes asked himself loudly in surprise. Yes, it's the same as yours. Guess what happened to the last guy who had the same dagger? Our hero asked. The battle continued, and the battle continued. Young people fought with these daggers, and the ringing of metal was heard throughout the area. The man in black clothes managed to push his opponent aside for a while. Xiaotian stopped near the bushes and sat down on one knee. With his X-ray gaze, he began to assess the situation. At this moment, a young man in black clothes said in a loud and angry voice, You're just as much of a problem as your father. Believe me, you both deserve to die. These words touched the very heart of our hero. He clutched the hilt of his dagger, even tighter in his hand. Do you have anything to do with my father's death? The young man asked in a very angry voice. I will answer very simply. You were very good at hiding. I think you are an ordinary guy, but I didn't expect that you had reached the early stage strength of Huan level, said the man in black clothes. This phrase made our hero think. Previously Huang level stage, so this is how martial arts are classified by level. The man in black clothes began to take out from his pocket something similar to the metal stars that the ninja used. Over time you will become a problem. I must end you today, the young man in black clothes said loudly and threw these sharp metal rings with his fingers. Zhao Tianwu was expecting this turn of events. Sharp metal rings flew straight into his body. What is it? I've never encountered this before? Our hero asked himself and held his dagger even tighter in front of him. I think this is all very bad. I don't know how to deflect these flying metal rings. Our hero spoke to himself and constantly looked carefully at the flight of these metal rings. Zhao Tian quickly made one, only and correct decision. He decided to quickly dodge everything that was flying at him. The young man turned around, and all the sharp objects flew to the side. The metal rings that flew past our hero simply cut down giant trees like clockwork. These trees reached a diameter of about 1 meter. Jia Tian was simply shocked. He could not even imagine what could have happened to his body if even one metal ring had stuck into it. I understand. This power is only available to level 2 assassins. Looking at what was happening around him, our hero thought. You should only be at the early stage of the Huang level. I don't understand. How could you avoid my attack? The man in black clothes spoke and was slightly scared and shocked. Answer quickly. How did my father die? Our hero stood proudly and held his sharp dagger in his right hand. Tell me and you can stay alive. I promise you this. The man was very frightened by such pressure. In his opinion, he was stronger than this boy by several levels. The man in black clothes, frightened, began to step back and speak. No, this is not the early stage of the Huang level. How could you reach the late stage of the Huang level? The young man in black shouted again, but Xia Tian was already behind him, and the red thread was already stretched near the offender's neck. Our hero killed his offender in black clothes with a red laser thread. Without signs of life, this man fell to the ground, fell face down. At that second our hero was gone. I feel sorry for him at all. In fact, none of you told me about my father. It is not clear to me whether he wanted to save his life by saying that he knew information about my father or was simply bluffing. Our hero said out loud. We don't really care. I'll find out the whole truth sooner or later anyway. Every day and every event I receive a little information about my parents. The boy spoke. After this fight in the forest, our hero went to his teacher's house. This was the home of a sword master. All excited and on nerves, he came to the courtyard of this house. Sweat was just dripping down my face. The young man was frightened by the unknown about his parents. Xia Tian, all exhausted and tired, stood and watched as his master approached him. With every second he felt better. Today is my last day of practice with you. Tomorrow I'll leave town, and you have to be careful of the quicksand. The master said to our hero. I would like to thank my master for your teachings these days, and will take his advice into account. Our hero shouted loudly and folded his hands into a fist in front of him. He greeted his master. The young man continued to stand in the greeting stance. I don't know when I'll see him again, but I really hope that this day will come as soon as possible. Our hero was thinking at that moment. After this, the teacher went to his house. Our young man was left standing alone in the yard. After some time, a beautiful blue car pulled up. The brakes squealed, the car stopped, and a familiar female voice emerged from it. It was his sister cousin. Xia Tian, please tell me who you were chasing last time. Our hero was sitting in the back seat of this car. He felt the back of his head with his right hand and smiled slightly. I was wrong. I think this is an old friend, but then I found out that this is not so. I say mistake, the guy said. The girls in the front seat looked at each other. His mobile phone lay on the seat next to the stone. Suddenly he called. The young man looked sharply towards the phone. He picked up the phone, pressed the button, and asked, Hello, Master. A girl with red hair shouted into the phone to our hero. I ran away from home. I wanted to learn martial arts from you, but my family didn't allow me, so I ran away. Our hero immediately remembered this annoying girl who always followed him near school. What are you even talking about? The guy said indignantly and pressed the button to end this conversation. Tell me quickly, who called you? Asked the girl who was driving the car. It's okay, just a girl who constantly stalks me. The young man answered. It's clear. I think it was the girl you seduced again. Every day I see you with a new girl. Don't you respect my Qing Shui? The girl sitting behind the wheel began to ask questions. Sister Wen, Xia Tian, this is my cousin. He was just pretending to be my boyfriend. Don't get him wrong, said the girl sitting next to her in the car. Sometimes I think you're as annoying as that girl who's been chasing me around to teach her martial arts. Are you two related? The young man asked. What did you say? Repeat quickly. The girl behind the wheel began to get indignant. Sister Wen, look forward, I beg you, cousin said. At this moment, the girl with red hair was very indignant at the phone call with our hero. Xia Tian, how dare you hang up, master? What do you allow yourself? In response, the phone heard a short beep. The girl was simply in despair. What should I do? For the ambassador I am with my family, and I don't even have money with me. And now the master doesn't want to see me. The girl screamed loudly in despair. So I understood everything. Why don't I try to make money? This clear thought came into the girl's head at that moment. She saw a beautiful blue car approaching her. Speaking of the devil, the girl said out loud. The car continued to approach her at crazy speed. The speed was really very high. As soon as the car caught up with the red-haired girl, she immediately rushed to trust it. "You are needed there!" The girl screamed loudly and ran even faster after the blue car. The driver of the blue car sharply pressed the brake pedal. "Beware!" Our hero shouted loudly in the car. The girl behind the wheel pressed the brake pedal hard, and the car began to stop abruptly. So sharply that our hero hit his forehead on the seat in front. The blue car stopped abruptly. Our hero, sitting inside, got out of the car and saw that a girl was lying in front of the hood. "Are you okay?" the car driver asked. "What's happened?" the cousin asked again. The girl with red hair began to gradually rise to her feet. "Oh, my feet. Oh, my hands. Oh, my spine. It seems to me that everything is broken. Everything hurts, and I can't feel them." The girl spoke. Our hero looked at this theatrical performance with his hands in his pockets and said only one phrase, "I'm dying of laughter now." The girl with red hair saw her beloved master and began to wipe away her tears. In an absolutely calm voice. After a second she said, "Oh, you're here too. Everything seems to be fine and normal." Our hero answered her. "Master?" The girl with red hair shouted loudly. She stood up. She became indignant. "Hola, Jiao! Everyone is already tired of you. Control yourself. Don't be so intrusive," said the girl who was driving the car. "Sister?" the girl asked in surprise and fun. "You're just a naughty girl. How dare you deceive people? When we return, you will see and receive from me." The girl who was driving screamed loudly and tightly squeezed this girl by the ear with her hand. Oh, sister, it hurts." The girl was indignant. Looking at the number, everything is happening near the car. Watching two sisters lose each other's ears, hours told. I just can't believe I hit the mark. This is the family. "Philosophical," the girl said. The two sisters climbed into the blue car and began to move away to the side. They were leaving. The young man and his sister cousin intercepted the road. They still continued to pull each other's hair and ears. These two sisters did not give each other peace. "It's all over." She left to do household chores. "Let's have dinner. By the way, what are you going to do when you take me on a date?" Our hero began to become interested. Actually, this sister Wen suggested dinner. The cousin spoke. She said, "Two girls want to see you after watching your basketball game." Continued to say cousins to her brother. "I'm just really curious. Who are they?" the young man asked his cousin. Suddenly he heard a beautiful woman's voice behind him. "Hello." Your boyfriend turned to look. "We saw you get out of the car and decided to find you." Two charming beauties shouted to our hero, "You are simply a god of basketball. I'm your fan forever." The girl said, quickly ran to our hero, grabbed his hand and hugged him tightly. Jiatian opened his eyes wider and was very surprised. "Seriously, it's unexpected that I now have fans," the young man said. "We just went outside." "Tell me what happened to Miss Ho," asked a blonde girl in a black pull-up suit. "Sister Wen just left," the cousin answered. "I heard that you can guess what kind of underwear people are wearing. Do you want to know mine?" the girl began to ask, winking. Jiatian smiled and began to speak. "Sorry, but you asked for this yourself, so I must fulfill your request. I'm a gentleman." Our hero continued to smile. "This can't be true." At that second, the girl began to think. My eyes burned with passion, looking at our hero. Charming, sexy blonde with long hair in black. Otherwise, the clothes were standing nearby. She quietly and calmly watched the young man. "Jiatian, what are you doing?" The sister cousin began to be loudly indignant. It was both outrage and a huge reality. "I can't see who their clothes are. This must be a disguise. This is the first time this has happened to me. What are they?" Our hero began to quickly think to himself. "Are you disguised?" he asked. "Jiatian, it is very impolite to tell a girl that she has had plastic surgery. Why ask this?" The sister felt ashamed of her brother. "Believe me, this is not plastic surgery. I mean camouflage clothing," the young man said in a serious and calm voice. "Yes, because I'm ugly, and I don't have a very good figure." That's why I had to wear these camouflage clothes, okay? Older brother? Straight idol? Do you want to be my boyfriend? Asked the girl in white clothes. Stop the liner quickly, said the girl in black clothes. Interesting, you say you're ugly. So why should I be your boyfriend then? The young man asked the girl loudly. It's not as easy for everyone as she says, Xia Tian thought. Listen to me carefully. You should be at least on my cousin's level, the young man said, hugging his sister. Who said I have a bad body? Why don't I take off my clothes and let it go? The girl suddenly said. Okay, shoot now, Xia Tian said. The girl ran up to the young man and put her palms on his chest. There are too many people here. I was filming elsewhere, she told the guy. Suddenly, sister grabbed her hand. With her hand, she quickly pushed her brother away from this girl. Wait, why are we leaving? I began to ask indignantly. Brother, what's happened? But the sister continued to remain silent and pull him by the hand. The girl in black clothes and white clothes were left standing without anything. They just watched as the cousin led her brother away by the hand, as if he were a small child. A second later, Sister No stood up and began to express indignation to her brother. This girl has gone too far. Never mind, the brother replied. Since you and I are free, then I have a proposal. Let's eat together. The cousin said to her brother. They saw an old man without a leg sitting next to the establishment. We have almost reached our house, so I suggest let's eat here. The cousin said to her brother. Our hero simply agreed with his sister. Jingsui, you are finally back. I've been waiting for you for a very long time, said a young guy with blonde hair, who suddenly approached our heroes. The cousin quickly hugged her brother. We were a little scared and started talking. Why are you following me again? Development said there is a guy? The guy is nothing. I still have a chance as long as you're single, isn't it? The young man with blonde hair asked, pleased with himself. The young man began pointing at the red car. Listen to me, beauty. I bought this BMW for you, the guy said proudly. Baby, take the car keys. The young man with blonde hair said proudly, smiling. Put me down quickly. I don't want it. The sister screamed indignantly. I will never take back what I gave. The blonde began to be indignant. And I told you that I don't want this gift. What's unclear? The girl was indignant. Unexpectedly, our hero approached this couple, took the car keys and calmly walked away. And I want to. And you solve your questions there, Xia Tianyi said, and walked away satisfied. Do you really want him? A young man with blonde hair asked. I will answer you honestly, yes, our hero answered. If you really want it, then I will give it to you on the condition that you leave Qingshui, said a young man with blonde hair. Is this how it turns out for me? Our hero asked again, surprised, holding the squirrel and keys in his hands. Yes, he's yours, confidently and loudly, the blonde said. Okay, thanks, buddy. To make it a pleasure to deal with. The young man answered with a smile and once again firmly grasped the keys in his hand. The cousin was very surprised. Xia Tian approached the man who was sitting without a leg and with a stick in his hands and begging on the street. He was sitting right on the ground. Dear, do you see that red BMW? Now he is entirely yours, the young man said to the man. The old man did not understand what was happening now. Perhaps it was just a prank. He just sat and begged for food. Our hero said it so loudly that everyone heard it. His sister cousin quickly turned in his direction. He didn't expect her brother to give such an expensive gift to an ordinary beggar on the street. The young man with blonde hair was simply in shock. He was speechless. His eyes were yours. The mouth opened in surprise. He definitely did not expect such a turn of events. What are you doing, Xia Tian? Don't laugh at people with disabilities. The sister began to be indignant at her and grabbed her brother by the hand. Is he like that? The brother asked in surprise. Man, don't you want it? Well, then I'll give the keys to someone else, Xia Tian said, and began to swing the circles in his hand. Stop, I want. A man interrupted and shouted. The man quickly took the keys to a luxurious red car. He opened the door and began to sit down in the driver's seat. Wait, a man with blonde hair called out loudly. The blonde guy ran up to his red car and began banging his hands on it. Come out quickly. This is my car. The guy screamed in hysterics. The man who was sitting on the street quickly figured out what to do. Is any work in? As he pressed the gas pedal hard and drove off. The car started moving and rushed forward at breakneck speed. Speed was picked up instantly, and the wheels were spinning in place. Stop it, fool! "Idiot, what are you doing? Stop quickly!" A young man with blonde hair screamed in panic and hysteria. And a few seconds later, before the eyes of this young man, a luxurious red car crashed into the wall. The grinding of metal and roar echoed throughout the street. The man was simply in shock. I literally lost everything I had this whole life. This was his favorite car. A young man with blonde hair quickly ran up to his red car. "My favorite BMW. What did that idiot do to you?" A young man was practically lying next to his car. "The driver was not me, and after he crashed into the wall, the insurance won't pay." A young man screamed loudly and practically cried near his red car. Our heroes simply smiled after him. The next day came. Xiatian walked down the street in the morning and wanted to sleep. He yawned well and lightly scratched the back of his head with his hand. A blue car began to drive up behind him. This car was already familiar to him. Familiar female voices were heard from it. "Wow, this is very unexpected. You still walk to school. Would you like to get in our car to get there faster?" the girl in the car asked. "Should I let him sit here? It smells like manure and I don't want to get my car dirty," said the guy sitting behind the wheel. "What? Don't you want to sacrifice your car?" Leaning on her chest, the girl began to ask her boyfriend, who was driving the car. "I will do anything for you," the young man answered confidently. "Listen, just drive carefully. I saw some cooking yesterday. Looking at this couple in the car," our hero answered. "If you drive poorly, your relatives will be in tears," the young man spoke. A garbage collection truck appeared near a beautiful blue car. This car smelled really bad. "Xiatian!" the girl screamed loudly. "I don't know why I liked you before." Our heroes entered the classroom and took their seats. Xiatian sat at his desk and looked attentively at the teacher. This girl stood in front of him. Then she demonstratively began to sit down at the desk that stood next to our hero. She sat down on a chair and constantly looked at him. "I wonder if the trash has been removed," our hero said in a quiet voice. "You will never find a girlfriend." The girl who was sitting next to him began to be indignant. "It's good that I broke up with you. You're not good enough for me." The girl continued to scream. "Yes, I don't deserve this, and you deserve it. Fish look for fish, shrimp look for shrimp, and toads look for frogs," the young man said. "Who do you call alive?" The girl was indignant. "You're just a creep, and no beauty will suit you." Suddenly there was a knock on the classroom door. After knocking on the door, a voice was heard. "Is there a student named Xiatian in this class?" All the students in the class were simply scared. From fear and surprise, everyone fell silent and opened their mouths. A charming woman came into the office. "Xiatian, is that you?" Looking at our hero, she asked. Our hero saw this beautiful woman and simply jumped out of his seat. He was ready to run towards her at the speed of light. In class, the children immediately began discussing. "Who is she?" one girl asked. "Xiatian seems to know her," one boy said. "She is so beautiful that she cannot be compared with his girlfriend." The other guy spoke. Xiatian quickly ran to the woman who was standing near the door. No one in this class understood what was happening. "What the hell is going on? This is mine. Give it back quickly," our hero shouted loudly. Jumping with his hand, he reached for the wooden horse, which was held in her hands by a woman who had entered this class. "Who are you? Who gave you this horse? Answer quickly." With tears in his eyes, a young man began to question the woman whose woman had just gone to this class. He held this horse in his hand very tightly. "You know who it is. Come with me, and believe me, he is waiting for you," the woman said to our hero. "Okay, take me to him." The young man agreed with the woman. "No one knows what a toad is until it is compared to a swan." A girl said this phrase, and everyone in the class supported her. Our actions are further transferred to the street, so near the multi-story buildings in the park. "Xiatian, stop!" One guy loudly called out to our hero. He had dark hair and a gray jacket. "What an unexpected meeting. Brother Ma!" A young man named Xiatian shouted in a normal voice. A young man with dark hair spread his arms to the sides and was ready to meet our hero. 10 years have passed, and you look more and more like our father." The guy with dark hair spoke, hugging our hero. "I can't believe it's you. Really you. Brother, I missed you." Our hero spoke. "Of course it's me. You gave me this horse when I left," said Marriage, and showed it in his hand. "This is your lime, Hua," he said, brother to our hero. "Oh, hello, sister-in-law," the young man said loudly and laughed. "You were so small back then, and always ran after me. My brother showed his height in childhood with his hand. Of course, you are 7 years older than me. A young man named Xia Tian made excuses. Tell me please, how is the godfather? How is his health? Our hero began to ask again. My father, he just thought to himself. They all sat down together on a chair and a sofa near the table. So, the godfather has already... He began to speak slowly, brother. And at that second, our hero began to feel fear. Everything around him seemed to turn gray, and there was no one around. If it weren't for my godfather who saved me, I would have died. I wanted to repay him in the future, but he made me forget the way home forever, and told me not to come back. My brother spoke in a sad voice. My father has always been like this. Therefore, I never had friends who could visit me. Lowering his eyes down, our hero began to remember and reflect. There is no one else at your home. So come to me. Honestly, I will take care of you more than ever, said brother. Brother, don't worry. Trust me to live now. Don't let that bother you. Our hero began to refuse the offer. Suddenly the phone rang in the room. The phone was lying on the table and was picking up both sounds and vibrations. The brother went to the phone, pressed the receiver and brought it to his ear. Hello. Okay, I'll be right there. Would you like by phone? Below, near the gate of a large house, a beautiful blue car appeared. Jiantu's father suffers from gout and now cannot go outside, so I have to run errands for him. Why don't you come with me? Do I have so much to tell you? My brother spoke. What is Xiantao? Why should you do his bidding? Ask Xia Tian. I deal in building materials, and he has a lot of connections with people at the top. Therefore, he is considered my patron. Sitting behind the wheel, my brother began to answer. Jiantu good. He is not the kind of person that money can buy. Therefore, I will help him in everything. He kept talking, brother. Your heroes entered the house and saw a man sitting on the bed, and everyone was fussing around him and supporting him. The young people entered the room and froze. They just stood there and watched what was happening. Don't touch it. Our hero began to be indignant, and with a quick step he went to the man who was sitting on the bed. Jiantian walked up to the man. He lifted him up, put his hand on his neck, and began to help him walk. What's going on? Who are you? The man who was sitting next to him began to be indignant. Jiantian, what are you doing? Not understanding what was happening, I started screaming loudly and excitedly, brother. Our hero threw this man over his shoulder like a sack of grain. What are you doing? The man sitting next to us asked us, surprised. She stop, the other man immediately shouted. Let the gentleman go quickly. They shouted down Danan. Our hero quickly ran away from them, holding this unconscious man on his shoulder. Catch him quickly. The rest of the men shouted and lifted our hero. The man who was lying on the young man's shoulder exhaled in relief. Jiantian took the man off her shoulder, and he felt really bad and vomited. The young man was always nearby and supportive. After some time, the man felt better. He began to wipe his mouth with a napkin and speak. I feel much better. Thank you very much for your last life. Sir, please tell me, what did you eat just now? Our hero asked the man in an alarming voice. Hot snow-toad soup. A tonic sent to me by an old friend, the man answered. Okay, then we say take a look at it, the young man asked again. This is exactly what the gentleman drank, the man said, and brought a bowl with some blue liquid. Jiantian took some of this liquid into a spoon and began to sniff it. There was practically no smell, but his X-ray vision immediately answered the question. Sir, how much do you hate this man? Our hero asked, looking at the man in surprise. Not at all. I have known him for a long time. His son himself brought me this soup. The man began to answer. The snow toad is naturally cold, and these injuries can remove the cold venom from the delicate toad. This is very dangerous. Our hero continued to talk. Even a healthy person will eat no more than 3 months after this intake. Our hero spoke and looked at the man with a concentrated gaze. What? Then you should definitely save my life, young man, the man said in a worried voice. Worry, I won't stay a secret. I just need a set of silver needles. Just a minute. A man standing to the side objected. Do you have a medical license? Do you have a license to practice medicine? Do you have it? No, how can you do this? The man began to ask. I don't have a license. The boy began to speak loudly, and in an offended voice. There is simply a desire to save people. If you trust your mind, then let me cure this patient. If not, I'll leave immediately, said the boy. I believe you. I believe it right now. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have lasted in Dr. Guo's hospital. The man spoke worriedly. How interesting. So this is your hospital. They are public. Our hero began to speak. Everyone in the country began to get nervous and worried. A licensed doctor is about to kill a man. Better, I'll call the police because this is a scammer. He began whispering the thick stuff in the yellow jar under his breath and dialing the phone number. Forget about it. It's not too late. And bring me the set of needles that I have, the man said. The brother began to doubt at that second. Xiaotian, do you really know how to heal people? Yes, I can't do this. I learned from my father. Our hero Brao answered. Mister, why don't you call Jian Tu first? My brother is not an official doctor in case. He started smiling, brother. Remember, boys, in this house the main owner is me, the man answered. A man in a blue shirt began to approach the owner of the house, holding a certain chest in his hands. Please use them, said the man in the gray shirt. A small chest opened, and inside were 4 needles of different lengths. These are the same divine being needles. Our hero thought in surprise. Looking at this, his surprise knew no bounds at that moment. Suddenly, the younger brother has good eyesight, but these are not real being divine needles. They were created only by later generations according to the records of ancient masters, said the man in the gray shirt. Jian took one needle into his hand and began to examine it with his X-ray vision. This vision never failed him. They are a magnificent treasure. With them I can cure you in a maximum of 1 month. Sure, the boy said. You know, for some reason I believe you, the man said. He took off his shirt and said confidently, honestly, I believe you, come on. At that moment the young man stood with a needle in his hands and was ready to inject. Our hero carefully stuck the needle with 2 fingers directly into the man's cervical collar area. He carefully observed the reaction of the body and the man. The task was not easy. This was his first time doing this. Responsibility and nerves were at their limit. My hands were shaking a little, but this was my first experience. The needle entered the body gently without any effort. The man didn't even cry out in pain. It turned out to be not so difficult. After the young man stuck all the needles into the man's body, he felt tired from the responsibility, and sweat dripped from his face. And it's even better than expected. It will only take me 10 minutes, the young man said. Suddenly loud sounds and voices were heard throughout the street. Listen, everyone in the room. Release these skiers immediately. Give up quickly. These sounds were coming. There were several police cars and about 10 policemen standing near the house. Listen to us carefully, the police shouted loudly. The people in the room should immediately release the hostages and give up immediately. All the police were on edge and nervous. They pulled out their pistols from their holsters and began to aim at the windows of this building. One policeman started talking on the radio. Team, can you find the hostage takers? The team began to answer on the radio. We can only confirm that there is someone in the house, but we can't pinpoint the location. Are you sure that the kidnappers and hostages are in this house? Doubting this situation, the policeman asked the man again. They should be there. This is accurate information. The man answered the policeman in a rude voice. But then all the responsibility is on you. Forward, let's go. Everyone attack. A policeman in uniform shouted and waved his hand towards the building. The policemen clutched their pistols tightly in their hands and ran forward. Film with a kick, they opened the door to the building. Several police officers ran into the house and pointed their guns forward. They were ready to shoot. The situation was tense. To their surprise, everything was calm inside the house. One man was sitting in a chair and drinking tea. 2 young men were sitting on the sofa doing the same thing. The entire tea party was served by a servant. The owners were very surprised by such uninvited guests. We received a call and were told that someone had captured the director's father. The policeman said in a stern voice, "We police officers ourselves were confused by this situation." The man sitting in the chair laughed and began to talk. "You are wrong. Gentlemen police officers, I have been sitting here all this time and talking to my client. Believe me, there is no kidnapping or capture here." A man with a yellow bow tie came into the house. He was nervously indignant and pointed his finger at this man. "Comrade policeman, this person does not have a medical license, and he is treating Mr. Xiang, which is already illegal." I said I was just accepting my client. This doctor was just fired by me. Probably out of revenge and spite, he called the police with a false report. The man began to become indignant, sitting in a chair and drinking tea. Hello! The man in the suit and with the yellow bow tie really didn't like this. He got scared and became nervous. The drops of sweat that ran down his face betrayed his fear. In surprise, he opened his mouth and asked loudly, "What?" The police did not deal with this false call and simply twisted the man's hands. They began to take him out of the house. "Come with us, we will figure out what happened here," said one of the policemen. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me." The man began to make excuses, but the police did not even listen to him. Slightly frightened by this situation, our hero said to the man, "Thank you, you saved me. I don't even know how to thank you." "No, I should be thanking you," the man said and smiled. The man took the gray chest in his hands and handed it to our hero. "It's of little use to me, so I'll give it to you. It will be better for both of us," the man said. "No, it's too valuable. I cannot accept such an expensive gift." The young man began to refuse this box in surprise. "This is a treasure, useful only in your hands," the man said in a serious voice, and put this box in the hands of our hero. Jatian was very surprised and was undoubtedly pleased with this gift. "Then thank you very much." Smiling and contentedly, our hero looked at the man and thanked him. Then the young man left the house, walked down the street, and met his old friend, a girl in a blue tracksuit. "Hello, Ms. Policeman," the young man said, smiling, and extended his hand to say hello. "Don't ever call me that." The girl was loudly indignant. "I think we need to talk." "So Bing Bing, why did you want to meet me?" the young man asked the policewoman. "No need to say that. Of course I'm here to ask you for help." The girl began to answer. "I thought your aunt asked you to cooperate with me, so come here," the girl said, and grabbed our hero's hand. She pulled him along with her. "Where are we going?" The young man began to be indignant. "I got the task. Track down the man named Wang Gan and find out who is behind him. Now let's quickly go to the casino and find out what's going on there." The girl looked carefully at our hero and said, "Wait, are you really going to go to the casino dressed like that?" The young man began to be indignant and show the girl her appearance. "I wonder what's wrong with her." The girl began to be indignant. After these words, Xiatian simply grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along. He understood better than anyone else that wearing a tracksuit to a casino was just a shame. "I didn't understand something. Where are you taking me?" "Xiatian, answer me immediately. If you just don't like my appearance or don't like me, just say so." The girl continued to be indignant. Xiatian took this girl to the nearest boutique and changed her clothes, as he saw fit. She was wearing a dress that looked like a short t-shirt that hugged and emphasized the girl's body. "Should I really dress like this?" the girl asked in surprise. "Remember, the more you pull the t-shirt down, the more it seems to others that you simply aren't wearing shorts." Smiling, our hero said to the girl, "Shut up quickly and don't say a word." The girl continued to be indignant. They continued walking down the street and turned left. The girl no longer touched her t-shirt and did not pull it down. When they turned the corner, there was a house in front of them. 3 young people. One of them was smoking, but they all looked at them attentively and with contempt. Suddenly a bald man with a small beard shouted loudly, "Who is this?" The other 2 young men also looked attentively at the girl. Our heroes continued to walk forward and approach these 3 young men. Xiatian replied calmly, "This is Old Man Shu's friend." "Then why did you need her?" the young bald man asked. At that second, the girl was very scared and clung to our hero. Xiatian answered absolutely calmly, "Because she is my wife." The girl did not expect such a turn of events. Our hero put his hand on the girl's shoulder and began to hug her tightly and press her body to him. "Still not convinced?" the young man asked the man loudly. Xiatian understood that he had to play this game to the end. He began to bring his lips closer to the lips of this charming girl. The girl seemed to freeze and looked straight into our hero's eyes. His lips were approaching the lips of this charming girl. Another moment, and he would have kissed her. At this moment, the girl said quietly, "Xiatian, are you crazy?" The men understood that now this couple would start kissing passionately, but they didn't really want to look at this spectacle. So the bald man pointed his hand towards the door and said, "Come on, let's come in. No need to brag." "Thank you," the young man replied. If you were going to do it, do it. A little angry, the girl said to our hero. Stopping near the door, the boy asked, What did you say? Nothing, the girl answered offendedly. A girl and a young man entered a casino. They saw many gaming tables. Each of them was staffed by a dealer, and there were at least 3 people at each gaming table. Young people began to walk into the center of the casino hall. Don't be so serious, just relax, Xiaotian said to his companion. Looking around, the young man invited the girl to sit down at the gaming table. He sat her down at the table and said, Please sit down and take part in the game. The girl was surprised. Xiaotian, what are you doing? I don't know how to play. This is pure setup. The girl was loudly indignant. Take your time. Quiet. Answer. Do you prefer more or less? The guy asked the girl. The girl looked at the young man in surprise and attentively, and her indignation knew no bounds. What do you mean, pervert? Quiet? She asked the guy. A man wearing a white shirt and a red daddy is holding a chip in his hands. It asks if you are betting over or under, the dealer said. Our hero put his hands on this girl's shoulders and answered in a calm voice, My wife bets on less. At that moment the girl did not understand what was happening at all. Then the dealer shook the dice and threw them onto the table. Then let's go. 124. It's less, the croupier said in surprise and loudly. This victory? The girl asked again. Excitement appeared in her eyes. You just take them and play with them first, and I'll go look elsewhere, the young man said to the girl. He began to move away, and the girl completely plunged into the game. I'm betting on more, I'm sure, the girl told the croupier. Xiaotian began to walk through the casino along the gaming tables. He looked at every man who was in this room, and at that moment I was thinking, if I want to find information, then I better find some unhappy person in this room. Our hero continued to think and look at every face that was sitting at the gaming tables. A few minutes later, he saw a young man sitting sadly at the bar. Do you need money? The young man asked. I can't afford to take out a loan, the sad guy answered. This is not a loan. If you can provide me with the necessary information, then I will give you the money for nothing. Free of charge, said our hero to the young man. I wonder what information you need, the guy in the hat asked. Xiaotian sly smiled, realizing that now this young man would be completely at his disposal. He fell for the idea that he could get some easy money. Xiaotian returned to his girlfriend. What do you ask? How is she doing? But tell me how your game went, the young man asked the girl. She thought about it. I didn't know what to answer her. After that, our heroes left the casino. They went for a walk down the street. I lost all the money you gave me. The girl spoke with her eyes down in a frustrated voice. In response to this, our hero simply smiled and answered, It was a good job. I have made progress on my part. Our hero continued to speak to the girl. Really, aren't you kidding? The girl asked in a joyful voice. Then kiss me and I'll tell you. Our hero smiled and pointed his finger at his cheek. The girl got very angry and clenched her fist, showing that any more time, and she would just hit him. I'm just kidding. Putting his hands forward, the young man began to make excuses. The guy you're looking for is Wang Gang. He goes to this place called Fire Day every Sunday. I'll go with you when the time comes, the young man said. The girl picked up the ticket that the young man gave her. She looked at him and answered, Yes, thank you very much. Then she looked carefully at our hero and said quietly, Actually, it's not a problem for me to kiss you. But at this moment, Xiaotian picked up the phone and began to call her sister. Hello, cousin, he said loudly on the phone. The girl simply did not expect such rudeness towards her. Indignation simply filled her entire body. She could not stand the muslin and kicked her program right in the back of our hero. Xiaotian did not expect that he would be hit in the back by the girl he was walking with along this street. After the girl kicked the young man in the back, she turned around and began to leave. What's wrong with him? The young man asked himself in surprise. The next day has arrived and events are already developing near the university. University entrance exams were held there. There was an announcement that the exam was starting and a request not to make noise. It was Zhanghai Middle School. After some time, our hero left the school building. He was calm to himself, or kept his hands in his trouser pockets. Stopping at the threshold of the school, our hero yawned very loudly at the top of his voice. He put his hands behind his head and thought, I'll go and sit somewhere. Need to rest. Our hero walked into the nearest bar and thought that it wouldn't hurt to have a drink now. It's not a bad place for Togo to hang out. Xiaotian picked up his first glass to drink, and suddenly a girl suddenly called him. A charming girl sat down on the bar counter and said, "Handsome, handsome, how about you buy me a drink?" The girl continued to talk and practically devoured our hero with her gaze. Without thinking twice, the girl extended her hand to the glass that was in the hands of our hero. She passionately ran her fingertip along the edge of the glass several times and took it in her hands. Xiaotian Altien did not expect such a development of events at all. It was brazen and very brave. The girl silently picked up the glass and began to drink his drink. "What's wrong with you?" Looking at the girl, the young man asked in surprise. The girl hugged our hero and put her hand on his chest. "It's just a drink, won't be so stingy," the girl answered. After some time, 3 men entered the bar. They were very aggressive. The man in the gray t-shirt shouted loudly, "Brother, look, it's her!" The girl realized that it was about her, and our face changed, and we got scared. Her eyes darted around and she began to look for which way to run. The man approached the girl and began to speak in a menacing voice. "Give me back my wallet, beauty, and we'll forget about this." "What wallet? I have no idea what you're talking about." Stuttering, the girl began to make excuses. Our hero did not like this situation. "Listen to me, beauty. Without forcing us to extreme measures, just not a favorite, that's all. You will remain safe, just give me your wallet." The man continued to be indignant and shout. The girl quickly hid behind our hero. She hugged him tightly and began to answer. "What do you want? My boyfriend is here, and he is very strong. That's why he'll leave me alone." Assessing the situation, Xiaotian slowly reached his right hand into the chest pocket of his shirt. Slowly, he began to take something out of his pocket. The girl saw this and thought to herself, "Damn it, I wanted to hide it for a while." Xiaotian took out a wallet from his chest pocket. "This is what you want, right?" the young man asked. This made the men even more angry. "Bastard, have you decided to play with me? Do you think this is funny?" the man said in a menacing voice. "They really stole it." The second man began to get indignant. No, it seemed to you. I don't play with men," the young man said and laughed. The girl standing next to her also laughed, and the men, shouting, "Beat him," were already running towards our hero in order to overwhelm him and beat him. Xiaotian quickly assessed the situation with his X-ray eyes. He calculated every step, every blow and maneuver of his opponent. He understood who would strike first and who would be last. He reacted quickly, and with quick movements of his hands dealt crushing blows to the offenders. A second later, all the men were lying on the floor and groaning in pain. It was so fast that the girl didn't even understand what happened. "What happened now?" "What was that?" the girl asked in surprise. "Ms. Hong, did you see this?" the woman asked the girl. "Stop it, don't even think about it." The girl at the next table answered. "Listen to me, beauty. You drank my glass of wine, so don't forget to pay the bill," the young man said to the girl. "Have you gone completely crazy?" The girl was indignant. They began to leave this drinking establishment. The girl hugged our hero's hand and began to ask, "My stingy friend, where do you live? Would you like me to take you home in a taxi?" "No need," Xiaotian replied. The girl smiled and looked passionately into our hero's eyes. "Are you really sure about this?" the girl asked and thought to herself. "I have your wallet. You'll cry when you get out of the taxi and you won't have money to pay for the ride." At this moment, the girl put her hand into her skirt pocket. She realized that something was missing, namely, a wallet. "What happened? I wonder where my wallet is. It was always in my pocket," the girl said and looked carefully at the young man. It was a feeling of surprise. "Don't look, I've already returned it," he said. Our hero showed a wallet in his hands. He looked at the girl carefully, after which his taxi stopped, and our hero confidently got into the car. The girl was very surprised and shouted back to him, "Yes, you are simply a professional in your field. Your man got into a yellow car called a taxi and confidently went about his business. He sat in the back seat of a taxi and made calls on his phone. "Hello, Brother Shu, I say, young man. How were the exams?" they asked over the phone. "Don't worry, no problem. The tournament is in 3 days, so I can't miss it." The young man answered the phone in a satisfied voice. After that, he pressed to reject the call and put the phone aside. "Now I'm not as weak as before. This is more than enough to deal with San," the boy thought. Xia Tian arrived in a yellow taxi to a beautiful large mansion. There was a park around it and a lot of greenery. A lot of greenery. He walked along the road to the gate of this house. A gray-haired man walked in front. This villa is Liulin. Green forest, that's what it means. Our hero thought, looking around as he walked along the road. They reached the steps that led into the house. The two male butlers immediately bowed at their feet. They greeted the new guests. On the porch of this mansion stood a man with a long black braid on his head. "Please come in, old Shu," he said to the gray-haired short man. "Thank you. I am flattered by such attention," a gray-haired adult man answered, and he also bowed his head in greeting. Xia Tian remembered what someone once told him. "Young man, when you have time, visit Liulin Villa." "What a pity. I thought I could see Mr. Fan here," the boy thought. A man in a blue shirt with a long black braid on his shoulder asked our hero, "Is your surname Xiang?" "Yes, that's right. My name is Xia Tian." Our hero answered this man with his mouth open in surprise. "Are you sure about today's meeting?" the man asked. "If I wasn't sure, I would never have come here," the boy answered. Men in suits appeared in the room. One of them said, "Mr. Fan, it looks like we're a little late." The man in the blue shirt shot his hand forward and addressed them. "Believe me, it's not too late. Since we're all here, let's get ready to start. Let's discuss the rules first. If we win, then I want Shu to give me his pair of eyes, and this stinking guy should be left without a leg," the man said. This was an unexpected turn of events. A gray-haired man with a beard lowered his eyes sadly, and the young man looked at this man so carefully. Xia Tian plucked up the courage to speak proudly and loudly. "What if I won? What then? If you win, then we will forget the past. When Shu will no longer have anything to do with me, and I will not harm him," said the man. The boy standing nearby began to be indignant. "Dad, we can't let him go. He has to die." "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill anyone in Liulin Villa," the man answered his son in a serious voice. "Mr. Fan, the boy knows and understands nothing about the world. Don't take it to heart," the man said in a long voice, and tried to stop his son with one hand. "Doesn't matter. If you want my life, you can bet yours." "What do you say to this?" our hero asked in a calm voice. "How can you put your life against mine?" The man was indignant. "What did you say?" the boy standing behind our hero asked loudly. Another man in a jacket appeared in the room. "I will stand against you. I don't think anyone from the quicksand will save you this time," the man said in a menacing voice. "Quicksand? Are you one of the quicksands?" the man asked with fear in his voice, and his face turned pale with fear. "No," our hero answered in a calm voice. With his X-ray gaze, he looked at everyone around him in this room. "If so, then this fight can take place regardless of your bets. This decision will be guarded by me," he said in an angry voice. The man in his eyes seemed to burn with fire from anger. All the people went out into the street. The wind rose and birds began to fly overhead. Xia Tian stood calmly in the courtyard with his hands in his trouser pockets. One of the people shouted loudly, "Yes, he will start with himself." "Go ahead," the man in the brown suit shouted. "Down to attack and swing your legs." While jumping, he delivered super punches. But the young man foresaw his every move. He masterfully fought them off. The fight continued. The man in the suit expertly threw kicks. Each of his blows hit the target. Xia Tian controlled the fight and tried to repel all the enemy's kicks. From the outside, it seemed that he knew what would happen next in a second. The tall man in a blue shirt was very surprised, looking at the young man as he fought this battle. "Is this Tai Chi?" the man asked in surprise. The tired opponent from this fight asked indignantly and surprised, "Are you in the early stages of level yellow?" But our hero did not listen to anything and continued to attack his opponent. He jumped high to deliver a vicious blow. "I won't hesitate any longer. Enough is enough. We need to deal with you, boy, once and for all," said the man in the brown suit, accelerated and jumped towards our hero. "Then let's check if you have what you need." The young man answered and continued this fight. The man in the brown suit gave our hero another hard kick to the head. The boy dodged this blow and covered himself with his right hand, and then he struck back. The opponent flew several meters away from our hero. They stood and looked at each other for some time. Xia Tian understood that he had to attack no matter what. The opponent felt tired and exhausted from this fight. "I underestimated him. He's harder to deal with than I thought." Looking at the boy, I thought of a man in a brown suit and with a tattoo on his face. He is growing too quickly in this fight. I'll have to do this quickly. The man with the tattoo on his face thought to himself and took a fighting stance, expecting an attack. Zan, get serious so you'll die soon. A man in a gray suit said loudly and pointed his finger at the boy. Master, be careful. A boy standing aside near the elderly man shouted loudly to our hero. The man with the tattoo on his face was simply furious. Anger filled his body. He was ready to simply tear and kill this boy. Jia Tian assessed the situation of this battle with his X-ray gaze. Let's take a second, he began to reflect and think. Since he's so ruthless, then I won't leave myself the slightest chance for error, the young man thought. At that second, the man kicked our hero hard in the head. But in response, the young man used his signature finger strike. It was very unexpected and too painful for the attacker. His face turned red from the pain, and sweat began to appear on his face. He gritted his teeth in pain and screamed. And a second later, this man fell to the ground, grabbed his leg with both hands, and began to groan in pain. Xia Tian just stood calmly and watched what was happening. Xia Tian walked up to his offender, and once again sharply struck the man's ankle with 2 fingers. He, in turn, again screamed in pain. A man in a gray suit and white shirt shouted loudly, "San!" His surprise and indignation knew no bounds. He didn't expect this fight to end like this. The match and massage were very happy about the outcome of this fight. Great. Xia Tian, you are simply the best, the two of them screamed. You haven't lost your leg, hobby, but I won't kill you. You have many enemies, you have bills to pay. Our hero spoke in a calm voice, keeping his hands in his pockets. Put off by this turn of events of this battle, the man in the blue shirt asked in surprise. Little brother, who did you learn these Tai Chi techniques from? Who taught you the signature Tai Chi kicks? Let's go again, the man asked our hero. I learned this by accident one day in the park. Mr. Fan showed it to me, and he told me to come to his villa one day. The young man answered. Everything is clear, so it was the same old man. That's why all these movements were so familiar to me. The man in the blue shirt began to reason. How about we find a place to celebrate? Asked an elderly man with a beard. I can't, I'm busy today. Let's do it another time, the young man said and picked up his phone to dial a number. Evening came. The young man went for a walk around the evening city. He walked along the streets, which were illuminated with advertising signs. Suddenly a female voice called out to our hero, Xia Tian, after which our hero turned around. Xia Tian saw a charming girl in blue clothes. It was the same girl. I thought you wouldn't come, she said in a joyful voice. Actually, you're the one who's late. Why are you talking about me like that? And this is not your usual style. Why are you dressed up like that today? The young man asked the girl. I didn't want you to dress me up specially, so I took the plunge and chose my own clothes, the girl answered. The girl quickly began to approach the young man slowly and stumbled. She had beautiful high heels. She stumbled and practically fell into the arms of our hero. He managed to grab her to prevent her from falling to the ground. You're not used to high heels, are you? Let me help you, the young man said. A tall woman in black clothes appeared behind the guys. She laughed loudly and said, Have I really met you again? The girl turned, looked at the woman and asked in surprise, Who is she? She's a thief, the young man answered calmly. What? Thief, stand still! The girl screamed and ran to catch up with the woman in black clothes. What's happening? The woman became indignant and began to run away. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Our hero spread his arms to the sides and laughed all over the street. Xia Tian stopped near the bright doors of an establishment. Looking at him, he thought, it was as if I had triggered the instinct of catching in a mousetrap. A girl in a blue dress caught up with a woman in black clothes. She shouted in a serious voice, Give this stinking thief back. The girl stood and looked at the woman in black clothes with an angry look and pointed her finger at her. A woman in black hid behind the girl. She looked out from behind her with a frightened look. A random girl with a long braid on her head said loudly, Wait. Bing Bing, don't do this. I said that she was a thief, but I didn't say that she was stealing now. The young man began to laugh and talk. Isn't she an active criminal? The girl asked in surprise. Understand this should give a chance to atone for those who have already committed crimes. The guy continued talking. That's it. You were chasing me, but I didn't steal anything. The girl in black clothes continued to be indignant and speak loudly. "Well, since it was a misunderstanding, then let's sit down and have a drink. I'll treat you," said a girl with a big beautiful braid on her head. Xiatian put his hands on the girl's shoulders and began to calm her down. "I can't drink, I'm still on a mission." The girl continued talking. A girl with a long beautiful cash register stood and looked at this couple, not understanding what was happening now. "Don't your legs hurt from running for a long time? You're not used to long high heels yet, are you?" Having seated the girl on a chair, the young man began to calm her down. "The beautiful police girl's legs are really swollen and swollen. It seemed like the shoes she was wearing were several sizes too small." The girl began to move her legs and began to moan in pain. Her feet were really tired and sore from wearing shoes and high heels. There were even tears in my eyes from pain. "Go get some bandages," a girl with a long beautiful braid ordered her assistant. All four of them sat down at the table and began to drink. They told and remembered stories, after which they laughed very long and loudly. The police girl was the only one sitting at this table and did not drink anything. She still thought she was on a mission, but looking at the others, how good they were, she wanted this too. Xiatian talked to two girls, laughed and drank wine. It was a wonderful dialogue, in which only the police girl did not participate. Suddenly the police girl snatched the glass from our hero's hands with her hand. This glass was filled with wine. Looking at Bing Bing, our hero asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" And in response there was only silence. The police girl took the glass with both hands and began to greedily drink the wine from it. She drank it in large sips and even closed her eyes in pleasure. "It was an indirect kiss," the young man and the girl said in a surprised voice. He didn't know what else to say and simply spread his arms out to the sides. The girl in a purple blouse with a long beautiful braid smiled as she looked at what was happening. It was really cute and fun. "Xiatian, can't you see that she is jealous of you?" the girl with the long braid said quietly to the young man. "Who's jealous?" the guy asked in surprise. And the girl continued to drink wine from the glass. Xiatian turned and looked at the girl who was sitting next to him. She stood up and continued to drink wine from his glass. "Do you mean her?" the young man asked in surprise. "It can't be. She doesn't have room in her head for such things." The boy continued talking. "You're a stupid boy. This is how girls behave when they are jealous. If you don't believe me, just wait," the girl with a long braid on her head said in a quiet voice, squinting my eyes a little. The girl stood up to look at our hero with some special look. Her cheeks turned a little red. She continued to hold the glass of wine in her hand. "Can't you control yourself? Why did you get drunk so quickly? I don't understand what happened." Our hero was surprised to ask the girl again. Then Bing Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed our hero's hand. She pulled him behind her from the table and began to speak loudly. "Let's go. You and I have work to do." The girl in black sighed, touched her palm to her face and said, "It's a shame that he already has a girlfriend." It was clear from her that she really liked the young man. "Don't steal anything from my bar," a girl with a long beautiful braid sitting next to her said, and laughed. Our heroes went to a karaoke bar. The girl picked up the microphone and began to sing, I love you until the end of my days." For the first time in my life, I allowed myself to let go of all inhibitions. Let me dream of myself and myself. The young man was simply in shock. "It's a real loss for you not to debut as a singer," the young man said. "My song is just a cover. Did I tell you to keep an eye on your target? Did you do it?" The girl with a microphone in her hands answered, "I'm making sure it's not so loud, otherwise they'll hear you." The young man was indignant. "I got a room with a better view, be serious," the girl answered. "I've already turned off my microphone." The young man got angry. In reality, the target was already in this building. Our hero felt that the target was in number 303. With his X-ray vision, he saw that there was a man and a woman in the room, hugging and kissing. Xiatian thought about it. I wouldn't mind interrupting them, but it's not good to discredit the eyes of this lady policewoman. We have to pass because the target has just come towards us," the young man said to the girl. Our hero saw how the target sat down at the table with some man, and they took the cups in their hands, talked, and drank tea. Our heroes took to the streets. The girl pressed herself close to the young man and began to talk. "I can't believe you didn't tell me Huoyazi was already here. Isn't it better now? Maybe he has something more serious to do? Xia Tian answered, hugging the girl and looking through the glass at the restaurant to see what their client was doing. Then let's go there and listen to what they have to say, the girl said to our young man in an alarmed voice. Trust me, there is no need to go there, the guy answered. From here I can understand what they are talking about. It's just elementary, Xia Tian replied. Can you really read lips? I never stop learning something new from you every time. Then we said the girl is a policeman. The other guy is a foreigner. In 3 days, the relic will arrive in Zhanghai City. They said what it is, but they are going to do something about it. The young man continued talking. He lip-read everything that was happening in the restaurant. Theft is already a big deal, exclaimed the girl. But is this true? You can't joke about such things. You won't deceive me, will you? The police girl began to doubt. Our hero smiled a little and answered quietly, Believe me, I would never joke about things like that. The girl looked at him with big, serious eyes, and there was complete trust in those eyes. Okay, I believe you, the girl answered. In any case, I'll buy you a drink since you accompanied me on a mission all day today. Xia Tian smiled, picked up the phone and answered, Sorry, but I can't do it today. My cousin just texted me to tell me to go home. She's very worried. Cousin? Did you just say cousin? Are you living with your cousin? The girl asked indignantly. Yes, something like that. What's wrong with that? The young man began to make excuses. Do you have permission? How can you live together? You're not old enough to get married yet, are you? The girl asked, looking into the eyes of the young man. Why permission? I told you she's my cousin, and we are not alone together. She still lives with her best friend. The young man continued to smile, laugh, and answer. Wonderful 2 girls guy? Just like in an erotic movie. The girl said, dissatisfied. The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. You've seen enough of incomprehensible science fiction films. The young man answered. At this time, the cousin and best friend were dressed smartly in their house. They were dressed in chic, beautiful, identical dresses. Are we actually going to do this? The girl asked. We promised to celebrate, so I consider this a surprise for him, said the girl with blonde hair. The second girl thought for a moment, frowned slightly, and answered, Well then, good. Come back soon, Xia Tian, cousin thought. It was late evening. Xia Tian was already approaching his house and returning home. He walked to the door, opened it, and began to enter the room. The young man said, stepping carefully step by step, Is there anyone at home? I'm back. Literally a few seconds later, the young man was simply stunned by what he saw. He froze and just watched. 2 charming girls in lingerie and swimsuits appeared in front of him. She wore bunny ears on her head, like Playboy models. They were throwing confetti. The girl in the black swimsuit shouted, Congratulations! And I congratulate you, the blonde shouted. Xia Tian, I congratulate you for becoming the best student in the university entrance exam. The girl in the black swimsuit had simply luxurious breasts. Our young man's gaze settled on this. He couldn't look away and stared. What happened? Are you surprised? Thanks, other girl. And our hero turned his gaze to the other breast. She was also luxurious and beautiful. He couldn't look at anything else at that second. Xia Tian stopped and his cheeks turned red from the awkward situation. His hands reached out to hug the breasts of these girls, but he himself was simply petrified in one place. And I didn't know what to say. The girls began to be indignant at this young man's reaction. The blonde was indignant. What happened to you, Xia Tian? The girl in the black swimsuit added. This is bad. I think it was too exciting for him. The guy was also nervous and indignant. No, as long as my X-ray vision doesn't open. Our hero was only thinking about this at that moment. He didn't want to see them completely naked. I read that this is wrong, but his eyes were constantly directed at the chests of these girls. Girls, please don't. The only thing our hero could say at that moment. Don't come close to me. I am not responsible for myself, he said. The young man ran into another room and closed the door behind him. The next beautiful day arrived. The weather was beautiful outside, the sun was shining, and there was not a single cloud in the sky. Xia Tian walked down the long corridor, without sleep, and with a very tired look on her face. These 2 girls almost killed me last night, celebrating record exam scores. But remembering their images, clothes, and everything that was happening in his head, he smiled and said, But it was a good holiday. They were just damn attractive and sexy. You can't think about it like that. Today I came to see Sister Rue. Thinking to himself, our hero stopped himself. Sister Rue was sitting at her desk in her office. She was wearing a luxurious red suit. Her face, hairstyle, and manner were all perfect. Jia Tian opened the door to the office and walked in. He stood calmly with one hand in his trouser pockets. "Good morning, Sister Rue," the young man said with a smile. The girl looked at the young man with a languid gaze and said, "You're just in time. Do me a favor." The girl said, nodded her head at the bouquet lying on her table, and pointed at it with her finger. Jia Tian took this luxurious bouquet of flowers in his hands and said, "I wonder who sent them." Having carefully examined this bouquet, I saw a note. It was written on it, "Dear Rue, you are the light in a dark night. I love you. Signature, Under Hua." "You, how corny," the guy said. The girl in the red suit began to command. "Take the flowers and come there," she said, and pointed her finger towards the urn. The young man calmly approached with a bouquet of flowers and stood near the urn. "So what now?" he asked again. "Open the basket and throw these flowers away immediately," the girl said. Our hero, without thinking for a long time, fulfilled the request of this beauty. He opened the form and threw in the flowers. After this, the young man approached the table where a girl named Rue was sitting. "What happened? And Sister Rue?" The boy became interested. The girl closed her eyes, brought her right hand to her head, and began to answer. "This is Wen Zhuohua. He is one of the 4 masters of Zhanghai. He constantly follows me and is very annoying." The young man put his hand to his chin and answered, "I kept hearing about the 4 young masters from Zhanghai. Zhang Tianshu, Hu Fanye, Wen Zhuohua, and Wang Nianlin are, to put it bluntly, 4 rich and influential playboys in their families. And Wen Zhuohua is the second son of the powerful Wen family." The girl spoke in an alarming voice. Our hero immediately remembered the blond man in a beautiful suit. "I know him. This is Wang Nianlin. He was stalking my cousin." Sister Rue began to answer in a frightened voice. "Believe me, it is better not to provoke him. Mr. Wang is known as the #1 genius doctor in Shanghai City. His network covers the entire city, and no one dares to provoke him." After these words, our young man laughed loudly and spread his arms to the sides. "Sorry, but I already did it," the young man answered. The girl exhaled deeply and answered, "Okay, then forget what I told you." Very unexpectedly, there was a sudden knock on the door. A voice rang out, "Ruru, my light in the dark night, are you here?" It was immediately obvious that the girl did not like it. She clasped her hands and closed her eyes tightly. There was a short pause. The action continued to take place in the tall building where Sister Rue worked. A girl in a red suit sat down at her desk. "What should I do if I don't want him to walk? Because of his personality, everyone is very scared. Our guards do not dare to be strict with him," a girl complained. "Sorry, but I don't understand. What should I do?" "Do you want to let him in here?" the young man asked in surprise. "Listen, if you don't want to do something, then let me take care of it for you." Our hero spoke in a calm voice, looking into the eyes of this beauty. The young man walked to the door and put his hand on the doorknob. "What are you going to do?" the girl asked indignantly. At this moment, the guy had already pressed the handle to open the door. Jia Tian opened the office door and saw a man standing with a bouquet of purple flowers. He closed his eyes and smiled very idiotically. They were both frightened by surprise. Out of fear, the man with the flowers screamed loudly and opened his mouth wide. "What kind of creature are you?" our hero screamed in a frightened voice and practically jumped on the door out of fear. The man with the flowers got angry and started downloading his teeth. He frowned and began to speak indignantly. "What are you talking about, boy? Who do you call a creature? Aren't you a creature?" our hero asked in surprise and pointed his finger at this man. "Don't joke with me like that." The man with the flowers answered in an angry voice. "Zhao Ruru, why don't you answer my calls?" Peeking out from behind our hero's body, the man with the flowers asked. The girl rose from her chair and responded indignantly, "I asked you not to call me that. Please don't be angry with Xiao Ruru. I just bought you flowers again." The fat man began to speak in a sweet voice and stretch his lips forward, showing that he wanted to kiss her. "I don't understand. Are you deaf? She asked you not to call her that." "You're a stupid idiot," Xia Tian said. The man became even angrier. "Who the hell are you anyway? It's none of your business at all. Get out of here quickly and don't bother us." Jaetian, he is now the special director of Zung Group. So, of course, it's his business, the girl said in a sad voice, and she sat back down in her chair. Our hero also began to get nervous and angry. You heard her, right? It's you who should leave. If it weren't for Sister Rue, I would have kicked you out of this office a long time ago. Kick me out? The man with flowers in his hands asked and laughed. Our hero did not restrain himself. He pushed the man with a quick, sharp blow, and he fell out of the door into the corridor. Do you want me to kick you out? The young man laughed. I've never heard such a ridiculous request, the guy said, scratching his hands. What are you doing? What are you doing, boy? Let me out quickly. The man spoke in a frightened voice, but Xiatian held his clothes tightly with his hand. Xiatian slowly began to lead this windy man towards the trash cans, on which it was written that they were not recyclable. The man was trembling with fear. Within a few seconds, the young man lifted this man with one left hand and threw him head down into this stinking barrel of waste. Looking at this obsessive and ill-mannered man, our hero said, "Garbage must be properly sorted. That's the place for you." The young man said and began to leave. The man climbed out of the barrel and shouted after him in an angry voice, "Just wait. Soon you and Zung Ru will pay for this." After some time, the young man returned to the open door of the charming girl's office. "What would you do with him? What did you do to Wen Zhaohua?" "Like you said, I went to the basket and threw." The young man answered in a calm voice, smiling. The girl came closer to the young man, took him away and smiled sweetly. "Maybe they are no longer afraid of anyone. Trust me, and nothing will happen to you again," the guy said. "Xiatian, I am so pleased to hear these words from you. When you are near, I feel completely safe." Looking into the eyes of the young man, the girl spoke. "By the way, I should introduce you to my brother," the young man said to the girl, smiling. "Do you have a brother?" The girl was surprised. "Yes, he is not my brother, but I treat him like my own, so I decided to introduce you to him." Our hero answered the charming girl. "Well, to be honest, I'd like to meet your family too," the girl said, lowering her eyes slightly. It was written on my face that she was a little embarrassed. "Although I know that I have no future with you, I have already begun to consider you my family," the girl thought. At this time, all the actions take place in one of the hospitals in this city. "Bio, help me in one matter. Didn't Zung Group come out with new Snow Lotus water? In theory, help put things in order and sort it out. Make some noise there." The man shouted into the phone in a measured voice. A medical plaster was stuck on his face, and his hand was bandaged. This man was simply seething with rage after what our hero did to him. Firstly, he beat him, and secondly, he simply embarrassed him in front of his beloved girl. Out of anger, he hung up. "Zhengru, since you don't look my way at all, then don't accuse me of being ruthless," the man said out loud in a very angry voice. The next day came, and our hero walked along the street, but the girl had a red jacket and a very short gray skirt. She spoke in a confident voice. "Let's take a look there." Our hero followed the girl. In his hands he carried several bags with purchased items. "Sister Rue, stop shopping. I just can't wear so many clothes anymore." The boy spoke. The girl turned back and said, "Before I go to your brother, I must dress you up properly. I don't want you to look too shabby. By the way, here is the sales point of our new lotus water. Let's go see how things are going," the girl suddenly suggested, looking at her store. There were a lot of people standing near the store. "Looks like there are a lot of buyers today," the girl added. The young man turned on his X-ray vision and immediately suspected something was wrong. He looked carefully at every person who stood near the store on the street, and he said, "No, these people are not clients at all." The women standing on the street loudly shouted different phrases. "Pay me compensation immediately. Pay me for all my medical expenses. This shit ruined my face. Lotus water is poison." After some time, the store administrator came out to the women who were shouting various phrases on the street. "Yes, please calm down." The administrator spoke, but the women continued to shout various terrible phrases and be indignant. Sister Rue was very surprised. Her eyes opened wide in horror. There was no limit to her indignation, and she said, "How is this even possible?" Suddenly, unexpectedly, the girl's mobile phone rang. One picked up the phone and began to listen. "Miss Zen, this is very bad. Someone is broadcasting live from our point of view, saying that there are problems with the quality of our products, and many victims are having problems. They shouted loudly on the phone. How could this happen? I also used lotus water. Why do other people experience adverse reactions? The girl was indignant. Xiatian carefully placed the bags of things on the ground and said, "Don't worry, call the police first, but I'll take care of the rest." Are you suggesting that I call the police? But if it's really a quality problem, won't this spread? The girl said, worried. Don't worry, I know what's going on. The young man answered in a calm voice. Our hero approached a crowd of angry women who were shouting various bad slogans near the store. He looked at each of them and said, "Please don't make a scandal here. Just tell me what's going on. Who the hell is this?" "Why do you care?" one woman asked in an angry voice. "Yes, really, who is he?" another woman asked. "Of course this helps because lotus water is our product," the young man said to the women. "Then look at my face. This happened right after I used your products. How can you fix this?" The woman was indignant. The woman waved her phone at our hero. The young man, without thinking for a long time, simply snatched the phone from her hands and took it. Xiatian began to look through this phone. He went into the gallery to see photos and videos of this woman. It was necessary to understand this situation very quickly. The women began to scream and be indignant even more and louder. "What are you doing? Are you a thief? Brother's phone is someone else's and viewing his photo album is illegal." After looking a little at the photos on this phone, our hero settled on one of them. He showed this photo to the woman who was screaming. "Lotus water is a new product, but from your photo album I see that you have had acne on your face for 6 months now," the guy said. And then the young man turned to another woman. "The scar on your face is fake, isn't it? Are you going to rip it off like crazy, or are you going to wait for me to do it?" The guy spoke indignantly. A man with a video camera in his right hand approached the crowd of people. "I'm a reporter for the morning paper. Do you think it is appropriate to put pressure on the victim?" the man asked. "Putting pressure on the victim," the young man asked again. "Should you call this exposing the scammers, right? Are you actually a reporter for the morning paper? Do you have an ID or press card?" the guy started asking. The man began to worry and get nervous. He did not expect that his address would be revealed so quickly and that he would receive so many provocative questions. "My ID. My press card." The man began to speak in a quiet voice. "Have you forgotten your press card?" "Our hero," the man asked, smiling. "As far as I know, only one person is supposed to attend the event, who is a real reporter, and the rest are interns?" Turning to the crowd of people, our hero loudly asked this question. The men began to look away. They did not know what to answer him. "You are just an empty talker and a liar. Why are you blaming us?" They began to resent the man from the crowd. "Yes, we will sue you for slandering us with your empty words." The men continued to print, but they still continued to hold video cameras in their hands and film everything that was happening. "Friends, don't worry. You can tell the police about it in detail right here," Xiatian said, and pointed with his hand at the 2 policemen who were standing behind him. "We just received a call from an active scam group." One of the policemen began to speak. "Therefore, we ask you to honestly cooperate with the investigation." The people who were standing near the store took out their phones and began filming our hero. Xiatian looked at the people and answered them in a calm voice. "Don't think that you are the only one who can post videos online. I have a lot of witnesses. Now let's see if lotus water is fake or you are all scammers." "Thank you so much for your help. These people are professional scammers who engage in all types of extortion." The policeman began to speak. "Typically, companies don't want to get into trouble and pay, so many people like you are brave enough to report it on the spot." Xiatian answered immediately. "I'm not afraid of these bad people, because our brand is on the right track." "Xiatian Roma, thank you. Thank you for trusting our brand more than I do myself. Thank God, I was not mistaken about you," the girl thought at that moment. Behind our hero, a man in a suit looked out from a nearby store. He held his phone tightly in his hand and was nervous. He was so angry that he squeezed his phone with all his strength, and the screen of this phone even cracked. The man looked at the policeman and our heroes and continued to be indignant. "These losers!" But at this time the young man, his girlfriend and the police continued to communicate further about this unpleasant situation with the scammers. Evening began to come, and it got a little dark outside. The young man went to the nightclub, where they were already waiting for him. Jiatian walked into the club, raised his hand up, and greeted everyone. "Hello, Sister Hong." Two charming girls were sitting at a table in the club. One girl raised her hand and cheered loudly. "Hello, hello again." A girl with short hair and shorts and a pink t-shirt got up from her chair and happily ran to the meeting, hugging with our hero. Jiatian slightly dodged to the side so that the girl would not knock him down with her hands. At the moment, he had no desire to passionately hug in this club. A girl in a pink t-shirt rushed past our hero, spreading her arms to the sides. She never managed to accuse the young man, and another girl, who remained sitting at the table, asked our hero, "Are you doing well lately?" "You are evil! Why are you avoiding me?" The girl in the pink t-shirt began to be capricious and indignant. "Are your abilities just highly developed?" "I have to be on my guard," the young man smiled and answered. The girl with a long, beautiful braid also began to laugh and talk. "You two always fight whenever you see each other." After this interesting meeting, the three of us sat down at the bar table. There were several bottles of alcohol and half-filled glasses on the table. The girl in the pink t-shirt immediately picked up the glass and began to drink very greedily and in large sips. It was clear that she was nervous again. After several sips of alcohol, the girl loudly slammed her glass on the table. "Sister Hong, someone will come to disturb me later, and we will have a duel here. Is that okay?" The girl with the big red braid slowly ran her fingers over the glass, became a little embarrassed, and answered, "You know, as long as you don't damage anything here, it doesn't matter." "Wow, I'll stay in the country to avoid getting caught in the crossfire." Surprised and scared, the young man said, "Don't worry, it is my brother and sister who will come here. They both want to steal something from me, and we will compete in technique, not in fighting." The girl answered in an angry voice. Jiatian was very surprised. "Are you thieves now quite common, and do you have your own competitions? I'm surprised, I have no words." After some time, two young men in dark clothes appeared at the club. The young man in the black cloak said, "Dao Xin, is everything ready?" The girl who stood behind the young man in a black cloak simply stood there, silent and looking around. She seemed to be assessing the situation in this room. "Well, of course, everything is ready." A girl with short hair and a pink t-shirt answered. She got up from her chair and walked towards these young people. "So her name is Dao Xin." Our hero thought to himself. The girl unclenched her fist and opened her palm, on which lay a round stone that resembled a pearl. Jiatian quickly said and thought to himself, "Activation of X-ray vision." He began to look carefully at this small round stone and said, "This glass pearl?" The young man continued to look with his X-ray vision and reason. "No, it's diamond. It's amazing how the diamond was polished to a blood sheen. It has real blood in it that is still flowing. This is a real treasure." "Okay, you can steal it from me," said the girl with short hair and his pink t-shirt. Another girl who recently appeared at the club looked carefully and said, "You're cheating. The bead isn't even in your pocket." "If I didn't have these skills, I wouldn't have become a star thief. I thought it was a girl in a pink t-shirt." At that moment, a girl in black clothes came up to her and hugged her tightly by the shoulder. She squeezed the shoulder of the toxin with her fingers until it seemed like it would crunch and break off. It really hurt. During this discomfort and pain, the pearl fell out of the hand of the girl in the pink t-shirt. At that second, time seemed to stop and freeze. As if in slow motion, the bead fell down to the floor. A young man in black clothes quickly walked with the girl to the environmentalists to catch the bead with his hand. "What kind of trick was this? I don't feel any pain in my left arm." The girl in the pink t-shirt began to be indignant. "If I didn't have this skill, I wouldn't be your sister." The girl in black clothes answered. A rather young man in black clothes stood and held this pearl with his fingers. "We agreed that if you lose, this thing will be ours, so I'm leaving," the young man said. "Have you completely lost your conscience? You two attacked me alone. This doesn't count." The girl in the pink t-shirt took the initiative to be indignant. The young man in black clothes looked at his fingers and realized that he no longer had the beads. Frightened, even sweat appeared on his face. "Where is the bead? What the hell is this? Where is the bead?" The young man began to be surprised and ask again. Our hero watched all this action with a glass in his hands. The question stood calmly, watched, and even smiled a little. The hall became noisy because these people were arguing among themselves. Maybe she fell on the floor. The girl in the pink t-shirt said loudly. I don't know. A young man in black clothes answered. Then go there and look. You idiot, don't stand still. Go look. The girl in black clothes was indignant. A girl and a guy in black clothes bent down to look for a pearl that had fallen to the floor. But after a few seconds, they raised their gaze to the girl in the pink t-shirt and began to question her. Little sister, are you kidding us? The boy asked. What the hell? You're the one who dropped it, so why are you saying I did something? Besides, my hands are still numb and I can't even move them. The girl in the pink t-shirt continued to be indignant. You shouldn't say that after all. You are a very talented sister, said the girl in black clothes. Forget it. Let's just say we failed this time and we'll come back for you next time, said a young man in black clothes. A girl in a pink t-shirt grabbed the young man's cloak with her hands. Well, you want it. Have you lost your things and are just leaving? This is a treasure left by a master. How do you want me to tell the master? The girl spoke in an alarming voice. The girl with green hair and black clothes smiled and said, That's right. The girl in the pink t-shirt opened her mouth in surprise and asked again indignantly, How can this be? Sorry, I borrowed it. Our hero answered. Xiatian slowly began to move towards the young people in black clothes. In his left hand, he held in his trouser pockets, and in his right hand, he held a glass of wine. The young man named Xiatian stopped. He was silent for several seconds and did not say anything at all. He simply looked at one point and continued to hold his glass of wine in his right hand. And then very suddenly he jerked his hand and splashed the contents of his glass onto the clothes of the young man in black. Oops, what bad luck, Xiatian said. The guy in black clothes screamed in surprise. He began waving his arms and loudly indignant. All his clothes were covered in wine, and our hero smiled and tried to show with all his appearance that it was an accident. What the hell? What bad luck? Now the front of my clothes are all wet and covered in red wine. The young man in black clothes was indignant. At that moment, our hero simply looked at them carefully. The girl's brother and sister in a pink t-shirt began to leave the nightclub. Vanya could see that they were a little upset. Our hero followed them with his gaze. Xiatian said the sentence very quietly, Fall, and he continued to look at the young man's back with his piercing gaze. And a second later, a young man in black clothes began to fall on the steps. The girl with green hair began to brush off his clothes and calm him down. You fell. Are you okay? My legs. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly became weak. A young man in a black cloak spoke in surprise. Okay, enough talking. Let's go to the hospital. The girl answered. But the girl in the pink t-shirt smiled, stuck out her tongue and said, You deserve it. She was very pleased with the current situation. What about the master's bead? They must have taken her. She said that the girl herself was Georgian. I don't know. Just look again. Perhaps you have her again. The young man answered. The girl in the pink t-shirt laughed, grabbed her head with both hands and asked, How is this possible? Sister Hong, don't laugh. The girl in the pink t-shirt was indignant. I'm telling the truth, you can look for it just in case, said the girl with a long, beautiful braid. Yes, how can this even be? The girl continued to be loudly indignant. She quickly waved her hand near the pocket of her shorts, and suddenly it seemed to her that there really was something in her pocket. The girl was very surprised and shocked. Her eyes were very big in surprise. And just a second later, the girl took the pearl out of her pocket and held it in her hands. Did I really have it? I don't understand how this is possible, the girl said. Oh, your elder brother has indeed brought a lot of things, said a girl with a long, beautiful red braid. I can't believe it. How were you able to do this? How could you steal something from my older brother? The girl in the pink t-shirt spoke in surprise. But our hero named Xiatian began to lay out more different objects on the table. Mostly these were wallets with money and credit cards. Just don't be so rude. I'm going to give these stolen items to the police. Let them figure it out themselves. Let them look for the owner of these things, the young man said. So you stole this from him too? The girl in the pink t-shirt asked in surprise. She held the pearl in her hands and was surprised. Our hero at that moment opened a small wallet. His gaze stopped and he carefully began to examine the contents. The girl in the pink t-shirt began to laugh, and her mood was rising every second. I understand everything. You are really something. The girl praised our hero. Jia Tian looked at what was in his hands and thought to himself, "This is a heavenly scroll. Please tell me, is this the usual place of your brother's so-called business? Most often he steals here?" Our hero began to question the girl in the pink t-shirt. "Yes, this is the same place. Most often my brother plies his trade here," the girl in the pink t-shirt answered. Our hero's face changed. He fell silent and thought. From the outside it was clear that something was happening to him. The girl in the pink t-shirt stopped laughing, calmed down and said in an alarming voice, "What's happened?" Jia Tian turned around and began to leave. "Sister Hong, I have something to do, so I'll leave first," the young man said. The girls watched our hero go. "What? Why did he leave? I wanted to ask him some professional questions." The girl in the pink t-shirt continued talking. Morning came, and the next day was full of interesting events. The weather outside was wonderful, as always. Our hero was holding some objects in his hands, which he suspected were a scroll. He held it in his hands and looked attentively. They are, of course, similar, but not the same. Someone is looking for other scrolls, our hero was thinking at that moment. "I'll have to do my own research too. The truth I want is with them," the young man continued to think. Suddenly the phone rang. Jia Tian went to the phone and pressed the answer button, and a voice began to come from the phone. "It's urgent. Be sure to come to the Taekwondo club tomorrow and say that you are my boyfriend." "Hello, cousin. Why are you pretending to have a boyfriend again? I'm your brother," our hero began to explain to his sister. "I am not Qing Shui. I'm Bingxin. Why can't you even recognize my voice?" The girl on the phone screamed and was indignant for a long time. Suddenly, "What the hell?" the guy said. "It doesn't matter. You have to come anyway." The girl on the phone continued to be indignant and asked, "Should I rent myself out as an army at a high price in order to earn money in the future?" At that moment I thought, our hero on this topic. The next day came. Jia Tian, as requested, he came to the Taekwondo club. The two fighters were sparring and fighting each other. Everyone else was rooting for their own and supporting the players. A girl with white hair stood out from the crowd of men. "Why did it take you so long to get here?" "Look," the girl asked our hero and was indignant. "There was just a traffic jam." Our hero answered in a calm voice. He kept his hands, as always, in his trouser pockets and carefully looked around. "Hurry up and help me. Please hurry up. The situation is now completely one-sided." A girl with blonde hair spoke in an alarming voice and pulled our hero's shirt behind her. But the young man continued to stand in one place and carefully looked at one point. It was clear from his eyes that he had seen something very interesting. Paul saw how afraid they were in a white kimono and threw punches and kicks, and his opponent fell to the side, exhausted. The man in the white kimono continued to strike one after another. It was strong, merciless, and merciless. Jia Tian understood that this was far from Taekwondo technique. The girl had tears in her eyes and screamed loudly, "Stop it immediately! You broke the rules! This is not Taekwondo!" The man in the white kimono stopped, looked at the girl carefully and said, "I just said we have to train. Did someone say that we must follow the rules of Taekwondo?" Jia Tian looked attentively at this white-robed fighter. His instincts and X-ray vision have never failed. I feel something familiar, a feeling of disgust. Looking at this guy, our hero thought. He is absolutely the same as those masked people. Possesses the same fighting technique, the young man continued to think. The man in the white kimono was going to continue his fight. He was going to continue beating this poor guy half to death. This boy, who could not oppose anything to him. "I've said enough. Your next opponent is me," Jia Tian said, and continued to stand calmly, keeping his hands in his pockets. The man in the white kimono turned to our hero and smiled and said, "Really? Well then, let's first introduce ourselves. My name is..." And without even having time to say his name, the young man in a white kimono immediately got kicked between his legs. This kick to the balls was delivered by our hero. It was unexpected and very painful.